So your brain latches onto things. It's like a confirmation bias. And if they said, we got to point a light, and we're pretty sure that's the regional jet, and we feel that we're in the right, when really their interval and the traffic that they were supposed to avoid, that they acknowledged they were going to avoid, was on a collision course.
I want to bring Aaron back in now. Aaron, we're getting some word from the FBI. Obviously, the FBI is going to be involved here, too. This is happening right over the nation's capital. What do they have to say?
And the FBI's Washington field office says, if I could read to you, Phil, that they are responding to the aviation incident at Reagan National Airport in support of our law enforcement and public safety partners. Please direct questions to the NTSB. But I think it does contain, despite the absence of any real information, a key phrase: the FBI is acting in support of law enforcement partners. That gives us an indication, Phil, that at least right now, the belief is this was nothing but a terrible accident. Had there been some kind of indication of criminality or something nefarious, I think the FBI would take a more lead role rather than the support role the Washington field office is talking about right now.
Yeah, and the NTSB is definitely mobilizing. We're going to find out. We're waiting to hear from them as well. I want to just let everybody know who's watching that Reagan is going to be closed. That airport is going to be closed until at the least 5 a.m. Friday, while they try to sort through what has happened here. I want to go down to the airport. Jay O'Brien is inside, I believe, the airport right now. There you are, Jay. Jay, this airport has been shut down since this happened. Tell me what you're seeing and what you're hearing there.
I mean, Phil, this is a usually bustling airport, and as you can see around me, it is completely empty. It is completely devoid of all people. And I'm going to switch the camera around, if you don't mind, just to give you a better sense of that. So this is the arrivals area of Reagan Airport. Again, this is an incredibly busy airport. It is the only airport that is inside, or adjacent to, rather, the city of Washington, D.C. It's across the river in Virginia. And usually it's a lot fuller than this. Now, everyone who was in this airport has been cleared out since they closed the airport. I've talked to the few stragglers that remain, and a lot of them are in the process of leaving. They say that they don't really know what's next for them. A lot of their trips were put on hold. Some of them were going to try to drive the variation of their route. They're booking hotels. They're talking to their airlines. There are a few people that seem to believe that they're going to be able to be rebooked on flights tomorrow morning. They may have heard that, they say, from their airlines, but obviously it remains to be seen if that's going to be feasible at this hour, given the large-scale search and rescue effort, and of course the fact that this airport is completely shut down right now around, what is it, just about 11 o'clock or so. Again, the airport completely devoid of people. You can see a few stragglers here and there leaving. And the reality here is, Phil, for these travelers that I've talked to, there is this sense of frustration, but also this sense of shock, a sense of shock that so many of us feel, given how significant of an incident this appears to have been, and people who were on airplanes, many of them having just landed and experiencing the shock of figuring out, some of them as they deplaned, exactly what was going on.
Yeah, and if they're hoping to get out, it's going to be from another airport tomorrow. We're told that the airport you are in, Reagan, is going to be closed. DCA is going to be closed until at least 5 o'clock Friday morning. If you know the DC area, there is another airport 30, 40 minutes away from there. But Jay, thank you for that. Aaron, I want to come back to you. We're waiting to hear from DC officials on what's happened. We've been piecing together information. If you're just joining us, we do know that a regional jet coming from Wichita, Kansas, collided with a military Blackhawk H-60 chopper right over the airport. This was about, Steve Gagnon just telling us, about 150 feet or so above runway 33. We have video of it. We've seen the fireball in the sky when the two collide. We're going to get more detail from them. We're expecting that to happen around 11:30. But in the meantime, what we're looking at on the screen, Aaron, is a massive response in the Potomac, and that's because you've been told there are survivors of this crash.
They're hoping. They're hoping. I just heard from an official who is involved in the investigation here, who says they've pulled a couple of bodies out of the river so far. Again, no firm numbers here. We know that there were 60 people on board American Airlines Flight 5342 from Wichita to Washington, D.C. It was on final approach when it collided with that military helicopter carrying 3 people, presumably 2 pilots and a crew chief. We still don't have firm numbers, but this official says they've pulled a couple of bodies out of the river. They are still hoping against hope they'll be able to pull some people out alive, and that's why there are these nonstop operations using not only Washington, D.C. resources, but resources that have come in from Virginia and Maryland as well. The FBI says they're in a support role at this stage, meaning the working belief at the moment is this was an accident and nothing more, but a tragic one at that, Phil.
And there's so much investigating to go. I do want to say we just received a statement from the Association of Flight Attendants. Represents 55,000 flight attendants, 20 airlines, including PSA, the airline involved here, confirming in a statement tonight that there are 2 flight attendants on board that were crewing that flight. There is a longer statement about the Eagle Flight 5342, but they are confirming that there were 2 flight attendants on board that flight. We did learn a little bit earlier on in the evening from the director of the airport in Wichita, Kansas, that these direct flights, and this was one of them, from Wichita to Washington, D.C., began just a year ago this month. In January, and he has told members of the media there at the airport in Wichita that family members of people who were on board this plane are starting to gather at that airport. We did hear him say that the airport has a chaplain for just this very reason, and that the chaplain will be there to give comfort as best they can to the families here. Again, on your screen is this massive response on the banks of the Potomac, just outside of Washington, D.C., which is where DCA Reagan National Airport is. And just a couple of hours ago now, there was this regional jet coming from Wichita, Kansas, operated under American Airlines. Coming in, it was just about to land 150 or so feet above runway 33, and it collided with a Blackhawk helicopter. We do know 60 people, 60 passengers, and 4 crew members were on board that plane. And now we know from the Flight Attendants Association that 2 of the crew were flight attendants. So presumably you then have a pilot and a co-pilot. We're not sure about that, but we do know there were 2 flight attendants, 3 soldiers on board the Blackhawk. Now what we have is a situation where we know passengers have been pulled from the Potomac. We don't know what condition they are in. They've been brought to hospitals. But that massive presence you see there on the banks of the Potomac and the boats that you see on the river, those are people desperately trying to find anybody who not only could have survived this horrific collision in midair, but then also the fall into the Potomac and then the icy waters of the Potomac. It had been iced over up until recently when it had just started to thaw out. It has been cold, and that's not going to make this any easier. Nothing is. Aaron, I want to bring you back in. You're talking to your sources, law enforcement. What more do we know about this search?
Only that it's ongoing and will continue to be ongoing. We've already heard that Reagan National's expected to be closed, Phil, until at least 5 a.m. on Friday. That's to give these rescue workers time and space to work whatever magic they can to pull people out alive, if that's possible, with the fear being there could be multiple people dead. They will have to do extractions, collections, mortuary operations. It's quite involved and quite grim work. But the priority now is to do all of that and then allow the NTSB to get in and figure out why this occurred. It is the first large-scale aviation accident in the country since 2009 that appears deadly. I covered that in Buffalo. It was snowing then. The weather was perfect here.
All right, we're going to take a brief break right now, Aaron. Hey, good evening. I'm Phil Lipoff. If you are just joining us, we have been following that major breaking news out of Washington, D.C. for several hours now. This is the scene on the Potomac River just outside of Reagan National Airport, commonly known as DCA. This is what we know right now. There was a regional jet that left Wichita, Kansas earlier on in the evening. It was a direct flight from Wichita to Reagan. It's operated, a regional jet operated under American Airlines, 60 passengers, 4 crew members on board. It was just about to complete its flight. And we have some video of what had happened. Just about 150 feet over runway 33, which is not particularly a busy runway because of how it is, but it's a very busy airport. We're going to show you a closer view of it right now. That light right in the middle is what we believe is the helicopter. The plane is coming in, and you can see the collision right there and the explosion. This was a military helicopter. The military is telling us it was an H-60 Blackhawk with 3 soldiers on board. And you saw it just there in that EarthCam video. After they collided, they both went down into the Potomac, and that's why you see this major search and rescue operation on the Potomac right now. We are told some people have been pulled from the Potomac and rushed to the hospital. They are obviously looking for anyone they can. I want to go down to the scene right now, just outside where this is happening. Alex Perche is there. Alex, I just want to mention this as we go to you. We are waiting for a news conference to happen any minute now. When that happens, we'll go to it. But in the meantime, tell me what you're seeing there from the ground.
Hey, Phil. So just to orient you, we are on the arrivals ramp here at DCA in between Terminal 1 and Terminal 2. It's completely shut down. The airport is shut down. It will be closed through Friday. But across the way, you can see this massive response as they continue to try to search the Potomac for survivors here. And actually up there in the air, if you can see, that is a search helicopter that's been executing what they call a grid approach, looking to see if there are any signs of life in the water. Now, Phil, before we got here, we were just around the corner, about a half mile away at a staging area, and a massive presence from law enforcement, from different agencies, from first responders, of fire trucks from different counties and municipalities, and also those swiftwater rescue boats and those dive teams gearing up, all of them now over here. And time is of the essence because, Phil, right now, as we're dipping in close to midnight, the temperature has dipped below 40 degrees. It's about 38 at my last check. And so you can only imagine how much colder it feels for anybody that's still in that water behind me.
I want to bring in John Nance right now, ABC News contributor. John, I know you've been watching this coverage, listening, talking to your sources. This is obviously an horrific catastrophe. What do you know at this hour, and what have you been able to piece together by the information that we have? We are waiting for a news conference to begin any minute.
Well, I should say what we think we know is that at least both crews were talking to air traffic control and to the Reagan controller, because there was apparently some sort of an order issued for the helicopter to follow the other aircraft. How these two came to be in exactly the same place at the same time is, of course, the question. This is one of the most heavily controlled pieces of airspace in the United States, probably in the world for that matter, because it's right adjacent to Washington National, or rather Washington itself. And we have a situation in which this could never supposedly occur because of the causative control. That's one of the things that the NTSB will be looking at almost immediately. Matter of fact, they're already, I'm sure, on the scene. The other problem here, as far as survival is concerned, is this is very reminiscent of the 12th of January in 1982, when a 737 failed to sustain flight after takeoff and hit the 14th Street Bridge. Most of the fatalities were drowners drowning victims. Basically, they had been knocked out and they were underwater for too long. The 5 people who did survive were very arduous conditions, and the time of useful consciousness, we know for the water that's about 36 degrees Fahrenheit tonight, is only about 40 minutes. So this is a really difficult situation to hope, and we all do, that they find a couple of people still alive. But this airplane went in. You can see that on the video. It went down immediately. The helicopter went down immediately, and that is questionable as to whether or not that kind of an impact with the water would be survivable.
And John, we're looking at the rescue operation right now. Do you know, is there a difference in the way military helicopters are treated to civilian helicopters when they are flying in that corridor? I mean, we do know that everybody was in contact, it seems, with the tower. But do military helicopters have any kind of leeway that civilian choppers don't?
Well, in effect, yes, they do, but they also have an absolute responsibility to stay clear of the approach and departure corridors out of DCA Airport or many of the others, for instance, Andrews Air Force Base. And so they're working in tandem, not only with the civilian traffic through the air traffic controllers, but even if they have, for instance, a specific mission, it has to be coordinated. They can't just fly through a corridor or an arrival corridor or the final approach. I think what we're going to find here, and this is wild speculation, but I think we're going to find a misunderstanding someplace along the way, because I don't think any professional military pilot would purposefully fly through that area and not know exactly where he was.
Yeah, and that comports really with what Steve Ganyard was describing earlier on in the evening. John, talk to us about what happens now. You said you almost certainly think the NTSB is there, and it's in D.C., so they are right there. But what happens now with the investigation? How does the NTSB start their investigation, and do they start when there's a search and rescue operation underway?
Yes, they start immediately in a situation like this, and they're in Infant Plaza is their headquarters right in downtown D.C. They will get the GO team engaged. They will find a place to meet. They'll start sorting things out in terms of what do we have, what do we know. One of the prime focal points in the next couple of days, outside of trying to save anybody who's still alive, is to get the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder from the jetliner, and to whatever extent there is any recording in the Blackhawk, that too. It may not have one, because the military, we configure things a little bit differently. By the same token, Blackhawk's a very sophisticated aircraft, and maybe there is something that will help them there. But they'll be looking to find all the facts that they can put on the table to begin with, not to try to come to an immediate conclusion, but to make sure that the investigation is thorough and basically leaves nothing out.
John, stay with me. I want to come back to the desk here in New York where Aaron is with me. Aaron, I know you've been following the search and rescue operation, and as the night goes on, obviously it gets more difficult because the temperature of the Potomac has got to be so cold right now. As you pointed out, it just began to thaw. It was iced over.
The temperature of the water, the potential survivability of that kind of collision, and then the aircraft, the plane and the helicopter falling into the Potomac. So far, I spoke to one Washington, D.C. official who says they have pulled several bodies out of the water. They have not pulled any survivors that this individual knows of. There are reports to the contrary of survivors being taken to hospitals in the Washington, D.C. area. We've not been able to confirm those. Right now, a Washington, D.C. official who's involved in the search and rescue operations says several bodies have been pulled out of the water. Still no firm numbers other than what we know about who was on board and how many were on board the aircraft. 60 people, passengers, and 4 crew members on board American Airlines Flight 5342, which was on final approach to Reagan National Airport from Wichita, Kansas, when it collided with an Army Blackhawk helicopter carrying 3 people, 2 pilots, presumably, and a crew chief.
And the response is massive. It also was very quick.
Well, everyone is right there. The Pentagon is there, so the military is there. There are emergency vehicles staged at the airport, and very quickly, not only D.C. Metro Police, but mutual aid from Virginia and Maryland that remain on scene there, trying to find anyone they can. We have heard police talk about the need for extraction equipment. That gives us an indication there may be individuals possibly located in seats or among the debris in the water as the crews tried to pull everybody out.
All right, Aaron, let's bring in Jamie Lynn. Jamie lives near the airport. Jamie, thanks for joining us. I know you took a video, posted it to TikTok. Describe to me what it is you saw and heard.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was just a normal Wednesday night here in Crystal City. Aside from some regular airport noise pollution, which we really hear 24/7, we have a direct line of sight to the airport. I hopped on Facebook and I looked in our local Arlington community group, and the first thing I saw was that there was a plane crash. Kind of had to rub my eyes at first because I hadn't heard anything. So I look out my window, and as you can see in the video here, just hundreds of EMS on the scene. And even to this moment, it has now been almost 3 hours since the initial impact. We still have a lot of emergency response teams coming in. So.
And Jamie, I'm wondering that view that you have and that video that you took, I know when I saw the first pictures of the response this evening and realized how big it was, how dramatic and devastating this evening was going to be, I'm wondering, you know, my heart sank. I'm wondering what your first reaction was when you saw that kind of response.
It's hard to find the words for it. I think living here in DC, we kind of inherently feel this immunity, right? Like we have one of the strictest no-fly zones in the world here. Any aircraft that flies over this region is heavily monitored and tracked, and you know what is flying, who is flying. So when you kind of have this safety blanket stripped from you, you can't imagine. What was hard for me is not only do I and my loved ones constantly fly in and out of this airport on regional jets, just like the one we saw, you can't put into words the impact of the tragedy. And the worst bit was I look out the window and you see the reflection of the light from the rescue helicopters on the water. And at that point, you know what they're looking for. And your heart just goes out to everyone. And just for some context, for anyone who's not familiar with this layout, where that plane crashed, you are just a couple hundred feet from the runway. When I'm at that point of the path, I'm texting my loved ones that I'm home and that I'm safe. And you just aren't until you're on the ground. So there aren't words for this situation. It's really horrible. And it being right outside of my window is just, there's no escape. So it's a lot.
Jamie Lynn, you put it into context for us. We all feel the same way you do when we look out. When you look out the window, we look at the video. Everybody flies. Everybody's been in a situation that has been scary. It is a very safe form of travel, but when something like this happens, it shakes the entire nation. Jamie Lynn, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, want to let you know that Sean Duffy, who's the new Transportation Secretary, who was just confirmed, is directing all resources to be given to the NTSB. And we are waiting. There was supposed to be a news conference that started around 11:30, but you can imagine that in situations like this, they are trying to get their ducks in a row, get all the information in line to give to the media. In the meantime, I want to go to D.C. right now. Selena Wang is there, and Selena. Oh, do you want to go to the representative right now? Okay. Selena, stand by. I want to bring in Representative Eric Swalwell. Representative, talk to me about what it is you are seeing, what you're looking at tonight, and any information you might know and be able to give us.
Yeah, no, it's just awful. And I landed about 6 minutes, it looks like, before that collision at DCA. I was visiting my parents in Houston and took a United flight back to DCA. And anyone who commutes to Washington, D.C. knows that approach. It's one of the most beautiful approaches in the world, and you just take it for granted. And landed, bolted out of there, got to the car, and saw the news just like everyone else, and hoping that there is some signs of survivors and thanking the first responders. But I'll just tell you that these types of incidents don't happen a lot in America. And as a member of the Homeland Security Committee, we do a lot of work to deconflict and to make sure that we understand crashes and that we're better and safer after them, which is why we haven't seen anything like this in a very long time.
And Representative, we heard from Homeland Security this evening. We've heard from the Transportation Secretary, from the White House. We've heard from the FBI, because obviously this is Washington, D.C. And as you mentioned, being a member of the House Committee on Homeland Security, you obviously got to secure the nation's capital. It doesn't appear right now that any of those agencies are looking into anything that would be anywhere near foul play. We've heard that both of these aircraft, the regional jet coming in from Wichita, Kansas, and the Blackhawk helicopter were, it seems to be in contact with the tower, and this appears at the moment to be an horrific accident and tragedy. But you flying in, you come in, you get off the plane, and you go on with your life. And millions of Americans do that every single day. This is going to shatter the confidence for some people in this country when it comes to air travel.
And this is an incredibly crowded airspace. There's no airspace in America that has more traffic. You have BWI in Baltimore, Dulles in Virginia, Andrews Air Force Base, where Air Force One and other Air Force traffic go through. Not just Blackhawks coming through, but Marine One is coming through, as well as the national parks and their fleet. And so it's crowded, and you work to deconflict it, and that's always been the case. And so this is certainly an anomaly, but that means that we now have a duty to understand, is there just too much in the airspace? And if so, how can we make it safer for commercial travelers, but also for our military to conduct the training that they need to do? And that's the job of government, is to learn from this and make it safer.
And what role do you think Congress will play in something like that? Right now, there's a search and rescue effort underway, and lives are presumably in the balance. After that, the NTSB will take over and the investigation will happen. But is there a role for Congress to play? I mean, this is the worst aviation disaster we've seen since 2009.
There's definitely a role, and people will expect us, to make sure that air travel is safe. And so I'm hoping that we do, find survivors, and, I'm praying for the first responders to be able to do that. And my job tomorrow when I go to work is going to be, to understand what can we do to make sure that Americans still have confidence in such a crowded airspace. Because, as you pointed out, aside from accidents, and we haven't had one of these since Buffalo in 2009, but aside from accidents, we still have a lot of enemies who would love to exploit vulnerabilities in our travel. And so we have to assure the American people that it is still safe to travel, and it has been. And that's the great part of the NTSB, is when these accidents happen, they actually make us remarkably safer. And so that's going to have to be the duty and the mission as we go forward.
Representative Eric Swalwell, thank you so much for calling in, sir. I'm glad you landed safe, and we'll talk soon. In the meantime, I want to bring in Tom Howder, former Director of Aviation Safety at the NTSB. Tom, thanks so much. We really need some perspective on this. First of all, your thoughts on this happening. We'll get into what the NTSB is doing right now, but this is virtually unheard of.
Yeah, this is very unusual. A midair collision like this, so close to the airport, it hasn't happened in a very long time.
Tom, I'm wondering, you're the former director of aviation safety at the NTSB. I know there are so many factors involved here, but is, in your estimation, a crash like this survivable?
It depends. We need more information. Early on like this, there's a lot of rumor, a lot of people out there saying things. We need more facts, and that we don't have right yet. Very difficult. Clearly, the altitude, the bank angles I'm hearing of, survival will be difficult. The very cold water doesn't improve matters. It's dark night. We hope for survivors, but we'll have to wait and see. We need a lot more data.
Yeah, it was some of the things we're learning right now is the Potomac is about 36 degrees. There are wind gusts 25 to 30 miles per hour, so that's going to be very cold. I'm wondering, sir, what are the things that the NTSB are going to be looking for immediately as they get on the scene tonight?
Well, immediately they'll pull all the air traffic control tapes, all the radar tapes. They'll be gathering information on the flight of the aircraft, the flight of the helicopter, putting it all together. That's going on immediately. Taking a look at all of the information they can pick up to see. There's a lot of cameras in that area, so they'll pull all the camera footage. So the NTSB is going to be spending tonight until tomorrow picking up every bit of data they can. At the same time, they'll have investigative teams starting to work on wreckage recovery, collecting all the information from the airline. A lot's going to happen at the NTSB in the next 24 hours.
All right, Tom, thank you. I want to read this to our viewers. We're getting this in from spokesperson Joint Task Force National Capital Region. What we're hearing is that this flight, and I'll just quote it for you, we can confirm that the aircraft involved in tonight's incident was an Army UH-60 helicopter from Bravo Company 12th Aviation Battalion out of Davison Army Field, Fort Belvoir. This was a training flight. This is during a training flight. The statement says, we are working with local officials and will provide additional information once this becomes available. So now, Aaron, we're getting this information that this was indeed a training flight.
And yet, according to air traffic control audio that we've had to listen to, the pilot of the helicopter appeared to acknowledge the flight path of American Flight 5342. So all signs at the moment point to this being some kind of an accident, whether it was disorientation on the part of the pilot involved in that training flight. The NTSB will have to make that determination. But we do know there are confirmed fatalities at this point. Law enforcement officials who were there on the scene tell us that they have pulled several bodies from the Potomac crash site so far. No one they've pulled out of the water so far has been alive. They are not giving up hope, and we do not have any confirmed numbers, but at this point, those that have been pulled out of the water from the crash site have not survived.
So that's an important distinction. We do know, and we have known for the better part of a couple of hours, that they were pulling people out of the Potomac, and now we know that there has not been a survivor pulled out of the water yet.
At least so far that we know of, Phil, and it is fluid. It's possible things could change. These are preliminary details from a very ongoing, as you can see, operation that will last through, well, authorities are anticipating at least 5 a.m. on Friday. That's the duration so far that DCA will remain closed after this collision between the commercial plane and the military helicopter at 8:53 p.m. Eastern Time.
I want to bring Steve Ganyard back in. Steve, now that we know that this was a training flight, and of course, you know, that's all we know, but we're being told it's a training flight. We're waiting for the officials there in the nation's capital to give the media a briefing, but we are slowly beginning to piece some of this information together. Does it change your perspective now that you know this was a training flight?
Yeah, Phil, a training flight can be a lot of things. A training flight can be a couple of seasoned aviators that need to get minimum amount of nighttime every month, and they were just out flying around at night, just getting their minimum hours. They could be, you know, thousands of hours pilots and very highly trained pilots. But it also could be, having been an instructor in a couple types of aircraft, if it was a training flight where it was an instructor with a younger pilot, I can tell you that that is a very stressful situation at night in a high traffic area, because you have to let the student make their own mistakes. You have to let the student learn, have the stick, and to understand what's going on and be able to learn from every situation. But you're responsible for that aircraft, and so you can't let the student go too far. So you're thinking not only about, is this student about to kill me, or is this student doing something that's going to get us in trouble, and I'm the person that's responsible. So if it was a true training flight where this was a young pilot being instructed about how do you fly around National Airport at night over the water, lots of lights, lots of ATC communications, I can very easily see how there would be what's called task saturation in the cockpit. Again, total conjecture, but it all sort of depends on what the definition of training is in this case. If it was in fact somebody who was quite new to the aircraft, who hadn't flown in this area before, that instructor would be he would be or she would be working very hard to fly and allow the student to learn. So let's wait and see what happened, but I can see this go either way based on the definition of a training flight.
All right, and presumably we're going to get some more information when we have that news conference. It was supposed to begin at 11:30. Obviously, they're going to brief the media when they know that they have enough information to give the media, and a lot of times these news conferences are delayed. So we are certainly waiting to hear from the officials. In the meantime, I want to bring Selena Wang into the conversation here. Selena, we know obviously Homeland Security, FBI, all these agencies that are, based there in the nation's capital have put out statements. Everybody's monitoring this, the president too. Tell us what you know.
Yeah, that's exactly right. President Trump had put out a statement saying that he's been fully briefed. He's continuing to monitor the situation and will provide more details to the public as they arise. He's also thanking the incredible work being done by first responders. Now, we've also gotten a statement from the Virginia governor, Glenn Youngkin, as we talk about this massive response, Phil. Glenn Youngkin is saying that the first responders from across Northern Virginia, from Washington, D.C. and Maryland, mobilized quickly to help with the search and rescue efforts. And as we talk about what we're hearing from these cabinet members, it's important to remember as well is that many of them have just started their roles, that they are newly sworn in. For instance, this is the first full day on the job for Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Now, he posted about an hour ago that he was at FAA headquarters and monitoring the situation. He's also said that he's directed the FAA and Department of Transportation to offer full support to the NTSB. Now, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, she's also new to the job. She said she's been briefed, actively monitoring the situation. And in a statement, she said they're deploying every available U.S. Coast Guard resource for search and rescue efforts in this horrific incident at DCA. You've mentioned this on the show earlier, but per the FAA, the airport will be closed until at least Friday at 5 a.m. So that is a big deal. And again, many of these cabinet members, are just one day or days into this job.
All right, Selena, thank you. Steve, as I bring you back in, I want to read this statement to our viewers. They are looking obviously at the search and rescue operation on the Potomac just outside of DCA, the Reagan National Airport. I have a statement from the airport, and it says, around 9 p.m. Wednesday evening, emergency personnel at Reagan National Airport initiated their response to a crash between a passenger aircraft identified by the FAA as American Eagle Flight 5342 and a Sikorsky helicopter. Mutual aid from neighboring agencies were called to assist. Takeoff and landings at the airport were halted for the remainder of the evening. We will continue to post information as it becomes available. They say for the remainder of the evening. We've also been told that the airport will be shut down until 5 a.m. Friday. That's what they're anticipating. Steve, a statement like that from the airport is pretty simple. It just gave us the facts. It didn't give us anything else. And it's really all the airport can do at this moment, right? I mean, we're looking at the other box here just below me on the screen, and that's where the news conference is going to happen. You see all the media have their microphones ready at that stand. We're just waiting for the officials to come and brief us. Sorry, say that name one more time, Lily. Lulu, okay, the mayor of Wichita is on the line. Mayor, first of all, my condolences. This is horrific. There are going to be people on that plane from your community. It left from the airport there in Wichita. We understand from the airport director that these direct flights to D.C. just began about a year ago this month. So obviously our condolences for what has happened tonight. Tell me what you know.
Well, this is truly tragic, and our entire community right now is praying, hoping for better news. But as a community, the entire city of Wichita, the city council members and the staff all throughout the city of Wichita are hoping that we have better news to come out of this. But all that we know right now is the information that American Airlines shared with me. And that is also public. The number of individuals, 60 passengers and 4 crew members, is the confirmed information. As for the individuals who were on board, we do not have any further information, and we are still waiting for that.
We're waiting for that information as well, Mayor. I'm wondering what you are going to do there in your community. What services are going to be available? We heard the airport director say earlier on tonight that there will be a chaplain at the airport. Obviously, families are gathering there. What kind of resources are you giving to the airport, and what do you have available to you there in Wichita?
So we have really great leadership here at the airport, and Director Romo has gathered all the individuals that need to be together for the incident management to really communicate with family and friends who want more information. There is that space for them to be here, but we really are encouraging people to contact American Airlines as they have that line where they can get the most current information. As far as the staff here at the airport, everyone, again, is all hands on deck. There was actually a flight that just landed here in Wichita as they were diverted. And so we are working on trying to get those individuals into some hotels in the area before they head on their next flight tomorrow. The third thing that we're working on is we're trying to gather the confirmed information and have a news conference in the morning. But prior to that, we also want to have a community-wide prayer. I know that the best thing that people can do at this moment right now, as a Wichitan, as a Kansan, or as an American, is to pray for all the families and individuals involved, from the first responders all the way to the individuals who were on those flights.
And Mayor, Director Romo said earlier on tonight that, as I mentioned, these flights, these direct flights from Wichita to D.C. began a year ago. How big a deal was that for the community to get a direct flight to the nation's capital?
It was actually the very first day that I became mayor that this flight was available, and something our community was very excited about. Having a direct flight from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, was something that we've been working forward and looking forward to, thanks to Senator Moran. And knowing that this was an opportunity for Wichitans and Kansans to have this flight was something that we've been really advocating people to fly. And so this is truly devastating, something we never expected. But we just celebrated 1 year of that direct flight.
Mayor Lily Wu from Wichita, Kansas, we do appreciate you taking the time during this horrific tragedy to call in and talk to us. Our best to your entire community, and no doubt the days you have ahead. Mayor Wu, thank you. I want to go back down to the ground. What you're looking at are aerials of the Potomac right now, of the search and rescue. You see some of the boats out there on the Potomac, and obviously the massive response, EMTs, first responders lining the banks of the river right outside of the runway. But I want to go to Alex Perche, who has sort of a ground level view of what's happening. Alex, we can see those search and rescue lights on the Potomac flashing from above, the helicopters above. What more do you know about what's happening down there right now?
I mean, it is a frantic search right now, Phil. You see that sea of red. There are dive teams out there. There are boat teams out there trying to find any possible living survivors. I saw Aaron's reporting that so far they have found none. But, you know, time is of the essence right now because the temperature has now dipped below 40 degrees. That water in the Potomac is right around 36. And then there are wind gusts here that we're expecting into the night that are going to be between 20 and 30 miles an hour. And so if you are going to survive that crash, time very much is of the essence to be pulled out of that water. We actually just got an alert that the press conference is going to be pushed till about 12:30. But, you know, that's the fluid and kind of frantic situation that's happening right now. We've actually seen an uptick in police and first responder activity on the ramp that we're at. We actually saw a hazmat truck from Fort Belvoir where that Blackhawk helicopter took off from. But Phil, I cannot underscore enough just how desperate of a search is going on right now in the Potomac behind me because that water is very, very cold.
Yeah, and Alex, the Potomac was iced over until recently. You live there, so you'd know better, but it just recently started to thaw. So as you mentioned, 36 degrees, the temperature in there, hypothermia, if you do survive that crash, sets in, I think, inside of 10 minutes. Aaron has reported tonight that they have pulled people from the Potomac, but so far, Aaron, right, they've not pulled anybody alive.
So far that we hear, they have not pulled any survivors from the Potomac River at the crash site between the commercial passenger plane and the Army helicopter. Doesn't mean they won't, right. And the reports have been fluid, but at this point, our sources are telling us there have been no survivors pulled from the water. Everyone pulled from the water till now has been deceased.
Yeah, and we were supposed to hear from officials there in D.C. at 11:30. Alex just mentioned that news conference has been delayed an hour. And as I said, in situations like this, rarely ever is a news conference on time. There are so many different agencies involved in what is going to happen at this news conference.
And I think it also reflects, Phil, that they do not believe there is any danger to the public here. They do not believe there is at this point any criminality. The FBI says it is there in a support role. At this point, and the NTSB will decide for sure, it does look like this was some kind of a tragic accident, and that may be part of the reason why the authorities have not felt the need to come out to say any more. It's evident what has happened. We've seen the video of the collision, the big fireball. There are questions about the general survivability of a collision like that as the two aircraft dropped into the river. But at this point, the authorities clearly do not see any follow-on danger that the public would need to be alerted to. They've shut down the airport for the foreseeable future, maybe till, 5 a.m. on Friday. That's what they say. And at this point, the priority is to try to get people out.
All right, Aaron, I want to bring in Louis Martinez from the Pentagon for us. Louis, let's talk a little bit about what we know from the military side here. This, they're telling us, was an H-60 Blackhawk. There were 3 soldiers on board, and we know it's a training mission. What more are you being told? Louis, can you hear me? Okay. Well, we're trying to connect up with Louis Martinez from the Pentagon. I want to bring John Nance in. John, I'll ask you that question as well. What you know now about the details that the military has given us. This was a training mission. How do these 2 aircraft meet in the air like that?
By a mistake. And as a matter of fact, one of the major things, I've got a feedback here, guys. I'm sorry about that. The main thing to keep in mind is this. It does nothing at all for us in aviation safety to discuss blame. Not that anybody is tonight, but that inevitably comes into the equation. We need to know everything that happened so we can make it not happen again. This is an unprecedented situation, this collision. And we obviously it was a training flight. That means exactly as Steve Ganyard said, it could be 2 very experienced guys out just building time. It could be something a little different with a student and one seat. It's hard to tell at this point in time. It's all speculation. And as this evolves, I caution everybody, just like I used to have to do when we had a lot of crashes, which is usually what we think happened in the very first few hours turns out to be wrong. It takes quite a bit of unraveling to figure these things out.
Yeah, and that's an important. Yeah, and that's important. That's important to point out, John, that you know, the details will unfold here. We haven't even officially heard at a news conference yet. We're just getting details pieced together by different agencies. When you talk about learning something from this, and it's a good thing, you know, obviously, that the last major crash that we can talk about, as you mentioned, was 2009. There's been a stretch where we have not had to deal with anything like that in this nation. But how do you learn from this? And how do we move on as a nation? Obviously, people are going to be, you know, frightened in the aftermath of this, because if you fly, yes, it's safe, but obviously things are out of your control when you're in a plane. But how do we learn from this technically? What will happen?
Well, we learn from it by doing something that I think we have learned to take the NTSB and nurture that organization, because they find out in great detail what happened, so we can attack each and every one of the links in a causal chain. And that's one of the major things that we have to keep in mind always. Air traffic is now so safe, in fact, that we launch and recover about 100,000 flights every day over the earth, and very seldom does anything go wrong. So it's not just a matter of semantics or a matter of just a few statistics. This really is a lot safer than just driving to the airport, and this will make it safer, even though we've had a tragedy here tonight, and certainly my heart bleeds for everybody who's lost a loved one on this. But we will find out what happened, and we will make it not happen again. That's about the most simple way I can put it.
All right. John, thank you. Tom Howder, are you still with me? Are you still with me? Are you still with me? Are you still?
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay. Tom is the former director of aviation safety at the NTSB. Okay, Tom, I'm sorry. We're gonna head to Sam Sweeney. Sam, I know you've been following this, and you follow aviation for us. What more can you tell us about what's happening now? We are slowly starting to piece together what we know. We know about this regional aircraft that was coming in. We know that it hit a military helicopter. What are you being told by officials there on the ground?
Well, Phil, what we're learning right now is that these dive teams have been working all night. This water is frigid. It's in the 30s. You can't, you know, hypothermia sets in quickly, and most of the major hospitals in this area have not reported receiving any patients from this incident. Of course, this is not the news that we wanted to hear, but Virginia Hospital Center, MedStar, which is one of the major hospitals here in the D.C. area, and Fairfax County, all saying they have not received any patients yet.
And Sam, I'm looking at this statement from American Airlines CEO. Just came out and talked a bit about this. The information we have from American Airlines, they're looking, if anybody has any questions about what has happened, if they're worried about a loved one, to give them a call. In the aftermath of something like this, as Aaron points out, they are doing everything they can to get everybody out of the Potomac. But as you mentioned, the hospitals have not received patients, and Aaron is reporting that out of the bodies that they have been able to take out of the river, no one has been alive.
Yeah, and these airlines, they train for these moments. They set up a crisis hotline for family members and friends and loved ones to call in these events to try to get information on their loved ones, information on what may have happened, and then, of course, meeting points. And these airlines have certain employees that will handle and be dedicated to these families to make sure that they have everything that they need over the course of the coming hours, the coming days, and even the coming months. And we're talking everything from emotional support, therapy, to hotel rooms and transportation to the scene. And that is all beginning to unfold. They will create a victims center, a family center here in the D.C. area in the coming hours. That's being put together right now. The CEO of American Airlines will likely be here in the coming hours. They have other teams moving into place right now to be able to support everyone who has been impacted by this.
And Sam, I've got a statement here from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. She says, as we continue to pray for all involved, we're grateful for the efforts of our first responders during this tragic event. There'll be a press conference tonight at 12:30. It's actually this morning at 12:30, and it will be live on this account, which is, you know, obviously she's posting that on, I think it's on X, but so what are we expecting to hear? Do you know who we're going to hear from at this news conference?
We are likely going to hear from the mayor and some of the first responders, the responding agencies. There are a number of agencies from across Virginia, D.C., Maryland, the federal government, all responding to this. And there we will likely get our first, bits of information, confirmed information about what they're seeing, the conditions they're seeing on the water, if there are any survivors or any indication that there might be survivors, all during this press conference. But again, we just don't know exactly what she's going to say.
Yeah, and we're going to hear from all of them in just about 15 minutes. If you are just joining us, I'm Phil Lipoff. We have been following that major breaking news out of Washington, D.C. for several hours now. There was an air disaster, a collision right over one of the runways at Reagan International Airport. This was a regional jet coming in from Wichita, Kansas. It left Wichita, Kansas, arrived around 8:53 just over the airport, and there was a military Blackhawk helicopter that was flying south on the Potomac, and the two collided. We actually have EarthCam video of it. You see a fireball in the distance once the two collide, and then the wreckage just falls into the Potomac. There was an almost instantaneous response to the water to try to save people. We know that there are 60 passengers and 4 crew members on board the plane, 3 soldiers on board the helicopter. They have pulled people out of the river. So far, we haven't been told that anybody has been alive, and the hospitals we've checked with have not received any patients. I want to bring Sam Sweeney in, covers transportation for us. Sam, this is a massive response. We haven't seen anything like this in this country since Buffalo in 2009.
This has been the safest time for aviation in American history. We are the gold standard around the world, and yes, this has been an incredibly long streak that ended tonight. 2009 was the last major U.S. airline crash. It was Colgan Air, a Continental Connection flight out of Newark going to Buffalo that crashed there. And there's been one other death in 2018 when a woman was partially sucked out of a Southwest Airlines plane as it went over Pennsylvania. But since then, because of our investigations, because of everything we've learned from the NTSB and the FAA, from previous incidents, we've been able to make things safer. But tonight, as I said, that ended in some of the most congested and complicated airspace in the country.
I want to bring in Aaron Katersky, who's here in New York with me. Aaron, everything that we know about this right now is that this was an horrific accident. We've heard from the FBI, right?
The FBI says it is there from the Washington field office, at this point only in a support role. And that tells us that at this point there does not appear to be any evidence of criminality or nefariousness, that this was indeed a tragic accident. We've had to listen to some air traffic control audio. The pilots aboard the Blackhawk helicopter appear to acknowledge the flight path, the final approach of the American Airlines flight 5342 from Wichita, but for some reason, whether it was disorientation or some other reason that the NTSB will determine, the collision occurred. There's a real question about whether that kind of collision at about, 150 or so feet is survivable, as both aircraft fell into the water. Right now, there is search and rescue operations underway. So far, everyone who has been pulled from the water, we're told, has not survived. That does not mean there won't be. They've called for some extraction tools. They're still working feverishly, Phil.
All right, I want to bring Steve Ganyard back into the conversation. Steve, you know, Aaron makes a point. This is about 150 feet over the runway. There was, and in the video that we have seen, it's at a distance, a pretty good distance, and that fireball is big. So this collision just over the runway and over the water, there was an enormous explosion. Both aircraft go into the water. It's going to be very difficult, but they are still feverishly trying to find people there in the water. We're waiting. It should be another 15 or so minutes before we hear from officials there in D.C. This is the video that you were talking about that we're looking at on the screen.
Yeah, Phil, if you see in that video, both of the aircraft are co-altitude, and they're coming together. You can see them and how they're on a collision course there. And so the question is, why did those two aircraft get so close to each other? It's important to understand that at that altitude, whatever it was, below 200 feet, 100 feet, 150 feet, wherever that was, the crew in the regional jet is 100% focused on acquiring the runway, making sure that there's no aircraft on the runway, making sure that they're on glide slope. They have a visual glide slope representation there. So they're thinking about nothing else but landing that aircraft. They're in the final phase. They're not looking out the window. Even if they were looking out the window, the helicopter came from right to left. In their peripheral vision at night, there's just no way they would have seen it. And so this tragedy is on so many levels, but it does seem that the regional jet was right where they needed to be. They were doing everything right. Why the helicopter didn't identify them or misidentified them and put themselves on that collision course is what the NTSB will need to figure out, and the FAA will need to find ways to make sure that it never happens again.
Information that the investigation will uncover. Steve, I think this is a really good point, a really good time to point out what you did earlier on in the evening. Obviously, this kind of aviation disaster will rattle the flying. Steve, can you still hear me?
Hello, hello.
Okay, sorry. Steve, we lost connection. We have this. The American Airlines CEO, Robert Isom, pre-recorded a video and sent it out. I want to play a little bit of it for you right now.
American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA Airlines, a CRJ 700 aircraft traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Washington Reagan National Airport, has been involved in an accident near Washington, D.C. It appears to have collided with a military aircraft on approach. Flight 5342 was under the command of 4 crew members and carried 60 passengers for a total of 64 people on board. We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families. Members of our GO team will be on their way to Washington, D.C., and I'll be heading there shortly as well. We know that many people will be concerned for the welfare of their loved ones, and we've set up a special helpline friends and family can call at 1-800-679-8215. That's 1-800-679-8215. If you believe you've had friends or family on board American Eagle Flight 5342.
So that was a very somber American CEO, Robert Isom, who says their cooperation is, in his words, without pause. They have sent a GO team, and they are cooperating with the NTSB. I want to bring back in Tom Howder, who's former Director of Aviation Safety at the NTSB. Tom, when you hear a statement like that, obviously the CEO is shaken for a number of reasons. What role does an airline play in the investigation that comes after a disaster like this?
The major role is providing.
The major role is providing. The major role is providing.
Flight data,
Providing flight data. Providing flight data. Providing flight data.
All right, Tom, I'm sorry. We're having some trouble with your audio as well. I'm going to bring Aaron Katersky in because I know your audio is good sitting here next to me. Aaron, you just listened to 90 seconds of Robert Isom, who is the American Airlines CEO. It seems to me, as Sam Sweeney pointed out, we're in one of the safest periods that we've had in a long time. The last major disaster like this, Buffalo in 2009, we're not, at least over that stretch, we're not used to covering things like this. Americans, the flying public, not used to dealing with something like this. The CEO shaken for a number of reasons, on a human level, on a corporate level, whatever it is. He's going to be looking to help the people who are worried about the folks on that plane. But as I just asked the question, we unfortunately weren't able to get an answer from Tom. But talk a little bit about what happens now with American Airlines and what the CEO said about how they are going to be cooperating.
Well, they're going to have to cooperate and open up their operations to the NTSB. There is a pilots union, but undoubtedly the NTSB will be looking to talk to the pilots if they survived. If they did not, then any audio that can be recovered, black box information, that's going to be key. How were the pilots trained? How were they? How did they seem on their as they boarded the aircraft? Were there any eyewitnesses to them? I mean, all of these questions, although it appears, as Steve Ganyard mentioned, that the plane was doing everything right on its final approach into DCA. But the NTSB is going to take its time. These investigations take about a year to understand not only what happened, but why it happened, in the hope that it doesn't happen again. The more immediate concern, of course, is what's happening in the Potomac right now, and that is a search and rescue and what's been a recovery operation as the authorities have pulled bodies from the water.
Yeah, and you say a recovery operation because no one they have pulled from the water has survived that we know of. We've been checking with the area hospitals, and at least 3 of them, to the best of my knowledge, have told us that they have not received any patients, and that's one of those haunting pieces of information that you get in a situation like this.
But they're not going to give up hope just yet. It's still far too early. They are hoping that they can still find survivors and rescue people. That's how they're framing this right now, and undoubtedly that's what we'll hear moments from now from the mayor of Washington and other first responders. They've brought in mutual aid from Maryland and Virginia, and I think you will hear that they will work all night long and through well into Thursday before they give up hope.
And Sam, we were told that this was going to happen at 11:30. It pushed to 12:30. Completely understandable. It's happening now in just a few minutes. The mayor of D.C. has told us. Who do you expect to hear from there, and what kind of details are you expecting us to get outside of what we have so far?
Well, Phil, there's so many agencies working this scene and this investigation: NTSB, FAA, and then, of course, local fire from D.C., Maryland, Virginia. They'll likely have a spokesperson from there who will give us an update on the latest on the investigation, the mayor on the response. We now know that the CEO of American Airlines is heading here with a team. So this is going to be a joint operation, and it'll likely be an entire team to give us everything that they know so far with the rescue and recovery.
Louis Martinez is at the Pentagon for us. And Louis, I want to ask you about this. The military has told us that this was a training mission. As Steve Ganyard pointed out, we don't know what that means. Really experienced pilots will train at night to get hours on flying at night up and down the Potomac and in that crowded airspace, or it could have been someone who was more novice. We don't know what that is unless you have been told by anyone there what it was. What more do you know from the military?
Well, Phil, we don't know exactly what kind of training mission this was, but to Steve's point, that is exactly right. You're either going to build up your flight hours or you're going to try to build up your capability, your skills. And flying at night is a skill that is high end. And so this is something that military pilots do all the time. And I think tonight's incident just kind of highlights, when we hear the word training, we think that it's going to have those safe parameters and everything. But really, they are just as risky as operations in combat zones. And if anything, I think anything you're going to find is that training missions in the United States, you're going to find a high level number of accidents. And that is typical for the U.S. Army and for the U.S. military for a whole, because they're trying to build up their skills. They're trying to maintain what they need, the readiness levels that they need to be in combat. Now, Phil, one of the things that we have been told is that this particular helicopter belonged to a unit called Bravo Company from the 12th Aviation Battalion. We know that they were flying out of Fort Belvoir, but specifically at an airfield called Davison Army Airfield. That is a landing strip for a large aircraft, as well as a takeoff point for helicopters. Now, we've been reporting from earlier tonight that there were no senior Army officials aboard, and we talked about the proximity to the Pentagon and the fact that this aircraft was an Army Blackhawk. When we look at the unit, it all makes sense why officials were saying that. The 12th Army Battalion specifically is tasked with flying VIP officials from the Army. Actually, they fly two kinds of aircraft. It's the dull gray Blackhawks that we're used to seeing in tactical situations. They also have another kind of Blackhawk, another kind of aircraft called a gold top. And this is more of a more formal-looking helicopter. It has gold top, as the name implies, as well as the words U.S. Army on the sides. It's a fancier-looking helicopter, and that is typically what is used by VIPs at the Pentagon, most specifically from the Army, to travel from point to point. So now I think it makes more sense why we were hearing from officials that, as far as they could understand, there was no senior VIPs from the Army. But now, unfortunately, as we know, there were 3 Army soldiers aboard, which would have been the crew, the pilot, the co-pilot, and the crew chief.
Louis Martinez, our Pentagon reporter. Louis, thank you for that. I want to bring back in John Nance. John, we're waiting any minute now. We are going to hear from presumably a number of agencies at this news conference. What are you going to be looking to hear? What details do you need?
Well, at this point, most everything that they are going to be saying, we've already had some exposure to. But when it comes from them, NTSB especially, or any other officials, we can bank on it to a greater extent. And these early hours, we don't have a lot of hard information other than the fact that the 2 aircraft obviously came together and obviously are down. And again, I want to caution, and I think it's always important, but especially because it's been a long time since we've had a tragedy anywhere like this in the U.S. We're going to be looking, and the NTSB is going to be searching for every single contributing factor that happened. We call it a link in the causal chain. And it's very important that every one of those links, even though it doesn't sound like it was a big important thing, if you don't take care of it, understand it, and make sure that it's fixed throughout whatever system you're dealing with, it will show up as part of another causal chain. So there's a lot of detail here that's going to be necessary, not just finding out who flew in front of who or how this collision specifically occurred, although that is, of course, the prime focus right now.
You know, John, I found it striking when you said earlier on that, I used to cover a lot of these. I used to talk about a lot of these. It has been a very safe stretch since Buffalo in 2009. In your experience so far this evening, how has this been handled? And when I ask that question, I mean from everybody, from American Airlines. We haven't really heard from the NTSB yet, but all of the agencies there in D.C., the White House being briefed. How has this been handled so far?
I think in exemplary fashion, not just with respect to those of us in the media, because that sounds like we're just patting ourselves on the back, but I think it has been exemplary because the society has learned an awful lot by listening to the analyses of previous accidents. For instance, I think most people who know anything about Buffalo know that what we got out of that was a tremendous goldmine of information about how not to let our pilots get fatigued, and a responsibility that falls on an airline, large or small, to make sure those things don't happen. Tonight, if this continues in the same vein, we've got a body politic who is interested, listening, and understanding to a greater extent, especially this aspect of it's not just one cause.
Right. We heard from California Rep. Eric Swalwell earlier on, who actually flew in to the airport earlier on this evening. And he was talking about just what you are mentioning. He said that Congress might have a role to play here when they're trying to figure out how this happened, why it happened, and most importantly, how we prevent it from happening again in the future.
Yes, and I think the appropriate thing is for Congress and congressmen, senators to take a look at it before they start grandstanding. And this gentleman was not grandstanding. I don't mean to suggest that, but we have seen this too often in the past of things that end up in almost a committee type of hearing before they really understand what the accident was all about. So yeah, Congress, as he said, can be playing a very good supportive role, but not always are you going to find things in these accidents, however they occur, that require legislation. Sometimes it's just down to human factors, and that may be the case here.
Yeah, and the investigation is going to be multifaceted. So is our coverage. We're talking to John Nance about what happens now in the investigation. I have Aaron Katersky here with me at the news desk. And Aaron, I know you're following one of the most, actually right now it is the most important part of this investigation. It's all of those first responders who got there within minutes, some probably even quicker if they were out there on the Potomac, and they are doing everything they can to find anybody who might be alive. And we do know that they have pulled people from the Potomac.
They have not been alive, though, those who have been pulled. The numbers are fluid. There are more than a dozen bodies that have been pulled from the water at this point. I was just off the phone with a DC official who's there at the scene, has seen the debris field. There are different pieces of debris. I'm not sure everything is fully intact in the water. There are currents in the river, so they are looking at a significantly wide area of debris that they're searching. They've called for extraction tools. There may be individuals that are still strapped into their seats and will need to be extracted, so it is painstaking work. The operation, I'm told, is going to go on throughout the night now into the early morning hours here on the East Coast. And so far, they're thinking they're going to be hard-pressed to find survivors, but they will not give up that hope.
The official that you spoke to, first person I've heard who's put their eyes on the debris field. It's interesting to put it that way. I mean, we saw that explosion in the distance in that Earth Cam video. That was, it's a big explosion from far away. So it was a pretty big explosion. You have a regional carrier hitting a helicopter, then they go down.
Yeah. But from what it sounds like, and we're still trying to piece this preliminary information together, it's not like a giant explosion that resulted in hundreds and hundreds of pieces. I think we're talking about one or two hunks of aircraft. The helicopter may well be intact if upside down. We're still trying to sort it out from the officials who are there. But the area of the river they're searching is significant, right. And they are working under suboptimal conditions.
I have a statement here. This is the first time we're hearing from the NTSB, and I'm assuming that they will be at this news conference. The representative usually is. It says the NTSB has launched a GO team to the aviation accident involving a PSA Airlines Bombardier CRJ-700 airplane and a Sikorsky H-60 military helicopter near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. I want to bring John Nance back into the conversation. John, that's the first we're hearing from the NTSB. It will obviously not be the last. This investigation just getting underway.
Yes, and it's a very important investigation. They're going to be fanning out in all directions, just as has been stated previously, as Steve said this a little bit ago, that and Tom Howder did too, about getting the records all secured as fast as you can, the cameras, the audio tracks from air traffic control, all of this. You don't make a decision. They don't make a decision about what's important and what's not important until they get way into the latter part of the investigation. Right now, it's just collection and, of course, continuing to monitor the attempts to find survivors.
I'm hearing that the president has posted on Truth Social. Is there anything you guys can tell me about that? Because I don't have it in front of me. Can you paraphrase it for me? Oh, no. John, hang on one second.
All right.
Is there anything on the Truth Social? Yeah. Trump says the airplane was on a perfect and routine line. Okay, so the president is asking on Truth Social why the tower didn't tell the helicopter what to do. That's interesting because we're talking to John Nance right now. We've talked to Steve Ganyard. It seems like there was, not that I'm answering the president's question, but it seems like there was conversation between the tower and the helicopter. And what we've heard is that the tower said to the helicopter, do you see the plane? Yes, it's your responsibility to keep distance from it. So there was conversation there, but that is what the president has posted on Truth Social. He's got a question and he asked it out loud. John, I'm wondering what you think of that question and what we know so far from what we've heard.
Well, I think that question is very similar to that you would get out of folks who really don't know a lot about aviation, and you wonder why this directive wasn't given or that directive wasn't given. It's far more complex than that, obviously, and it's just opening the door, saying what happened. And I think one of the things that we need to understand is that you've got human factors involved here, and that's a phrase that we use. It's kind of a buzzword, but it means all the things that human beings can do to make mistakes. And believe me, we are really excellent at making mistakes, no matter how good we are in any particular profession. It's absolutely axiomatic that human beings cannot be 100% perfect 100% of the time. So when you ask why somebody didn't do something, you've got to do it against the background of all the complexity of that particular business and that particular enterprise. And in this case, there's a lot of complexity, including what they normally do in talking to the controllers as they fly back and forth around Reagan.
I want to bring Louis Martinez back into the conversation, a reporter at the Pentagon. And Louis, you know so much about how the military travels up and down that corridor. I'm wondering, there are viewers who are going to be watching thinking that the military doesn't have to adhere to the same patterns that civilian aircraft do because they're the military, they can fly around. But tell us what the deal is. There's a Blackhawk helicopter up there. People have to know it's there. They have to be in communication with the tower. Presumably they were. How does the military operate in that area?
Bill, the military helicopter flights, you see them all over the place by the Pentagon. There'll be times when I'm driving to work at the Pentagon and you'll see a pair of Blackhawks heading towards the direction of the building. That's because there's actually a helipad area. It's pretty, quite a distance from the building itself, but you can walk to it. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a place where VIPs in the building, let's say they have to make a short jaunt to inspect the facility or something like that, they will come there and they'll fly back and forth to the Pentagon. You're also going to see flight lines sometimes from U.S. Coast Guard helicopters because they are charged with flying around the area there around the Washington, D.C. area. You're also sometimes going to see park police helicopters. It's a very crowded airspace. And to your point, yes, it's all coordinated, not necessarily at the military level, but yes, definitely with civilian aircraft because the Pentagon is right next to National Airport. Reagan National Airport, as was described, is a very busy airport. But at the same time, it is located right next to the Pentagon. And so sometimes we'll be covering an event outside of the Pentagon, let's say an arrival ceremony where the Secretary of Defense is greeting a defense minister from another country, and everything's very quiet until you see hearing the roar of a takeoff or the roar of a landing, because we are so close to the Pentagon. And one of the reasons why we talk about that secure airspace around Washington, D.C., and planes having to fly and follow the contours of the Potomac River is just because of that, the security of so many important buildings, be it at Washington, D.C., or over at the Pentagon. You have to thread the needle if you're a pilot coming in on an approach. But military pilots, helicopter pilots specifically, when they fly around the Pentagon, definitely they have to maintain the contact with local the towers, because it is a crowded airspace. It's not just military. Obviously, as I've just described, it's very crowded with civilian aircraft all the time.
We're getting word from the NTSB that their investigators are arriving on scene tonight, and they will continue to brief us with information as they get it. I want to bring Tom Howder back into the conversation, former Director of Aviation Safety at the NTSB. Tom, you want to weigh in on this?
Well, there are military flight paths, helicopter routes around National Airport. They're marked, they're well known. The military guys know where they are. Yes, there is a lot of helicopter traffic in the area. There's helicopters coming from Andrews Air Force Base, from Davidson Army Airfield, from different places. But they do have planned routes to get in and out of the area. The question now is, which route was this helicopter on? What were the communications with this helicopter? And also, having lived in D.C. and flown in this environment, at night, there's a lot of lights out there. And so we get into the human factors of the helicopter said, yes, I saw the airplane. Well, did he really see that one, or he did see another light out there that he misidentified? And so the NTSB is going to have to do visibility studies from both aircraft. What could they see? Certainly, as John mentions, the RJ on approach is focusing on the runway. He's focusing on the approach. But could he have seen this? Where was the helicopter positioned? This is going to take time. It's going to take time to go through all the data and take a look at it. But I don't want people to think that these helicopters are just out there randomly running around. They do have very specific routes to fly. They are in communication with air traffic. And the question happens here, what happened? Where did communications fail? Where did visibility fail? This is sort of a see and avoid environment. And how didn't that work in this situation? And it'll take a while to piece together. And I know the NTSB will do it, but it will take time. It's not going to be solved overnight.
And Tom, I'm wondering what you make. The president obviously has been briefed on this and posted on Truth Social, asked a question. Obviously, it's one of the questions that people are thinking about tonight. He said, why didn't the tower communicate with the helicopter? We believe that there was communication between the tower and the helicopter. I'm wondering what you think of that question first off, and then when the NTSB, they say they're sending their investigators tonight, when they get there, what is the first thing that they do?
Well, in terms of the question, it's a good one. I mean, what were the communications? And if the tower says, do you see the other aircraft? And he gets back a positive response. Yes, I have the aircraft in sight. The tower thinks, fine, they'll avoid each other and it's not an issue. So, but we need to pin that down, what exactly happened. The NTSB tonight, they'll have structures people on scene to start taking a look at the wreckage. They'll have survival factors people on scene to take a look at, gather information about victims and seating and everything else. They'll be sending people to the operator, American, to look at all the records. So a lot will happen, but the NTSB will show up on scene mainly to, okay, the NTSB's here, we're in control of the situation, we're gathering information, and everything flows to the NTSB, which includes even from the military side. So they'll be very busy basically establishing their teams, putting everything together. And part of it's just getting to the accident site and how are we going to recover this wreckage, and in a systematic fashion. Once the search and recovery is over, then the NTSB will go into action to start pulling all the pieces out of the water and document them each time.
Tom, thank you. I want to go back to Alex Brochet. And just for our viewers who have been with us for a while now, you've been watching Alex there give us a ground view of what's going on. He now joins us from the phone because he's moved over to where that news conference is going to happen. You see it there on your screen. We're waiting for the officials to come in, but it seems like there's some activity, so this should be happening soon. We heard originally 11:30, then it was pushed to 12:30, and now it's just about 10 minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning. Alex, you're over there. What are you expecting to hear? Have they told you who's going to be briefing the media?
Hey, Phil. So, yeah, we are awaiting this press conference, but like most things this evening, it's been very, very fluid, and so it's slid. We do see law enforcement that's kind of congregated. Actually, let me orient you really quickly. We are in Terminal 1 right now, and so we have seen law enforcement kind of congregated in front of what is the Frontier check-in area, which is quite a ways away. It's a far enough away where you can have a private conversation out of earshot from the media. But we haven't gotten a lot of guidance in terms of who we're going to hear from or who all is represented. And I will tell you that, I mean, the emergency response to this incident has been massive. We have seen the law enforcement vehicles from multiple agencies, from D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, as well as federal authorities. Same thing with the first responder fire response. We saw those search boats and dive teams and dozens of fire trucks responding to this incident. Obviously, it required a massive response. But look, I mean, as the search outside continues for any possible survivors, I mean, time is really of the essence. You mentioned that this crash happened just before 9 p.m. tonight. Well, Phil, the temperature outside right now, it's below 40 degrees. That water is about 36 degrees. So the window for hope is it's closing relatively quickly, and I think that is why you're seeing just such a frantic pace here right now.
And Alex, before you moved over to where you're in Terminal 1, before you moved over there, I'm wondering, how much activity are you seeing actually out on the water? I've been watching these pictures for the better part of a few hours now, and it doesn't seem like there's a ton of activity actually out on the water. It looks like a lot of those emergency vehicles are on the side. I don't want to make anything out of that, but I'm just wondering what you've been seeing in terms of activity on the water.
Sure. Well, so from our vantage point, you could kind of see activity in the water. I will say also, like where that staging area was, that was on the north side, on the opposite side of where the last couple of live shots we've had were. There's a dock ramp there, and so I would just caution that there are likely a couple of different approaches from the water to this crash site, but in terms of the wall of red lights that we were looking at on that runway 33 on the southern end, most of those are on the land. So you're correct in your conclusion there that it does seem as though the activity on the water has died down, but if that's because the water is so cold and it's giving obstacles to dive teams, or it's just not safe, or if that's some other sort of indicator, that we don't know.
Yeah, and Alex, stay with us, and obviously let us know when that news conference begins. Sam Sweeney has just sent out some information that we were talking about how it's like 36 degrees. It's like 33 to 36 degrees, and obviously they're worried about not only hypothermia for anybody who survived the crash, but also for the brave first responders who are out there in the water as well. So it is very cold. Earlier on this evening, this regional jet left from Wichita, Kansas, carrying 64 people, 60 passengers, 4 crew members. This direct flight from Wichita to D.C. just started a year ago. And earlier on this evening, I spoke to Mayor Lily Wu of Wichita, who said her first day on the job was actually the first day these flights started a year ago. Listen to some of our conversation. The mayor of Wichita is on the line. Mayor, first of all, my condolences. This is horrific. There are going to be people on that plane from your community. It left from the airport there in Wichita. We understand from the airport director that these direct flights to D.C. just began about a year ago this month. So obviously our condolences for what has happened tonight. Tell me what you know.
Well, this is truly tragic, and our entire community right now is praying, hoping for better news. But as a community, the entire city of Wichita, the city council members and the staff all throughout the city of Wichita are hoping that we have better news to come out of this. But all that we know right now is the information that American Airlines shared with me. And that is also public. The number of individuals, 60 passengers and 4 crew members, is the confirmed information. As for the individuals who were on board, we do not have any further information, and we are still waiting for that.
We're waiting for that information as well, Mayor. I'm wondering what you are going to do there in your...
I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well. And officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
We want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here to extend our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting to rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Johnley from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airport's Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our unit, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee in Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., in this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary.
You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks to back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, who are doing, you know, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, you know, is apropos, and this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight, and thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, the President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. That's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United, and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the district, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the secretary, the mayor, the two senators for all of their support, and we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So, again, we'll continue to work the situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once Fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board. And I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes?
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting an operation like this?
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
The 2 people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there might be people who have lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight.
Yes. Secretary Duffy,
I'll call on who's next. Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, Jack, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
Secretary Duffy.
A question for Secretary Duffy. Yes, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the biggest challenges for the rescue team? What best scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in. And because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. The divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
It's for Secretary Duffy. Have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater D.C. area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Could any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been reports that the DCA tower contacted the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, that apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those final moments?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes.
2 words for Secretary Duffy. The first being, you were talking about when you were in the Situation Room with the President and Pete Hegseth both being there. Can you tell us more about the President's initial reactions to this, as well as Pete Hegseth, that this was a military helicopter?
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the President was located, as well as with Secretary Hegseth. We were exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the President is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The President has committed to this team and to the NTSB through the DOT that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Mr. Secretary, do we know the condition of these aircraft? Are they whole? Are they split? Are they pieces?
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we got guidance that DCA was going to be shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard 11 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We can take a few more questions. A question here, and here.
Mayor Bowser, can you just confirm, has anybody been transported to the hospital?
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can when first responders first arrive?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening when the call came out. I listened to the responders come in, and the initial response, they were very professional, trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it, except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking. The boats pretty quickly were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it, but we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
Do you have a sense that there are survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Is any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you were next, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. My question is, do we have any plan to prevent future
crash or future accident? Do we have any like to reform the authority, the airport control to calm those people who are flying in the next few days? And also, how long the rescue is going to last? Are we going to stop rescue after tomorrow 11 a.m.? It's like divers team, because they are still in the golden hours now.
No. I mean, I think you just heard the chief said we're going to be out there as long as it takes. And we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our fellow citizens. Yes.
This is for the Chief and Secretary Duffy. How do you balance the search and rescue operation with preserving the scene for the investigation that's now underway?
So, from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first. But I don't think that I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are all working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and we will work together to make sure that if there's crucial evidence that it's preserved. And that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. So life comes first, and everything else is after that.
Okay, last question. Yeah.
Secretary Duffy, I just want to ask, I know it's early, but are there any immediate actions the FAA should take to prevent helicopters and commercial airplanes from getting too close to one another?
So obviously there'll be a review of what happened here tonight, and after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
Do you have any more details about the helicopter mission with the Blackhawk? And Mayor Bowser, have you heard directly from President Trump?
I spoke with the President's National Security Advisor, and I have not talked to the President yet, and I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press to help us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215. 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will like
All right, so there you have it, all that we know at this hour from officials from the mayor of D.C. to senators from Kansas to Sean Duffy, the recently appointed and approved Secretary of Transportation, to all of the folks who run the operations that you are watching there, and they are calling this a rescue operation still. I want to bring Aaron Katersky in to sort of debrief what we just heard. You and I were sitting here listening to that with our own questions, about the river and the current and, what they're doing, what the wreckage looks like at that hour. We didn't get a lot of that, but it seems like they were leaving it to the NTSB.
And I think truly it is fluid. So they did not provide any information about fatalities. Here at ABC News, we can confirm there are multiple fatalities. So far, they have not pulled any survivors from the water. That doesn't mean they won't. You heard the fire chief from DC Fire and EMS talk about how feverishly they're working in what he called a highly complex rescue operation right now in the cold, in the wind. The conditions on the Potomac are certainly not helpful to this kind of an operation. One new detail that I think was notable is the first call from the tower came at 8:48 p.m. Eastern Time. 10 minutes later, at 8:58 p.m., the first units were on the scene to confirm that aircraft were in the water, and then some 300 responders descended onto the Potomac. They have dive teams at each piece of the wreckage. They have boats nearby, but you did hear that it is quite windy. They are working with a current, so they're having to stay with the pieces as they float through the water. And this operation is expected to last many, many hours.
We did get some confirmation there, and our Alex Prochet asked it. We originally thought the airport would be closed till 5 o'clock Friday morning. We heard, and that is fluid too, that it will open at 11 o'clock. He said first flights this morning, Thursday, in just about 9.5 hours. I want to bring in Jay O'Brien, who is at a reunification center at DCA. Jay, what's happening there now?
Yeah, so we're inside the closed terminal, Phil, and just to give you a sense of what it's like in here, as you and I talked about much earlier on in the night, it's deserted in here, and they've got these signs up here now saying that the airport is temporarily closed due to an emergency situation. As you noted, we got that tidbit of news that they're going to endeavor to get planes moving out of this airport again by tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. But what's really happening here is that family and friends of those who were on board that American Airlines flight are coming through these doors here, and they're going down these escalators here to a place where we understand the families are gathering. We've talked to some of them. We've also tried to be respectful, obviously, of what they're going through. They're shell-shocked, to say the least. They don't say much other than ask for directions, frankly, as to where they're going to go, and express the shock and, frankly, the questions that they have. A few friends of those who were on board that plane are also sitting out here in this area where we are, and they were watching that press conference, Phil, intently on their cell phones, trying to get any answer possible, because they still have hope that their loved ones, their friends, can be recovered, Phil.
It is heartbreaking how horrific, and they did hear that there are 300 people out there, 300 first responders looking for their loved ones. Jay, thank you. I want to bring in Catherine Falders right now. Catherine, we did hear from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, newly confirmed as of Friday. He said the Army and the Defense Department will immediately launch an investigation into what happened, this air disaster. What more do we know from the White House response tonight?
Look, we know that President Trump, of course, has been briefed on this incident. He has taken to Truth Social to, in his words, he is saying that there was an issue with the air traffic control tower. We didn't hear that much, at least from officials in that news conference then, but I'm told from a senior White House official who I was just speaking with that the president is still getting updates on this. He has been briefed. He's continuing to be briefed. He's receiving updates from his top advisors and his national security team. So we could hear more from him on this soon, but he is closely monitoring the situation.
Catherine Falders from D.C. Catherine, thank you. I want to bring back in John Nance. John, I'm wondering, you watched that news conference with us. The NTSB was not there. They're obviously, they said they are going to be there tonight, but I'm wondering what you got from that news conference and how much more information are we going to need in the coming days?
We're going to need an awful lot more information, but by the same token, I think it was a very good presentation of the chiefs involved and the senators and everybody, putting a common face on what exactly needs to be done, and talking about the NTSB and their particular role. So yes, we're just at the very beginning of this, and the cautions, that you're going to hear not only from me over and over again, but from a lot of people, is this is early on in the investigation. Usually, in my experience over the years, our first idea of what happened is usually wrong. Here, we know we had a collision. The question is, what caused it?
All right, John, thank you. I want to let people know what we're looking at. These are brand new Getty images we're getting of the what looks to be the fuselage of the plane in several pieces. Aaron, you're taking a look at these. Does this pretty much go along with what that official told you from D.C.?
It does, Phil, in that the aircraft came down, hit the water, and through the collision and the impact of the water, broke apart into pieces, questioning the survivability factor here, Phil.
And then, of course, there was the impact and the temperature. But there are 300 people out there looking for anybody that they can find. Aaron, thank you. That's our show for now. I'm Phil Lipoff. ABC News Live will continue to cover this story for you all throughout the night. We'll bring you the latest in the morning as well. Good night.
I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority.
To me, it don't look like too many,
we are here
if any
to
made it. It's not a good situation whatsoever.
Port property. We heard that earlier. We don't know that any have been recovered or anybody's been rescued, but any who will be, from the sense we're getting from our conversations with the authorities, that is likely they will be bringing them to the airport property, which, by the way, is sealed off, even though we do have a crew, you know, at one of the terminals where that news conference just was. If you're passing the airport on GW Parkway, you cannot enter it. And as we understand, and now I want to pan to the right here. See this boat coming in? He's heading to the dock here. And when we were here earlier, they were exchanging crews, so we're not sure if that's what they're going to do again. But here's one of the boats that's been out here, and it had red and blue flashing lights. So that's not just a boat owner. That is one of the authorities out there. And so if you're driving by the airport, you'll notice there are police blocking the entrances, so you cannot enter the airport property. I drove all the way around over by Joint Base Anacostia Bowling and Blue Plains, and any entrance to where you would possibly get close to the river where the plane and helicopter sadly went down, you can't get in there. So basically, this is probably, for right now, besides Gravelly Point, if you're familiar with Gravelly Point, the best vantage point to see the work that is being done by hundreds, no doubt hundreds of first responders on the water, on the shore, in the air, as they ideally recover survivors. But as we've been talking about, the conditions are not like they were several days ago, but they are brutal, and it's just pretty awful. And when I was here about 2 hours ago, there were dozens of people just from the community who wanted to come get close. And I mentioned some were praying, and others just, when they were leaving, had their heads down. But they came here because they were interested in seeing what was going on. There aren't many just bystanders out here now. Just us as reporters, and you see, you know, the boats on the water, and taking advantage of the docks here to stop exchange crews and head back out again, guys.
Bob, there's a lot that makes this search and rescue very difficult, and obviously the timing of this tragic and horrible incident definitely is making it even tougher for those first responders. 300 first responders, according to the officials that we just heard from, who are out there searching through 8 feet of water. But again, we want to reiterate, there are divers in both aircraft, inside the helicopter and inside the American Airlines flight 5342. Those divers are searching those aircraft. They are in the water at this hour, and Sharon, they need some light.
Yeah, they do. And the Potomac River, on average, is about 24 feet deep. Yeah. So there's a wide area to search. Dark conditions. Let's go over to Mike Thomas, because Mike, they could use some light. Sadly, it's 1:30 in the morning right now. Light is what, 5 hours away?
Yeah, well, light's probably, and what we call civil twilight, which is where it starts to get bright enough that you can actually see what you're doing outside, right? That doesn't occur until 6:47. So unfortunately, they still have several more hours where they're working in darkness. Winds at this hour, not as bad, but occasionally we do still get some gusts up over 20, and that'll make the water choppy. That'll reduce visibility out there. Again, Sharon mentioned 24 feet on average, Potomac River. That's from the mouth up to the north as it kind of runs up the Virginia-Maryland border, right around that Reagan National Airport area. The average is about what that gentleman from earlier spoke about 8 feet near Reagan National Airport. There is a shipping channel, I'll show you in a minute, where it is a little bit deeper, though it doesn't sound like they're searching in that particular channel. It sounds like like it's in the shallower parts of the river there. 5-mile-per-hour winds at D.C. right now. That's at least a little bit beneficial. And if you notice the picture to the north and west, there is still some ice on the river. Now, it's mostly in the shallows closer to the shoreline. But Bob mentioned we had a 60-degree day today, 64 at Reagan National this afternoon. As that ice starts to thaw and melt, water does not change its temperature nearly as fast. We could have 60 for a couple more days, and water temperatures would struggle to make it much past 40 degrees for a few days yet. It takes a while for the water to respond to the air temperatures. So unfortunately, water temperatures tonight, as you'll see in a moment, still down in the 30s. 45 degrees, that's the air temperature. So one good spot about the warm day is that the temperatures as of this moment certainly not as cold as, say, had this happened this time last week when it would be absolutely awful. Those are the water temperatures in the bay. Satellite can still pick those up, about 34, 35, and we're seeing that echoed in the Potomac River as well. There is a buoy not too far, kind of just to the north of Reagan National here, that is reading a temperature just updated about 20 minutes ago with 35.8 degrees. So the unfortunate reality is that according to the U.S. Search and Rescue Task Force website, in water temperatures like this, survivability is about 30 to 60 minutes. And of course, knowing that this crash happened hours ago, it really is going to be tough. I mean, we can always hope, right? And at this point, that's sort of what we have to do here. Reagan National Airport, again, just to the south. We have been showing this camera of the recording of the crash off the Earthcam located just off to the north and to the west of where the Lincoln Memorial was. It was tracking that flight as it came inbound to DCA, which was about to run or trying to land there on runway 33. That is this sort of diagonal runway that runs from northwest to southeast. Winds were coming out of the northwest, and of course pilots will tell you they always like to land against the wind. It helps stabilize the aircraft as it comes in. Here's the river depth I wanted to mention. On the extreme eastern side, away from the airport, as far as away from the airport as you can do it, they have the shipping lane, which is where those big container ships will go on by. They keep it as far away from the airport intentionally, right? They don't want the planes flying and hitting any of the taller ships there. So 30 to 36 feet of depth there on the eastern flank. It's a pretty narrow shipping lane, though. They really stay confined to that eastern shore. It's in this area where they're likely doing most of the searching here. So kind of central and western portions of the river there. That's where the average depth, 5 to 15 feet. And of course, we had the official earlier tell us that most of the rescue efforts are happening in about 8 feet of water at this time. So that's what's going on right around Reagan National weather-wise. That's where Bob was, right there at Dangerfield Island, looking north right at Reagan National Airport. And again, most of the crews he's looking at just off to the north and northeast of his position, guys. We'll send it back over to you. Again, sunrise and when we should start to see some daylight and hopefully get a little bit more answers. That comes up 6:47 for twilight and then 7:15 official sunrise here in Washington.
Mike, before you leave us, I do want to ask you this one quick question because we do have a new image from the crash scene that we want to show people. But this is a very important question: is for the rescuers tomorrow morning, the temps. What are they going to see at 7 a.m. in the morning, and how will conditions change? Obviously, the light will help, but as far as the weather and the forecast for tomorrow morning.
So winds not going to be nearly as rough tomorrow morning as they were today when we had those wind advisories. No advisories tomorrow. And temperatures still in the 40s, and they probably won't drop too much farther. But we're not expecting to get below freezing here in D.C. tonight. Maybe upper 30s, but certainly not going to be the coldest night we've had this week. So a little bit of a benefit there. Still, though, we're talking about air temperatures in the 30s. They're suffering through pretty tough conditions out there.
All right, Mike, thank you. Of course, we know Reagan National Airport also shutting down operations till tomorrow at 11 a.m. At least that's the latest. We want to show you. This is obviously very disturbing for all of us.
Just like with the meteorologist, man, he's real hyped up and whatnot. I get it, like he's a meteorologist, but you gotta tone it down a little bit. But just looking at all the different things that have taken place and that are taking place, and just the result so far, I mean, come on, like they haven't pulled one live body out the water yet, and we know this. Like, They got dinghies or dinghies, whatever them junks call everything. They haven't pulled one live body out. Just the impact alone, then 200 feet up, just hitting the water from 200 feet is enough to make things grim, if not bleak. And then, I pray. I'm sending prayers out to everybody and hoping that everything goes well, but it just don't seem like it's
the wreckage there, and that is something else to see. We knew that we possibly see something
hope and pray
like
it's a
that,
couple survivors.
but to actually lay eyes on it, that is tough to see.
Yeah, and no doubt. I mean, listen, our hearts, our thoughts right now are with the families, both in Wichita, Kansas, and the ones that are here. We are told some families are here, some are trying to desperately get here, some are depending on us and D.C. officials to get them the information that they need. Again, Mayor Bowser, as of just a few moments ago, said this is a rescue operation. We have not heard of anyone surviving this crash yet. We are hoping that we do get that news. But again, that first image from Getty Images of this plane crash, something we haven't seen in this region for decades. We saw earlier, kind of in the distance, the plane crash where you can kind of see that fireball in the sky. But this certainly gives us a much more sobering image.
And it also shows us what those first responders are dealing with. That is a little bit of light that we're seeing there to show us that image, but they are trying to light up that area as much as possible. But as Chief Donnelly said from Fire and EMS, they're dealing with a black spot here. That is the Potomac River at this hour. That they don't have a lot of lights that will be able to show, exactly, right up on top of, whatever they're trying to search or whatever like that. And it's, the lighting is obviously an issue. Let's get to Josh Rosenthal as we've got our reporters spread out over that area right now. Josh, what are you seeing?
Another issue too, like it's the cold.
At the intersection of S and Half Streets Southwest.
Freezing is 32 degrees.
You've got Nats
They're
Park
saying
to my
that
right, behind me, Frederick
it's
Douglass
36
Memorial Bridge. And down this
degrees
way is what
and
we
windy and
believe
gusty.
to be
So you got
a command center,
15 mile an hour
staging
winds.
area. I say that for a few reasons. There is water access down there. By
on
the way,
top
in
of
relation to the
36
airport,
degree
we're
weather.
Across the Potomac and up the Anacostia.
In
just a
addition
little bit.
to
We've seen a tremendous
the
amount
midair
of
collision.
emergency personnel coming and going from this point for the past couple
And look
hours
at
that
the-
we've
look
been
at the
standing out here
pictures.
now. We saw what we
Look
believe
at
to
that
be a
plane.
DC police helicopter land down there not too long ago.
You know,
we know
I
there's
saw
a
something the
helipad
other
down
day
there. Also, as you see here, this is
where they have
fire equipment and
I-
personnel trying to make
forgive
their
me for
way
using the
down
word
there. We've seen
caboose,
quite a
but
few ambulances
there was a
go down
plane
there. Also, fire trucks,
that,
police cruisers,
you know,
and
it was
police
like the whole
SUVs.
pilot
What
part,
exactly
then the
they're
passenger
doing down
part,
there,
which
all
I'm
this emergency
referring to as the
personnel,
caboose.
what exactly they're preparing
They
to
were
do,
able
it's tough to know from our
detach
vantage point.
that
However, I
from
can tell
the
you it is a
actual
tremendous amount of personnel
hub of the
that's
plane,
just
like
down
the
there.
whole
street,
pilot
it's
cabin,
a dead end, only about
the
a block
whole,
down in that
like
direction.
all
Of
the
course,
engines,
we can't go
everything,
down
and
there.
then
We're
once it
staying behind the
detached,
police tape. But
there
there
were
is a lot of
parachutes.
activity here. As far
So there
as
was
this
no
general
type of
area
jet
goes,
fuel or
obviously
anything
it's
like
pretty quiet.
that
It's in the
to
wee hours of the morning here.
explode.
However, many of these streets are shut
And
down to
that
traffic.
looked
The
cool,
cars that
right?
are
So
coming through
looking
are
at
either
that, it's just like, okay,
emergency
that's cool.
personnel or
And then people were
occasionally
thinking like,
you
oh,
see
what about
people
the
who
pilots?
live
They're not
here
gonna push that
come
button,
by.
they're
For
gonna die
instance, this
too.
car
It's like a
might
delayed
be,
reaction. Like, so when they
similar
push the
along
button
those
to
lines. And
eject
we've seen quite a few
the
people
pilot,
approach police, oftentimes trying
the
to get
cockpit
into their
from the
buildings or
cabin,
their parking
they
garages,
have
and we're
X
seeing them
amount of
being
time to walk
turned away
into
and told
the
to park on the street,
cabin
do whatever
and
they have
secure
to do.
themselves
But this
also.
area, despite being,
Which that's a cool
decent
concept.
clip
In this
from the airport,
situation,
again, across the
obviously,
Potomac
it
and up
would
the
not work
Anacostia a little
because
bit,
we're talking
it is
about
pretty much being shut down to people who
a
are
collision,
coming and going.
but, you know,
for hours now,
it's just food
we've
for
been seeing
thought,
a lot
though.
of this equipment, heavy
I was
equipment
always scared to fly
being staged,
myself.
coming in, parking. Clearly,
when I
this
was
is
younger
a
from watching
major
La Bamba. I don't know
activity
if you guys
site
ever watched
for
La
some of these
Bamba.
emergency responders who are working
Richie Valens, the story of
hard this morning
La
and
Bamba, the
taking
story of
part
Richie
in
Valens.
this
But
rescue mission.
that had me terrified.
It is a massive operation. Josh Rosenthal, thank you. And
to
we know
ever
that,
fly.
according to those officials,
And then
who
I
gave that
started
update
flying 2 years ago.
That they are operating under
Because
unified
of the
command.
position,
the mutual
no,
aid
yeah,
agreement is
because of a
underway
promotion
right
I
now,
got at
where
work.
it is all hands is on deck
I
here in the
started flying,
DMV.
and
Federal, state, local.
I got comfortable with it, but then stuff like this happens, and I'm like, you know what?
Helping, a number of boats
I'm gonna do like I did
along with 300 responders
3 years ago,
and, listen,
next time
there
I
are a
want
lot
to
of
go to
questions
Florida
as to how this could happen. I think that's the biggest
Nevada,
question that
I'm
people
driving.
are wondering. How this could have happened, how many air traffic
I don't want to talk
controllers
over the whole
were
thing, but I
listening to
just-
this
I
when
wanted
it
to get my little
happened,
2 cents
who had
on-
the wrong altitude, what went wrong. All of that is part of the investigation by the NTSB, the FAA.
Some of this, 'cause a
Many
lot of
say
it
it could
was
take months.
redundant,
It could
you know?
take years
So I didn't
till we
wanna
get
just have you hearing the same
exactly all
recycled
the
verbiage.
answers. But right now, I think the focus is on the people on board. We don't know who was on board. We just know that it was 64 people on that plane and 3 people on that helicopter. Imagine the families that are just desperate for answers. I can imagine the anxiety out there. Just as someone who's reporting on this, sadly, I feel, Kenneth, as the hours go by, this is going to get harder and harder to report on. But, you know, as we've talked about in our reporting, over the last couple of years, I mean, we've seen these close calls at Reagan National for some time, and it's been a point of contention for a lot of people who are against potentially adding more flights to Reagan National just because of the capacity the airport was operating at, this staff issues. And
well, that's
you know, we never have had a
She
collision
said they've
like
had
this,
close calls
but we have
before,
had
but
close
now
calls in the past that I'm sure
I mean, hey,
a lot of people are
see,
saying, gosh,
now the
you know,
firefighters said we put
this is
lives
what, we've
over
been talking about
everything
and
else,
reporting
but
about, the aviation
it sounds like to me they're putting
warning
money
for
over
some time.
everything else,
We've
not the
seen those near
firefighters, but
misses,
just the
near
economy
collisions,
itself, right? The
and we've
government,
reported on
because
them. We've
she just said
reported
they've
on
had close calls before,
the
and
adding
here
of
we
those
are.
flights and the concerns from neighbors about noise and safety from lawmakers as well as the residents here. And these are all things that will be debated and discussed. But as you pointed out earlier, all this attention, as it should be, is on the families, the victims of this crash here, of the soldiers that were inside, the military members who were inside that helicopter, and those who were on that flight. We want to get back to our Sierra Fox, who has one of the senators from Kansas there, who was speaking at that news conference. Sierra.
Hi, Kenneth. Right now I'm here at Reagan National Airport, joined by Kansas Senator Roger Marshall. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me during these difficult circumstances. Just what was your reaction when you heard what happened?
You know, is it true? Where is this plane really from Wichita? Those were the first reports. I didn't know they were true or not. But beyond all that, I just think it's so important that I express my prayers, my concern, my love for anyone who lost a loved one in this family, especially my Kansans. But, you know, certainly the pilots and the flight attendants and the military personnel that, you know, this is a tough time. It's a tragedy to lose one person when you lose many, many people simultaneously. It's a heartbreaker. And it's starting to all sink in that this really happened, and there's no ambulances leaving here. There's no life watches leaving here, and it's 5 or 6 hours into this, so it's a bad situation.
There's a sorrow feeling here, especially as this is just a waiting game. You did say you express your condolences to those who have lost loved ones. Can you confirm any fatalities at this time?
You know, officially, I'm not. I can't. No one's told me, but we had over 60 people on a plane. It's crashed in the Potomac. There was a large explosion. No ambulances are leaving. No air flights, air evacuations going here. So I just have to assume the worst. And it's just been too long in that cold water, I'm afraid.
Dangerous conditions. The first responders are working in difficult conditions as well, dark and cold out there. And what are the next steps for you?
Yeah. Well, I do want to also say thanks to those rescue workers. I really do. My dad was a police officer for 25 years, and remember cold nights when someone had drowned or they had to send divers out, and it's definitely life-threatening for them as well. I appreciate what they're doing. It's not only cold, it's not only dark, but they're inside of a structure that's going to feel like a cave, and they don't know really the safety of that structure. I don't think there's any way to go in there and say, is it safe for us to be in this or not? So just pray that we don't lose any more lives, and we'll go from there.
And what are the next steps in this? As Congress, how do you plan to help?
You know, I think that we'll let Sean Duffy do his job. new Secretary of
All right,
Transportation.
fam, I'm about to
There's
tap
other
out. I'm going to keep
investigators
this
from
going.
the
It looks
feds
like we got
as well.
a
They'll
good
do their
live
job.
feed for a while, so I'm
I
going to
hope
go
that
ahead
we
and
give some type
I'm
of
going to
word
turn
to the
off my
American public
video.
sooner or later.
I won't
that
tap in
why
on the
this
mic
happened.
anymore, but I'm going to
And
keep the
I
live
know they
feed
hate
going
to
so
do
you
that till the
guys can
complete
see what's
investigation's
happening.
done, but Americans
Hopefully
deserve
they
to know that. I
recover
mean,
somebody, you know what I'm saying? It's
I
kind of
fly out of
messed
this
up,
airport twice
but
a week.
just looking at the
I
impact,
have
looking at
Kansas
what
fly
took
here
place,
every
man.
day.
It's not
Many
looking
times
good.
on this
And
flight.
they've been
This
in
is
the
a one-way
water
flight
since
from
9
Wichita
o'clock
every
p.m.
day.
Eastern Standard
It's
Time.
usually 60, 70 Kansans
It's too
on
cold.
it. So we need to know
It's
if
too
it's
cold,
safe. Was
bro.
this a
You know what I'm saying?
preventable
So,
accident or not?
y'all
So we
have a
want
good one. Thanks
answers,
for
but
tapping
tonight,
in. Don't forget to like,
tomorrow's the day to
subscribe.
mourn.
And your colleague said that he actually lobbied for this flight, started a year ago, nonstop flight from Wichita, Kansas, here to the D.C. area.
I cover a lot of different topics.
You know,
you
can
can
you
look
speak
at the
about the
description to
community
find out what.
in Wichita?
but
You said, you know, everyone knows everyone. It's like a family there.
Yeah, it is.
I
I
ain't
grew up 30
I'm not
miles
trying
from
to promote
Wichita,
it like that
basically
right
a
now,
suburb
so
of
y'all have a
Wichita,
good
if you
night, man.
will.
Peace.
I bet I've had 80, 90 people from Wichita text me tonight, many Kansans. None of the family members yet that I know of. So we do all know each other. And, you know, we've been through tornadoes before, we've been through floods before, and we'll get through this. But, you know, our community will draw together, we'll draw on our faith, and we'll get through this.
And lastly, during the press conference, you mentioned a scripture. I know during these situations, everyone says thoughts and prayers. So can you just share that here for our audience?
Well, let me see what it was. It was from the book of Psalms, and give me a moment to pull it up here. So it's from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." And as I look for a scripture tonight, you know what? I feel crushed in spirit. That's what we feel like tonight.
Absolutely. You also mentioned we all need to put our arms around each other and support each other and help each other during this difficult time. Senator Roger Marshall, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me. There are a lot of scared people and families out there right now. Kenneth and Sharon, I'll send it back into you.
I mean, no doubt, right? Please thank the senator for talking to us, Sarah. Thank you so much. People back in Wichita are desperate.
Yeah.
They want answers. They're far away. They can't reach their loved ones. Although Jack Potter, the CEO of the Washington Airport Authority, did confirm that some families were here waiting for their loved ones. They have now designated an area for families to wait as they get news. Again, this search and rescue operation could take days. They said that they have counselors there for those families, as you can imagine, just the pain that they are going through. I've never seen a collision of this at this scale play out in an area that we call home, so close to home. And potentially, you know, we are hoping for the best outcome from this, but potentially the amount of losses that could come out of this is truly devastating. So what I think, Kenneth, that stands out to me is, you know, America is resilient, and we always come together. And already just seeing 300 responders, the region, Maryland, Virginia, D.C. coming together. The mayor was talking about the governors of both Maryland and Virginia reaching out, providing resources, everyone kind of coming to the aid of this major and massive rescue operation. I think hopefully gives us a little bit of calm as we are waiting just the most anxiety-provoking news that we can bring you.
Because of the nature of air travel, we were just focusing on the Wichita community that is definitely impacted by this deadly crash. But our community also, because we know there were people who were traveling home, as you mentioned, and family members here were waiting on them. And they heard this grim and horrible news, and obviously for the past few hours hoping that maybe someone could be found pulled from the water. But as we heard from that news conference a few minutes ago, they won't confirm if anyone's been pulled from that water, any survivors or the fatalities at this point.
Right. Again, our coverage continues. We have a host of reporters out there covering it from every angle for us. Fox's Chad Pergram joining us now. Chad, what are you seeing? Where are you at?
Well, we are just south of the airport here on Dangerfield Island. We are just to the south of the runway there. And I want to point out, you know, we've seen police helicopters, we've seen rescue boats, officers walking out onto these piers with flashlights, because the way the current is, eventually they think that it kind of drifted down to the western shore of the Potomac River here, where they might find debris or, God forbid, bodies or wreckage. There was some conjecture here just a bit ago that they might be looking.
If you guys see me doing any kind of
parts,
copy and pasting, I'm just pasting some of those links in the chat for you guys to refer to. Because you got to realize it's not just happening in D.C. It's also a lot of families in Wichita. This is a direct flight from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. It was something that they implemented over a year ago for just a quick way to get from point A to point B, and this is just a tragedy. So
Dulles International Airport, it's not as small. It's a notoriously small runway, and other people say, well, this is good for the economy and so on. You know, the Kansas senators who appeared at this press conference a little bit ago with Muriel Bowser, they noted that this flight from Wichita, that has just been added within the past year. And this has been a real test for two new cabinet secretaries just confirmed in the past couple of days by the Senate. Pete Hegseth, the new defense secretary, he put out a statement earlier calling this, quote, absolutely tragic, and prayers for all impacted souls. And then also Sean Duffy, who is the new transportation secretary, he was just confirmed by the Senate yesterday afternoon. But what we've seen over the past couple of hours is they've gotten very close, looking in this region on the western side of the Potomac River, looking for possible debris down here. And again, we're just south of that runway if you're approaching Reagan National Airport from the south. And again, that plane was landing from the south. If you've been on a plane flying into Reagan National, they come in, you fly by Mount Vernon, and then they come up. And we think that they found some of the wreckage of the fuselage in the pier that extends to the south of the runway, because they have those lights that go out into the river to kind of elongate the runway there. So that's what they've been looking at right now, but we genuinely don't have a lot of answers. And the most striking and perhaps the most tragic thing is they've not told us about survivors. We've not heard ambulances taking people to the airport, and that's why this is such a bad, terrible, dark night here in Washington, D.C. and Northern Virginia.
Yeah,
guys,
it's so
back to
dark behind you, Chad. You can just kind of get a really good picture as to what they're up against. Do you see how many boats are out there? I mean, we see obviously it's a massive operation, but as far as boats, are you seeing a big number? Can you count them on your hand?
You know, it's been different numbers. We saw 2 or 3 at one point here, and there was another one that came over here. They seem to be focused at that point. There was a fireboat that came by maybe about 45 minutes or an hour ago. They've been in dribs and drabs, and at different waves of the police helicopters have been coming through.
Right. Chad, thank you. We appreciate your time. We know you're a busy man this morning as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Chad mentioned some of those national points there when it's national news, but local to us here, because, again, it's the nature of Washington, D.C., which is, he mentioned the federal authorization, the FAA Reauthorization Act, that added more flights there to DCA. And so now, while, yes, we're focused on this recovery and rescue effort, there's going to be something that happens here on Capitol Hill in Congress, most likely. There's a new administration in the White House. The president has already spoken on this, and we expect to hear from the president later. I almost said tomorrow, but later today, because it is now Thursday morning after this Wednesday night tragedy there at Reagan. But there most likely will be some type of action that could be taken. What that is, it remains to be seen at this point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I just want to add my 2 cents about this too. So I'm copy and pasting some of this stuff over so you guys can take a look at it. But there's been no reported survivors whatsoever so far. So the things you see on the side screen are some of the things that that's just a different browser I had open. And I'm going to put that information in there for you guys to take a look at if you want to. But like I say, they haven't reported any survivors. I personally don't believe that there are going to be any survivors, but I hope and I pray that there will be survivors.
That was hovering overhead. We don't hear it, but we have heard a number of helicopters from across the river over at the Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, hovering close to the water. The ones that have been kind of overhead of us have been, you know, high up, maybe a few hundred feet, but there have been other helicopters hovering right over the surface of the water, and you see all these flashing lights. These are first responders on the property of Reagan National Airport, the far southern end of the airport off the runways here, and we have heard earlier that we believe any recovery efforts, any rescue efforts will likely be brought to that location there on the airport property, which if you happen to in the next coming hours drive north or south on GW Parkway, you'll notice that police are blocking the entrances to Reagan National Airport. Apparently, you know, flights in and out have been canceled till Friday morning. So no reason for anybody else to be going to the airport. In fact, you can't because they have the entrances blocked, even though we have crews there on the property. Now, if we pan off to the right, we're going to give it a try. Eugene, you see the helicopter in the air over there? We're going to see if you can see that. So there is one helicopter right now, and this is kind of what we've been seeing. You'll see it here in a moment, just kind of flying over the water. And do you see it, Eugene? You got it? Okay. So there are still helicopters in the air. You asked Chad how many boats. I would say there are at least a handful that we have seen, and you can see some flashing lights out on the water as well. So we know that you know, there is still a helicopter in the air using their infrared technology, night vision with the divers on the water, because while there is that striking Getty image of the wreckage, you know, in shallow, what appears to be shallow waters on the eastern side of the Potomac River over by the air base over there where Marine One is based. We believe they're using, you know, night vision equipment as you know, not as far as this shoreline, but coming from that eastern shore of the Potomac to where we are on the western shore, on the Virginia side, because we have seen the boats with their lights and their crews passing us slowly, and helicopters with spotlights flying overhead, skimming the surface of the water over here, almost to the shore of the Virginia side of the Potomac River. So the effort continues. It will get easier with daylight in several hours, but you know, time is of the essence. If, you know, God willing, there is someone who is still alive from this crash. But as many as, 67 souls lost, and some of them, we believe, probably still in the river, unfortunately. And do we see a boat there? Yes, you see a boat there. That one does not have any lights on it, guys. And we have heard that there was a call for anybody who had a boat and was up at this early hour on Thursday morning, who could get into the water and help. And so we believe that's probably one of them. As you see there is a motor at the end of that, but it is, and perhaps that is, you know, an official boat, but it is, we believe it is, okay, maybe one of the, like a pontoon kind of boat or something, but most of what we have seen out on the water has had flashing blue and red lights. That's why I was wondering if this one wasn't perhaps a civilian watercraft. But as we see, we pan off to the right. That's, you know, over there at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, and we believe that's in the area of where the wreckage is, where the aircraft went down, even though where we believe they're bringing anything that they recover over to Reagan Airport is way to the north of where you're looking at now. But we believe this is the, what's that? Okay, yeah, another boat there in the water. So going the same direction. It's almost like they're doing a grid search in the water and looking at the surface. But this is probably, I would say, guys, the middle of the river, kind of halfway between our shoreline and the shoreline over there in D.C.
Bob, you hit on exactly what I was just about to ask about. How methodical does it seem? And you mentioned that grid search. If these boats are moving very slowly, just trying to spot anything, any survivors, any aircraft debris. From your viewpoint, it appears that's what they're doing. That's how they're searching, very methodically.
Yes, and the other thing is, Kenneth, thank goodness it is not windy. It's cold, but it's not windy, so the surface is very still. I mean, so if this was kind of a windy overnight period, the water would be choppy, and their work would be that much more difficult. So thank goodness there's like almost no, I mean, maybe a slight breeze, but it is so calm, at least the wind conditions, that you can see the river surface is very still. So that is making it easier to do the grueling job, the unfortunate job they are trying to do. But it's just, these are awful conditions, being at night, the water is cold, and you don't know how far any of the wreckage or people who were on these aircraft have maybe drifted from where the impact was.
And no doubt, dangerous conditions for all the crews, the divers. We pray for them tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Bob, as we are praying for all the families of these people that are on board the aircraft, the helicopter, hoping we find some survivors, although the picture is not looking so positive at this hour. But again, this is a rescue mission. And, you know, Kenneth, earlier we were speaking to some witnesses, because you can imagine the people, you know, that saw this in the air. I spoke to a man who had a panoramic view from his apartment, and he said he heard the crash. It felt, and it shook his building. It felt like a war zone crash that he heard. And then he sees the plumes of smoke, doesn't know exactly what's happening. So imagine just the people who witnessed this, and the, you know, just now knowing what this is. Representative Congressman Eric Swalwell said that he landed at DCA around 8:40 tonight, just a few minutes before we know that this happened. Thankfully, he's okay. But so many people who fly regularly out of DCA, you talked about it earlier. I mean, what, 800, hundreds of flights that go in and out without incident. We've never seen something like this unfold.
We have not. And again, this is 2:03 a.m. if you're just joining us, which I'm pretty sure there are people who've been with us for hours now, hanging on to learn any new information possible after this crash happened around 8:30 last night, Wednesday night. You're watching our live continuing coverage here on Fox 5. We will be going throughout the morning here on Fox 5, because this is a rescue operation that is still very, very active, according to Mayor Muriel Bowser, who gave that update within the last hour or so. And there's a mutual aid agreement that has pretty much everyone working who is a first responder responding to that scene. You see this image that we just continue to show there of those first responders, those flashing lights. Those are fire trucks, ambulances that are waiting. And you've heard a few comments from the senator from Kansas, who even said, it's so tragic. We have not seen one ambulance, at least from this viewpoint, leave this scene with a survivor, with a body, with anything. And that tells you where we are, where those passengers that were on that plane, the soldiers who were on that military aircraft, they are presumed dead, but we have not gotten the official word from authorities on the number of fatalities, the number of survivors. We pray and we hope that there will be survivors, but the reality is that water is murky, it is cold, there is ice in the water. Again, the first responders are dealing with about 8 feet of water, and it seems a shallow wreckage right there. Which is, I struggle to call anything a good thing, but I'm trying to find some silver lining as these divers are trying to work and risking their lives to go into those waters, to dive in there into those aircraft, some dangerous situation there because they don't know what they're going to encounter, to try to find survivors, to try to find people who are inside that wreckage there. Again, first light should be around 6:47 a.m. with sunrise at 7:15 a.m. That will greatly help those first responders and those divers, those boats that are in the water that will be there for hours to come as we move, or as we, it's the overnight hours right now, but we know that they will be there. Even when this moves into a recovery mode, they will still be there trying to recover the remains of those, the victims of these, this devastating and horrible, horrific air crash.
Yeah, this is an enormous tragedy, not only for the D.C. region, but for the country, as people are just sitting, watching in awe and sadness as to what is unfolding in our nation's capital at one of the biggest and busiest runways in the U.S., Reagan National Airport. Hundreds of flights go in and out of there without incident. Travel across the country generally safe. This is the first time in decades that we are seeing a mid-air collision, and a collision of this magnitude. The impacts of this, sadly, have colossal effects on all aspects of life. How this kind of changes how we fly will be the next question. If there will be any changes in aviation, how this all went down, what kind of information was obviously flawed. That is all going to be part of the investigation that could take weeks, months, years to unravel. Of course, the black box from the plane will give us a lot of information. But again, Mayor Bowser not telling us if anyone's been taken to the hospital, as Kenneth was alluding to. But we are also not getting any indication that anyone has been pulled out alive. We have been on the air really since we got this information, just around that 9:30 hour. So sadly, we are going on, in our 5th hour now, reporting on this, what is playing out in the Potomac River as search crews, a unified command, multiple agencies statewide from D.C., Virginia, Maryland, here, willing to work in really dangerous conditions to try to find survivors. And who was on the plane? I think all of our hearts go out to the families. We are praying for them, who especially are waiting for some news.
As our team here at Fox 5 does its work to find out more information about this crash and the victims, we're starting to hear, but we have not confirmed, victims, and we wouldn't report that out until we confirmed it, until we spoke with family members. But we are starting to hear some of the anecdotes or situations that people were traveling from or traveling to. Right. And it is as heartbreaking as you would imagine. We're going to hear those stories as we report them out in the coming hours, in the coming days, in the coming weeks, as this investigation really gets underway into how this all happened. But as you take a live look at that scene right now, we want to get to our Shamari Stone, back to him. He's been out there for hours now. Shamari, what do you know?
Hey, Kenneth and Sharon. It's approximately around 37 degrees out here. It's really cold, and a lot of people continue to come out here sometimes and have their thoughts, their prayers for these people who were on this plane. They're thinking about the lives, the moms, the dads, the families. That search and rescue mission is continuing right over there by Reagan National Airport in the Potomac. You can see the blue and red lights flashing. And if you move a little to the right, you have the police officers who are in this area by Reagan National Airport at Gravely Point, and they are just waiting along with these buses and as the emergency crews who are out there on that cold water that Bob Barner's been telling us all about as they continue to search. Well, it's very cold. It's frigid. You could have possible hypothermia for people, so they come here to these buses, and this is where they warm up. And this is sort of like a command post. This entire area is closed off. Police allowing us to be here in order to show you part of this rescue mission. And those are WMATA employees there as well. So we are continuing to bring you updates here, and we've been out here for hours. Our battery on the camera is about to go out any second now, so I'm going to toss it right back to you.
All right, Shamari, thank you. We appreciate it. Recharge, get some warmth. And all of our crews have just been out there, trying to get information and cover this from every angle because, as we've been saying, this does and has and will continue to impact our community. This plane coming from Wichita, Kansas. We believe there are a number of Kansas residents on there, but we also believe there were people from our area who were on that flight.
And the Fire and EMS chief was talking about, of course, the conditions. We've been talking about what they're up against. We've been mentioning Sadly, daylight, Mike Thomas was saying, when could they potentially see a little bit of light? Was just after 6 o'clock, right?
Yep.
So we still have 4 hours to go.
6:47 with sunrise at 7:15 a.m. And I maybe I'm not up at that hour, even though I do watch our morning show when I can, but I think the sun is typically up by the time I do turn on the TV. And I was hoping they would get light a lot sooner than the time that Mike Thomas gave us, but that is the reality of the situation there. And again, they're trying to put as much light on that situation as possible, but it is sunrise that will truly help them. And silver lining there, Mike Thomas told us minutes ago that the weather should cooperate with them this morning, with the winds. And even right now, Bob Barnard saying, I feel like the conditions really match the mood of what is happening, which is it's calm, it's solemn, it's a very sobering scene out there, eerie as well, as divers get into that water, in and out of the water, to try to get into that aircraft to see if there are any survivors or to also recover people. I know that those officials are still calling this a search and rescue effort as well, but there's a lot of reality there in that water that they are facing, and a number of challenges that they're facing as well, with a very rough scene.
Reagan National Airport, at least the latest information we have is that all operations are shut down till 11 a.m. tomorrow. Whether or not that will be extended, we will bring you updates as we get it. We saw one press conference so far. Hopefully we'll get another one in the next hour so that we can brief you on how this affects air travel. People fly out of Reagan all the time for medical appointments, for work, so we'll see how this affects things. We know some flights have been diverted to Dulles and BWI. From what we are told, at least at Dulles, there's no interruptions to their flights over there. But yeah, this could be a search and rescue operation for days to come before it goes into a recovery effort. But I think we're going to get much more information once that daylight comes. We have crews set up across the area kind of monitoring how this is going. But this is a unified command, agencies from all over excuse me, coming in to dive into these very dark, cold, murky waters in hopes of finding life, and the hope is really alive. I was seeing a prayer vigil that was put on Facebook for the people in Wichita, Kansas, that is taking place today, Thursday, in Wichita. But there is hope, and these families are hopeful that their loved ones can be found. Sadly, I know it's not very promising from what we're seeing in it going into the fifth hour, but there is still hope out there.
And that image that you're seeing, that live image you're seeing from our Fox 5 Sky Cam, that is part of the unified command. Also where Josh Rosenthal was, where we saw a number of operations happening, coordinating with state, federal, and local. And as we enter 2:13 here, a.m., excuse me, doing a lot of talking, Sharon. We want to show you this video that is circulating online that we've shown here many times here tonight, or last night and this morning, in these overnight hours, the moment of impact between that American Airlines flight and that military chopper. And it does not get any easier to see. This video will be part of and this is EarthCam video. This is video that will be part of the NTSB investigation. Sharon, you were mentioning the investigation and how long it will take. Whenever we've seen any type of aircraft, near miss, collision, any incident involving an aircraft, and the NTSB and the FAA are involved, typically NTSB will do a preliminary report where in the next, maybe even the next 24 hours, we might get some information, and then it will be a year they will release that final official report.
Yeah, and this is the first still image that we got of the plane crash there. You can see just the wreckage in the water, a very chilling scene. One of the first images we are getting out of this enormous tragedy that we are witnessing on the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., and that one crew member on the boat, also a symbol of just the the resilience of the people here in D.C., the willingness to dive in and face these dangerous conditions to hopefully find life. You also have to remember, this is a new administration. We just had an inauguration of the new president, the new 47th president a few days ago. Transportation Secretary is all trying to, catch up with everything.
Yeah,
so
Sean Duffy, I think 24 hours on the job.
24 hours on the job, and a lot of things to look at and analyze. And the investigation, of course, as you were mentioning, could take some time.
And even though this is a new administration, and of course, President Trump has been president before, but there are officials who have served in government before, and also there are career people and career first responders at the federal level who are now responding to this, who, yes, while there's a new administration, the people who are these first responders, the leadership that we saw even at that news conference, they are not new. And this is something that these first responders coordinate, they plan for, something they never want to see, but there are typically exercises. And in fact, sometimes we even get an advisory here at Fox 5 of, hey, we're going to be doing water exercises, rescues on the Potomac, on the Anacostia. And it's just a training, they will say. But at this hour, this is not training. This is the real deal, unfortunately.
And seeing Blackhawk helicopters is not odd in the D.C. region. We see them circulating all the time. A lot of the times, they're doing these training flights, and if they are, they might go dark. But the failure in communication as to what went wrong is really the question here, as to how this, passenger plane and this military helicopter could have even collided. The president put out a message on Truth Social a short time ago. It's unclear if he posted this based on information or if he was just reacting, but he said the airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It's a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? The president says this is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. So I'm not sure, what information he is privy to outside of the air traffic control audio that is out there. But clearly, there are a lot of questions to be answered here as to what went wrong, how this, again, could have occurred.
Yeah, putting politics aside, there are questions that we all have that we will be asking for hours and days to come. And I should mention and reiterate that Sean Duffy, the new transportation secretary, said that he spoke with President Trump and his team, also the new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Hegseth and Trump were in the Situation Room when Sean Duffy said he called in and got an update from them, or they exchanged information. But apparently, again, but what I gathered from that was this, obviously, this is a high-level enough situation at that hour where they were in the Situation Room. I've covered the White House. I've covered the first Trump administration, covered the Obama administration as well. And I remember when, obviously, they go in the Situation Room, they are trying to not only give all the information, they get everybody coordinated, get them together, they can be on the screens, but they had to rule some things out as well to make sure this wasn't a terrorist attack, to make sure there are a number of things, a number of questions that we have here, but we need to know preliminarily what happened here. And it seems that terrorist attack was ruled out pretty quickly, at least from our understanding, and that this appears to be an accident, but again, this is all under investigation, an investigation that, when I say preliminary,
could take a long time.
That's an understatement, because there is such a large rescue operation happening on the Potomac right now, one that we've never seen before here in the DMV, and or at least in a long time, because we know that 43 years ago there was a flight that took off from Reagan, hit a bridge, and killed everyone on board there with the Air Florida Flight 90. And so, again, I remember we just reported on 43 years ago, I think it was January 13th, that we reported on the anniversary of that crash. And here we are now on this January 30th, the morning of January 30th, but on January 29th, we had a crash into the Potomac there. That, again, presumed dead, but the official word has not come from officials on the number of fatalities or if there are any survivors.
It is a grim scene, a heartbreaking scene, as we are reporting. Now it is 2:20 in the morning here in the nation's capital. Josh Rosenthal has been on scene for us. Josh, what are you seeing? We obviously see this massive response still out there.
It is an absolutely massive response, Sharon and Kenneth. For much of the night, we've been standing down on the ground at the intersection of S and Half Streets Northwest, right by Nats Park, right by the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. It's been very hard to show you what's happening down in this area. However, now take a look. We're getting a bird's eye view because somebody who lives in one of these nearby apartment buildings was nice enough to let us upstairs. And we're looking from his balcony right now. And what you see down here is this tremendous police response. For much of the night, we've been talking about all the different ambulances and fire trucks and police cruisers that we've seen coming and going, mostly coming. We have seen so many trucks, and it was hard to figure in our minds even how they could all be down here because so many of them have come down into this area. And now you can see why. Down towards where you're looking, there is access to the water. D.C. police have a helipad down here. We told you earlier that we saw a police helicopter land. Also, we're hearing some really sad stuff from the gentleman who lives here in this apartment. I want to introduce you to Jack Lyle. Jack was nice enough to bring us in. First of all, Jack, if you could, just explain to me, you were inside, sitting on your couch. Take it from there. What happens?
And I heard a bunch of police activity, and I looked out the window, and it looked like they were scrambling. They actually looked lost because they were on the bridge, stuck for a while. I guess they couldn't figure out exactly where they were supposed to set up. And then I saw them start setting up here, and I'm like, what is going on? So then I, of course, went to one of my news feeds and found out it was a plane crash. So I went out on the roof. There was another guy. We were talking about it. And I came back down and watched them set up the morgue staging area, if you will. And I guess one of the most tragic things was I saw them pull a body out, and it was flag draped. So I assumed that was one of the military personnel.
It's the news that we did not want to hear tonight, but we all feared was coming. None of this is confirmed right now. However, we are hearing an eyewitness account. For much of the night down on the ground, we have been told that this was an area where people believed that they were pulling some of the victims. We were not able to confirm that previously because of our vantage point. However, now, seeing what we're seeing and also hearing this eyewitness account, we know that's exactly what's happening here. It's tragic. It's what we did not want to see, but unfortunately, that's the reality of this incredibly grave and tragic situation that we're in. One more time, you can see all of this personnel down here. They've been coming repeatedly throughout the night, at times leaving as well, but mostly coming here. And if you take a look a little farther down towards the water, towards the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, you can see the extent of this rescue operation, guys, that is continuing and will likely continue for hours to come here tonight. Kenneth and Sharon.
So difficult to even hear what is happening.
Yeah.
It's even shocking for us to report out this. Josh, thank you. Hope you can get somewhere warm until we check back in with you. But yeah, 64 people on board that passenger plane, 3 U.S. Army soldiers on board that military helicopter, and the details are just so sobering. We want to get back to Mike Thomas tracking conditions out there, what the crews are up against and what they could be up against tomorrow morning.
All right, well, thankfully, again, as they head through the overnight hours, we're going to continue to see what winds, and you heard Bob mention it earlier, that winds had gone kind of eerily calm down there, and indeed Reagan National right now reporting calm winds, as is a lot of kind of that Potomac Basin heading down to the Chesapeake Bay. Still gusty north and west, but not expected to be as breezy right through the morning and through much of the day tomorrow as it was this afternoon. That being said, crews are still battling a lot, of course, darkness and, of course, very cold water temperatures as well. So as we look at the planet, we can kind of give you an idea that rescue efforts here this evening could see those air temperatures drop down into the 30s. They get towards and beyond the sunrise hours, then they should start to rise into the 40s and perhaps 50s tomorrow afternoon. Not going to be quite as warm as today, but the trade-off, less winds, and I think they'll certainly take that there, as less winds would make the water a lot less choppy and make rescue efforts or recovery efforts a little easier at that time. I certainly think they'll probably try to do the best they can, because we do have rain in the forecast for much of the day on Friday, and they probably don't want to be out there with heavy rain falling across the Potomac River. Temperature right now, nothing on radar, of course, but 44 down in Washington. The one sort of good thing here is that temperatures have been holding well above freezing tonight, so that's helping them out, certainly. It's a good thing this wasn't a week ago when temperatures would have been in the single digits across much of the region at this time. So it's something very, very minor. That's a little piece of good news for the at least rescue workers down there, even though this is certainly not any type of good news situation. As we zoom in, Reagan National, a lot of info on this map, but just kind of wanted to break it down for everyone. This is really where their search efforts are kind of focused, just off to the east and down to the south in the east of where Reagan National Airport. Of course, the tide and the flow of the river is we're going to want to push some of that debris down to the south. You did hear earlier Shamari and Bob kind of mentioned that they had seen those boats kind of expand their search area a little bit as the tide was moving things around a bit. Again, plane was coming in sort of off the Maryland side, trying to cross the Potomac. That's where the impact was. It was approaching at runway 33, which runs in the northwesterly direction. Winds were coming out of the north and west at impact time. That's very typical. The pilots want to land against the wind. I did check just to make sure, because, you know, weather always a concern when these types of things happen, but winds were very sort of typical, 15 to 20 miles per hour, a little gusty, 26 miles per hour gusts reported right around 9 o'clock in the evening, but that's nothing major for a commercial aircraft. Can certainly handle winds like that. Visibility, then, the next question, and visibility was pristine, 10 miles in every direction with no ceiling at all, meaning that conditions were clear all the way across Reagan National Airport. The next kind of key time frames, you heard the mayor talk about it earlier this evening. They're waiting for daylight a little bit here. 6:47 is when it should get bright enough to see outside, see well. And as you get towards sunrise hours, where the sun officially rises above the horizon, of course, be very bright by then. That happens at 7:15 this morning. So we're still several hours away from getting good light onto this scene. We've shown you that video multiple times, and I'm sure you're going to see it a lot from the Earth Cam. That Earth camera north and west of this entire situation, not even focused on Reagan National Airport, actually kind of looks more towards Congress Heights, but the corner of it kind of caught that last turn towards Reagan National Airport where that collision took place. So that kind of gives you an overview of what we're looking at here. Again, that's the runway 33, that it's actually called runway approach 33 because they take it from that angle heading off to the north and to the west there. Did mention earlier the depths of the water. That, of course, is very important to the rescuers who are out there. There is a shipping channel on the eastern flank of the Potomac River here. That's where it's deepest, 30 to 36 feet. Now, most of the wreckage, from what we've understood, has actually been away. That shipping channel is extremely narrow. It's been away in much more shallow water, 5 to 15 feet. And, of course, we had the gentleman earlier this evening during the press conference mention that most of the rescue efforts this evening have been in about 8 feet of water. But it's cold water, 35.8 degrees latest reading from it. And when temperatures are that cold, again, survivability levels very, very low. If you've been in the water half hour, 60 minutes, they do drop off rather quickly. That's just sort of the science for you from the U.S. Search and Rescue Task Force. That's the information that you can find on their site. We look at futurecast. Again, tomorrow's a dry day and a calm day. I think they're going to be working very hard, though, because as they get towards Friday night and into Friday morning, heavier rains are expected to move into town. That, of course, can kick up sediment, it can cloud the water, and of course, increase some of the current. So I think you're going to see them try to get as much done as they can tomorrow at the crash scene down there, because Friday's rain is not going to be helpful to anybody, guys. We'll continue to update you on the situation weather-wise, but to summarize it, we don't believe that weather played any sort of factor in this crash from what we've seen.
And Mike, but when you were talking about that visibility, it reminded me of something that, you know, I've heard aviation experts say that, yes, while flying in an airplane is the safest mode of transportation, that it's the landing and the takeoff that could be the most dangerous portion of air travel.
Right. I have friends that are pilots, and that what they tell me is, you know, if something like this happens much higher up, at the very least they have time to try to save the aircraft, right? You've got more room to work with. This happens so low to the ground, it's likely they had just no time, and that's why landing and takeoff are so dangerous, because you're so close to the ground. You don't have as much time to recover if something was to go wrong.
Yeah. All right, Mike Thomas, thank you for that update. Again, it's 2:31 a.m. It's just so heartbreaking to hear the details, but according to air traffic controllers, we didn't have the audio, but we had the statement of what happened. The airport advised the helicopter of the plane's approach and asked the helicopter pilots to confirm they had the plane in sight, which is standard procedure. What exactly happened after that is under investigation. But this is the first major commercial airline crash since 2009. I believe about 49 people were killed in that crash. And the senator in Wichita, Kansas was saying, when one person dies, it is a rough day. When many, many people presumably are dead, close to 67, it is an incredible tragedy. Yeah. You see on your screen there, of course, the massive response with those flashing lights. But that picture, if you want to zoom in, if you're just now joining us, this is the first image we are getting of the plane crashing into the Blackhawk U.S. Army military helicopter. That is the damage on that plane in the water as crews, multiple crews from the region are in the Potomac River right now dealing with a very difficult and dangerous rescue mission.
It's stunning for many reasons, especially when we think about the loss of life. But when you think about the fact this is American aviation that we're talking about, you just quoted that stat, that 2009, that was the last time we've seen an incident where, a mass fatality incident here. And that's, 16 years ago. And how many flights take off, land at our nation's airports, and at Reagan specifically, 800 flights in and out of that airport daily. Do the math on how many that is, per hour, every hour, every, minute or whatever like that. And it's just incredible. And yes, we've reported on near misses and things like that, near collisions, because those things are serious and they are scary. Mm-hmm. But we also know that this could happen, and yes, it hasn't happened in 16 years that we've seen a deadly incident like this in commercial air travel, but when it does happen, it shakes you to the core, because we've all flown in and out of Reagan National Airport.
And there are a lot of questions as to what went wrong. The investigation could take a long time, but I think the American people also, as we mourn what we are witnessing tonight, also want to know for their own peace of mind and safety that, this can't happen again.
Right, because, I lived in Navy Yard when I first got to D.C. 10 years ago, and the number of helicopters, military aircraft I saw flying, up and down the Anacostia, over the Potomac, there were several every hour. I had an apartment that overlooked the water, and I remember seeing those helicopters always.
Which is probably fascinating to see in D.C. It's a normal sight, right?
And some of them catch your eye because you think, is that Marine One? Marine One typically doesn't take that route that I would see, but there would be training exercises of those helicopters that look like the one that the president flies on. There are Blackhawk helicopters, obviously. There's the U.S. Coast Guard. This is the nation's capital, so we are used to seeing training exercises, military aircraft. We have air bases, so we have military bases all across the DMV here, so this is not unusual, but we need the details, the specifics of what was happening with this training mission here, as we turn our attention to not Sanctu Bonsu, who is still at Reagan National Airport. You were at that news conference, a little more than an hour ago. Please feel free to tell us what you're seeing now, Nana, and also go back over some of those details that we heard from those local federal officials, including Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Yes, Kenneth, we are back inside the terminal. This is Terminal 2. One thing I do want to put out there, because we've got a lot of questions from people about when does the airport reopen. As you can see, according to the boards, it is closed right now, but we were told in that press conference that this airport will reopen tomorrow, or excuse me, today, Thursday at 11 a.m., but the information is fluid. Just going to pan a little bit to the right over here, and this is the scene. It's the scene, depending on where you are in the region, that we've been looking at. Emergency crews with their sirens and their lights on, just as they try and piece together. But really what we know right now, and Mayor Bowser said that this is a rescue mission right now. We know that there are over 300 responders working on boats and dive teams trying to see if they can recover or find any people. Again, we've confirmed that we know that there were 60 passengers on board, as well as 4 crew members. Now, let's just talk about these conditions really quickly. In the press conference, a number of reporters asked, what are the responders faced with right now? I believe the fire chief kind of described the situation as extremely rough, cold, and windy. And I'll tell you, the temperature continues to drop here, so you definitely feel it. Now, imagine having to be the person who has to dive and go in these conditions. A lot of questions about the people, if anyone's been recovered, but right now, leaders on the local and federal level say they cannot answer those questions. It's just too soon. They obviously said NTSB will take over that part of the investigation. Some people had questions about the air traffic controllers, but right now it seems like these leaders that we spoke with or had the chance to at least get information from, they are really focused right now on this rescue. Again, this is a rescue mission. We can't confirm how many bodies have been recovered. We keep hearing unconfirmed reports, and I can't confirm any of that because no one has told me. We also did learn that there were about 19 flights that were also getting ready to land. We're told those flights were diverted to Dulles Airport. So a lot of moving parts, whether you were here, you were on one of the flights that was getting ready to take off, a bystander, no matter where you were in the region, you kind of felt or saw what's kind of taking place right here. It's fluid. It's developing. I know we didn't get a lot of the answers we were looking for. I mean, everyone's just concerned about the people on board, and we just don't have those answers right now. We can only confirm how many were told by American Airlines, and then, of course, that to rescue mission. We have over 300 people responding as we speak. We also know that there is a unification center. There's a number that American Airlines shared. And we also know that the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, they're assisting with that. It's a location in the airport that we've kind of been pushed away from, as we understand, to protect those families, just the privacy and in this moment that they're going through. So again, we do know that there is a unification center here, and American Airlines is taking care of those families, but there is a number, I believe, that we've been sharing, and we'll put it up again for any families who may be concerned. I was thinking that we ran out here late 8 o'clock, early 9 o'clock, and you have to remember that some people were sleeping, like a lot of people are going to wake up to this devastating, tragic news. So I was speaking with our photojournalist, Sanan, on our way here. Like, imagine how many, families are expecting their loved one, they're going to Uber home, we'll see them in the morning, and then they wake up to this kind of news. So I think right now, leaders just want to relay that information, that there is help. There's a center here. So as long as you call that number, they'll be here for you. But we'll remain to be here. We could just pan it this way. The airport is closed. If you do see people, they're either members of the media or people who are just waiting to be rebooked on their flight. Remember, the airport kind of almost shut down when this incident happened. So people who were able to leave did leave, but there was a point where Ubers weren't even able to come onto onto the property. I know the Metro was running for a little bit. And we're also told there's some people on the other side of security. So again, a lot of people, a lot of questions. It's all developing. We're trying to figure it out. But I mean, like we've been reporting, we're here for you. We're working around the clock, but we can only share what's been confirmed and what we can actually show you.
Yeah. Now, as Fox 5 DC continues on with their reporting of this incredibly tragic situation, I wanted to pop in here, Austin Westfall with Live Now, because we just saw this in the background. This just happened moments ago. This is out at that area where they're starting to bring debris to these tents. And we just saw them carrying what appeared to be a piece of luggage as well as an airline seat. So this is a very fluid situation, but we haven't seen a lot of movement at these sites. But behind the scenes here, we just saw this happen, and we wanted to make sure we shared this with you. It was happening in the middle of that report. Just moments ago, we see some of these DC Fire Department officials as they bring back a suitcase and what appears to be a tattered and torn airline seat. You can see them loading them up into this truck. The FAA reporting that this collision took place at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. The midair collision happening, of course, between that Blackhawk military helicopter and a Canadian-made Bombardier twin-engine aircraft. If we get any more images like these, we'll be sure to share them with you. Of course, Fox 5 DC doing a great job. This is the wider vantage point of this exact same scene. So those are the tents, and those are the trucks that we just saw them loading some of this into. It's mostly been a stagnant scene. We've been keeping an eye on these feeds in the background here. And what little movement we have seen has just simply been officials walking about. But we did just see this piece of luggage apparently being brought out of the Potomac River moments ago with a destroyed airline seat next to it. So we'll keep everybody posted if any more live images come through. In the meantime, Fox 5 DC and Live Now planning to be on for the rest of the morning. Let's get back into Fox 5.
Even though we can hear some very upbeat music that's being played out of the sound system there at Reagan National, which is completely opposite of the situation that's happening right now, which is pretty grim and horrible.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this music, you know, it's like on replay or whatever the case may be, but you do feel it. I mean, we've seen some, I believe they're Metropolitan Washington Airport police, not too sure of their title, but you see them, and even for us, they're trying to push us back. Like, can you guys please leave? Can you guys please go to Terminal 1? Like, we're trying to do some work here. When you do ask people questions here, officials, whether they're with the airport or local authorities, everyone's just like, listen, right now we have to focus on this rescue, as they should. That's the most important thing right here. But then again, you feel the frustration from passengers, people who thought they were trying to go home or arrive home, or they have a connection flight, and a lot of them are left in the dark. And, you know, obviously it's not intentional, but right now, you know, some people are trying to get rebooked on their flights, and I don't know what American Airlines is doing right now with their operations, but you do have a lot of people who just don't know. They said, you know, I haven't been rebooked, I'm just waiting here. And you remember, the airport may open at 11 a.m. in the morning, right? So I think during the press conference, the CEO of the authority said it could change, but that's the time they're expecting the first flight to come in. And, you know, someone also mentioned that the FAA could change it, right? So we're told 11 o'clock now, but that time could definitely be pushed back.
Yeah, everything is so fluid. The families are number one. They have to get the information first. So I can see why they're being hesitant with maybe sharing it. But, of course, the world is watching as this tragedy is unfolding. unfolding. Nana, thank you so much.
And I'm glad that, I want to say, I'm glad Nana made that point. I want to say this, for the people who are so frustrated, we've all been there when there's been something that's happened at an airport, whether it's weather or whatever, or a security incident, and your flight has been canceled, delayed, or feel like you're not getting information. DMV is blessed enough to have 3 airports that are very busy, and I don't ever tell anybody what to do, but I would urge you to go to BWI or to Dulles to try to rearrange your flights out of there, because yes, they say this airport will open later this morning.
But that's a moving target.
It's a moving target there, and I think with this being a ripple effect that we are sure to see, for those traveling in and out of Reagan National who are waking up this morning thinking I have a flight at 5 a.m. or whatever, and you're getting on the phone with your airline, you need to look at those alternate airports.
Yeah. If you're now just joining us, time is 2:45. We are covering, of course, this search and rescue operation on the Potomac River. Our Bob Barnard has been there for hours, kind of showing us a picture of the boats and the diving teams and the conditions they're under. Bob, anything new happen since we last spoke?
Yeah, another helicopter has gone up in the air here, Sharon and Kenneth. I will tell you, just kind of following up on what Nana was saying and what you were saying, Kenneth, too. At last check, the entrances to Reagan National Airport from GW Parkway are blocked, as well as if you come from Route 1 from, like, the Crystal City area to get into the airport. That, at least at last check, those entrances were still blocked off. We are here at Dangerfield Island on the western shore of the Potomac River. We're going to turn off our light because they've asked us to do that because some of the crews out there on the water are using night vision equipment to search for anybody who the possibility of anybody being alive probably is very slim, but as they do their recovery effort here on the Potomac River, there is now another helicopter up in the air. There are still boats there on the water, but they're off at a distance. There are not any of them near us at this point. I will tell you, in the last maybe half hour or so, a little bit of a breeze has picked up, so there is now kind of a ripple effect on the water here, and you see that was one of the helicopters that's been flying overhead. So there is a little bit more of a breeze, but you're looking here, that's what all those lights that you're seeing there on the box on the bottom right of the screen, that is the southern end of Reagan National Airport's property, beyond the runways here. That's where the greatest concentration of first responders has been for hours. And I don't know if you can see it, but off in the distance is the U.S. Capitol. So like between us, the river, the airport, and then the Capitol. And we're going to pan to the right here because, you'll see over the water, the surface here is still relatively calm, but there are some now ripples here, which the first responders on the water were going to be having to deal with. But as we come over to the right here, I want to show you, in the last little bit here, a number of large lights, like big spotlights, and you'll see it here in just a moment in the bottom right of your screen here as we're panning over to this. These lights are new, and so perhaps that's where the wreckage is. Some of the work is being done. It's hard to know exactly because it has been dark all night, but that over there is the area of Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, and those lights now are lighting up the water on that side of the river, the east side of the river, on the D.C. side of the river. So these very, very large lights have been added to the effort here in just the last little bit, helping first responders. But it's hard to know what is water and what is shoreline, but we believe the flashing lights that you see are first responder vehicles that are up on the shore, and then on occasion you will see boats passing by on the water, on the surface of the water, not only there on the eastern shore of the Potomac, but over here closer to the western shore. And so this is kind of the situation. I mean, as we heard Josh Rosenthal talk about earlier, they have made some recoveries, we believe, but the effort is going to be enhanced by daylight in a few hours. But there is still work being done here on the river. Hard to imagine what has happened here, what now, 5.5 hours ago or so, a commercial aircraft crashing into the river, the Potomac River. First time that's happened in more than 40 years here, after colliding with a helicopter. And sadly, that midair collision captured on video, and there's at least one photograph that we know of showing the wreckage kind of the jet near the surface. The river along that area and close to the shore here isn't deep, deeper in the middle. But the work, this arduous work by first responders from around the region, on land, in the water, continues, and it's going to be an overnight effort. And I don't know, Miles, if you can see the helicopter that's just kind of hovering. We'll pan the camera up here in a second, and you'll see. You can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it over my microphone, but it is up there. There it is. There is at least this one. There have been others, but right now this is the one we're seeing that is still hovering, and perhaps with infrared technology, trying to help the dive teams that are here on the surface of the Potomac River.
Bob, you mentioned that incident from 43 years ago. I'm curious, from your point of view, your experience in covering our area, about the growth of DCA. Obviously, from that incident 43 years ago, is a much different national airport. In fact, it was called National Airport then. It's now, of course, Reagan National.
Yeah, and I think Chad from Fox was talking earlier about the effort to try to add some long-distance flights to this airport. It's interesting. Yes, it is a very busy airport. But if you've ever gone to Gravelly Point with yourself or your family and watched the planes, especially if they're coming from the north, landing overhead of those of you on Gravelly Point and landing, yeah, I mean, you could probably fit 5 more round trips or more. It's not like it's a constant flow of landings and takeoffs, but it is a very busy airport with mainly one main runway, the north-south runway. There is the other runway, which I believe this jet was going to land on. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of growth, obviously, around the region, and yet, as I think you mentioned just not long ago, Kenneth, that there are 2 other very busy airports not that far away between BWI and Dulles International. So it's a busy airport. There are other ways to get to where you're going by air. But it's been a while since we had to even think about something like this happening here in the United States. I mean, it's remarkable. There have been crashes elsewhere around the world, but the United States has been fortunate for years. I think, what is it, 15, 16 years. And yet tonight, there are as many as 67 souls lost in the Potomac River. And the flashing lights you see are the first responders trying to recover them.
Yeah, it is an unbelievable scene that we're watching play out before our eyes, Bob. Thank you so much. 64 people on board that passenger plane. Were their kids? Were their moms? Were their families? All I know is that there are a lot of hearts that are broken tonight. 3 U.S. Army soldiers on board that military helicopter. We saw in some of the reporting out there today that one man at DCA was waiting for his wife, and he had gotten a text message from her and then didn't hear back. So a lot of these stories, sadly, will be coming out in the next few hours. More pictures, more videos. We shared, of course, these images of the massive response that we've been covering here in D.C. as agencies from all over the region are coming to hopefully see if anyone has survived this crash. But sadly, we have not heard of any survivors. They're working under dangerous conditions, cold waters, murky conditions. You obviously see it's dark, but it's still a search and rescue operation until it's not.
Yeah, we're approaching 3 a.m. now, and soon our Fox 5 morning team will be taking over at the top of the hour for Sharon and I. But again, this flight from Wichita, Kansas, flight 5342, American Airlines, crashed around 8:30, very close to 9 o'clock last night. We are now in the early morning hours of this search and rescue effort that is happening on the Potomac. A huge, massive response there, this unified command. We have federal, state, local officials. We heard from Mayor Muriel Bowser earlier. She spoke about the coordination there from the working with the Trump White House on this situation, getting updates and giving updates as well. This flight from Wichita, Kansas, going almost 1,200 miles. That's the distance, Sharon, from Wichita to DCA. And as we look at the flight path, it was a straight line across this country, from the middle of the country to the East Coast. Made a very similar and routine approach that we've seen many regional jets make to DCA, up the Potomac, going north, and then it crashed and collided with that helicopter and then crashed into the Potomac. Very eerie to see that flight path there, never making it, never landing at DCA.
Yeah, you know, these regional flights happen often. They usually carry about 60, 70 people. I know when we first heard about this tragic situation, we were told a small plane. And then when we got more information, our hearts sank to know that potentially upwards of 67 people could be killed in all this. So we thank you for sticking with us. We have reporters stretched out across the region, kind of covering it from every angle that we can get to. Again, our hearts are with these families that are waiting for more information from Wichita, Kansas to here in D.C. We had a press conference from officials that was held at DCA Airport, by the way, that is shut down at least till 11 a.m. tomorrow. We want to take you back in case you missed it. Here's that.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well. And officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here to extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting to rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor. and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Johnley from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airport's Authorities Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our unit, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee and Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., in this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, who are doing, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, you know, is apropos, and this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight. Thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, the President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. That's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones. And so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport. And we've directed the families there. And there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders all the counties, the districts, folks from Maryland and Virginia, everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the Secretary, the Mayor, the 2 senators for all of their support, and we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So, again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once Fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board. And I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes?
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting an operation like this in these conditions?
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane, and 3 people on the military helicopter. When we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
2 people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there might be people who have lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight.
Yes. Secretary Duffy,
I'll call on who's next. Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
Right. There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
A question for Secretary Duffy. A question for Secretary Duffy.
Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the biggest challenges for the rescue team? What's that scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in. And because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial, recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
Secretary Duffy, have you been in touch with the air traffic authorities who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater D.C. area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Can any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of D.C.? There have been reports of the DCA tower contacting the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, and apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those final moments?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes.
2 parts for Secretary Duffy. The first thing you were talking about when you were in the Situation Room with the President and Pete Hegseth both being there. Can you tell us more about the President's initial reaction to this, as well as Pete Hegseth, given this was a military helicopter?
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the President was located, as well as with Secretary Hegseth. We're exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the President is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The President has committed to this team and to the NTSB through the DOT that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Mr. Secretary, do we know the condition of these aircraft? Are they whole? Are they split? Are they pieces?
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we got guidance that DCA was going to be shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard
11 a.m.
11 a.m. tomorrow. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We can take a few more questions. A question here, a question here, and here. Yeah.
Mayor Bowser, can you just confirm, has anybody been transported to the hospital?
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can when first responders first arrived?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening when the call came out. I listened to the responders come in, and the initial response, they were very professional trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it, except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking. The boats pretty quickly were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it, but we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
Do you have a sense that there are survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Is any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes, yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
Chief.
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you are next, I think.
Okay, thank you, Maria. My question is, do we have any plan to prevent future crash or future accident? Do we have any like to reform the authority, the airport control to calm those people who are flying in the next 2 days? And also, how long the rescue is going to last? Are we going to stop rescue after tomorrow 11 a.m.? Like divers team, because they are still in the golden hours now.
No. I mean, I think you just heard the chief said we're going to be out there as long as it takes. And we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our fellow citizens. Yes.
This is for the chief and Secretary Duffy. How do you balance the search and rescue operation with preserving the scene for the investigation that's now underway?
So from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first. But I don't think that I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are all working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and we will work together to make sure that if there's crucial evidence that it's preserved. And that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. So life comes first, and everything else is after that.
Okay, last question. Yeah.
Secretary Duffy, I just want to ask, I know it's early, but are there any immediate actions that the FAA should take to prevent helicopters and commercial airplanes from getting too close to one another?
So obviously there'll be a review of what happened here tonight. And after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
Do you have any more details about the helicopter mission with the Blackhawk and thereabouts? Have you heard directly from President Trump?
I spoke with the President's National Security Advisor, and I have not talked to the President yet, and I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press to help us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215. 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will likely provide additional information in the morning. Thank you.
All right, and a very good morning to you. It is a somber morning here in the nation's capital. Your time now is 3:22. I'm standing here with Jacqueline as we get prepared for another hour of coverage today. We are coming on the air with breaking news this morning. A passenger plane has collided with an Army helicopter near DCA.
Yeah, glad to be with you all this morning, bringing you this devastating news, not only for us here in D.C., but for folks across the country. That plane that did collide with that Army helicopter coming from Wichita, Kansas, flight 5342, an American Airlines jet. And we are now entering into our 6th hour as rescuers and first responders look for survivors. We've been on the air with you ever since this incident happened just around 8:30, 9 o'clock yesterday evening, Wednesday evening. Here we are just shy of 3:30 this morning on this Thursday. But we've got live team coverage for you. We've been with you all along throughout this morning. We've got our Bob Barnard, our Sierra Fox, our Josh Rosenthal, and Nana St-Ubonsu across D.C. this morning, bringing you the very latest.
That's right. We're going to start this morning with Bob Barnard, who is standing live in Dragonfield Island this morning, Dangerfield Island, I should say. And Bob, just give us just a real picture of what's happening behind you, and perhaps maybe some context to what has happened over the last few hours in terms of this search and rescue effort.
Yeah, good morning, Stephen and Jacqueline. We are at Dangerfield Island, which is in the city of Alexandria, just south of Reagan National Airport, and it's a pretty good vantage point to see what's going on with the hundreds, as you heard the chief of D.C. Fire and EMS say, roughly 300 first responders here on scene, and that number is probably even larger than that at this hour. I want to kind of pan across here. We're going to show you the Potomac River. They've asked us to shut off the light when we do that because there are teams out on the river using night vision equipment to search for whether it's a survivor, a body, remains, making a recovery, sadly, here in the Potomac River at this hour, roughly 6.5 hours after that passenger jet and the Blackhawk helicopter crashed after a midair collision into the Potomac River. What you're looking at across the way there, that is the southern end of Reagan National Airport, and there have been what you see, what we see, flashing lights coming and going ever since this happened. And we believe that is where, when they have recovered, and you heard the mayor say they're not talking about specifics, but when they have recovered remains, they've been brought here and then taken from here. So that is the southern end of the Reagan National Airport. And just to give you a perspective, we can show you that the U.S. Capitol is just beyond that. So beyond the runway, there is the U.S. Capitol. So the Capitol in the distance, the now closed airport in the foreground, the Potomac River between us on the western shore here in Virginia and the airport. And then we're going to kind of pan across the river here, and there have been boats on the water, still a helicopter above with its spotlight. It's been very calm, thank goodness. Cold, the water cold, the air temperature cold, but the water calm for the efforts that have been going on here. And as we pan further to the right, across the river, what you will see is a Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, and in the last hour or so, these very bright lights, these spotlights, ground-based spotlights, have been shining on the river here, and we believe that is where the wreckage of both aircraft are, in the river over there, being illuminated until daylight by these big spotlights, and you see flashing lights over there as well. It's just something that these fire departments and dive teams train for. It's been years, more than 40 years, since they've actually had to do any of this specific kind of work to this scale. I mean, they do rescue operations on the river periodically, but with 67 people, 3 soldiers, 60 passengers on this flight coming from Wichita, Kansas, and 4 crew members, sadly, you know, we know they've got to be dead. They say they're going to be looking for survivors, but it was a midair collision at about roughly 400 feet, the jet going roughly 140 miles an hour, and they landed in the Potomac River, and here it is 6.5 hours later. That work is well underway. You heard Chief Donnelly, John Donnelly from D.C. Fire and EMS, telling us that first responders quickly found the wreckage. There is a photograph from Getty Images of the wreckage. You can see the jet, the Canadian-made Bombardier aircraft, clearly at the surface level almost, and that their dive teams were able to get right there into the aircraft immediately. But there is still more work to do, perhaps more people to be recovered, and that work continues and will for some time, guys.
Hey, Bob, thanks for that report this morning. I know you've been out there for quite some time. Jacqueline here. I wanted to ask you, I know you mentioned the water. It is quite cold out there. Here we are, the end of January. We have had some warmer temperatures than we did, say, a week ago or 2 weeks ago when we had that major snowstorm. But some of the buoy data that our meteorologist Mike Thomas was able to find said that the water temperature was about 35 degrees. And according to Search and Rescue Task Force, they say the water temperature anywhere between 30 to 40 degrees. You can really lose consciousness fairly quickly out there. What about the winds out there? What's the wind speed like, the energy out there? I know you said it's very remiss on what is happening, given what we are dealing with right now.
Yeah, Jacqueline, I mean, just a few days ago, people were walking on parts of the Potomac close to the shoreline, but parts of this river were frozen over just a few days ago. Today, I think the high was almost at 60 degrees. So there's no more ice on the water. There's very little wind here, a slight breeze, but that's, the surface of the river here, which is a wide part of the river and could be rough, is very calm, and that has helped in this effort tonight for sure. But the water temperature is cold. The air tonight is cold. Dangerous conditions for sure, but aided by the fact that it is not windy, and it was a clear night, clear skies. So a lot of questions about why the two aircraft collided, but the clear conditions have aided the first responders in the work that they're trying to do.
Yeah, Bob, listen, this is a massive undertaking for federal and local officials on the ground there. I think we got about 300 responders that you just mentioned there. And we have just a few more hours before sunlight. At least I know Mike Thomas has said that it'll be bright enough to see around 6:47 a.m. this morning, and then sunrise at 7:15 for those first responders, which will aid in some of that response from our first responders.
You see the photographs there. You see the photograph there, guys, in the big box on the left there, and you can see the wing, kind of the wingtip of the aircraft there. So right there, kind of just at the surface, and then you see the airport, the runway. There's another jet, looks like a 737 on the runway in the distance behind it. So there is the aircraft. There, the work of the first responders, just a haunting image of a commercial airliner, albeit smaller than a jumbo jet or anything, but still a commercial passenger jet in the river, and as many as 67 people losing their lives. And there's clearly the wreckage with the airport in the background. That's the jet in the river.
Yeah, just troubling to look at. The only thing recognizable in that image is the wing of that plane.
So hard to see, as that frantic search for survivors, Bob, as you mentioned, continues on. We've got the video of the moment that the crash happened. You can see this live here on your screen.
There it is.
There it is, right there. It is haunting to watch that. It is very difficult to go back, disturbing for a lot of people as well, as we're seeing these images in the morning. And as you mentioned, we'll get a better understanding as that sunlight does come up, about 6:47 civil twilight, when it should be bright enough. But we are getting some breaking news within the past 30 minutes from the U.S. figure skating company there. They are sending out a statement saying that they can confirm several members of their skating community were sadly aboard American Airlines Flight 5342 when it collided with that helicopter. They say many of them were athletes, coaches, family members, and they were returning home from the National Development Camp that was held with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. So we do know at this hour several members of the U.S. figure skating team and younger folks as well, people of all ages, families, athletes, like we mentioned, coaches as well, aboard that flight. Still no confirmation on any names. And again, still that search for survivors, no confirmation on survivors or fatalities still this morning.
Yeah, just coming in a couple minutes ago. We do want to get out to Josh Rosenthal this morning, who is in Southeast D.C. He has a different perspective this morning, and Josh, Southwest D.C., I should say. And Josh, I know that you got your hands on someone's apartment keys and got onto a balcony there and was able to give us a better look at some of the conditions there. Josh.
Yeah, and I can tell you what, guys, some of what we've seen from this vantage point, frankly, has been extremely difficult to watch. Come a little closer. I want you to take a look at what's going on here, and I'm going to kind of explain where we are. We are on an apartment balcony overlooking one of several command centers throughout this region. This is very close to the intersection of S and Half Streets Southwest. For much of the night, we were watching all of this equipment and all these emergency personnel members come into this area. And then once we got up here, we were able to see why and what they were doing. Down a little ways there is access to the water. And actually, not too long ago, we had some emergency responders, people from several fire departments, come up here to the apartment. They very nicely asked us not to show part of what we are able to see from up here, and we're choosing to honor that request. And the reason is, it is extremely sensitive. As I said earlier, it is extremely difficult to watch, frankly, and also we want to be respectful, not just of the first responders, but of the families of these victims of this absolutely horrific crash. We've been watching people, emergency personnel, go down to the water and then come back up to this area throughout the night. We did have the gentleman who lives in this apartment tell us that he personally saw pulled out of an ambulance what appeared to us to be luggage brought from the water up to this area. Otherwise, there are people all over up here. We had watched many ambulances brought into here, many different fire department vehicles. We saw police come in and out, and this appears to be one of the main areas of work that's transpiring as part of this rescue mission here tonight. And just to be clear with where we are, to give you guys an idea, as I said, that's S and Half Streets down there is the intersection. You've got Nats Park to my right. That's the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge there behind me. And again, there is access to the water. It's the Anacostia River right back here. If you went down not too far, you'd hit the Potomac, and right across the Potomac, that's where the airport is. So this is an area where we are seeing a lot of activity. And again, some of that activity is extremely sensitive. It is extremely difficult to watch. And that is why we're honoring that request and not showing you some of what we can see here tonight, guys.
All right, Josh Rosenthal, thank you. We appreciate you reporting there, and good for him for getting up there and being able to give us, our viewer, a chance to see exactly what's happening there. And of course, it is sensitive, so we'll get back to him in just a moment. All right, we got another reporter there standing on the ground, Sierra Fox. We'll bring her in now for some more context on this.
Yeah, let's check in with her. There was a press conference there about 12:45 this morning. We know that the next press conference will be several hours from then, but I know there's also a reunification center there, Sierra. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Jacqueline and Stephen, I want to first start off by letting you know that Reagan National Airport will not open until 11 a.m. So there are no flights leaving the airport, no flights landing here. So if you have a flight today, Thursday, make sure you double check to see if it may have been delayed or canceled. Again, Reagan National Airport will not open today until 11 a.m. And I actually want to direct you to this sign that we're seeing all around. It says, due to an emergency situation, all flights are being held on the airfield. Additional information will be available as it is received. And Jacqueline, you just mentioned a press conference that happened shortly after 1 a.m. So almost over 2 hours ago now. And there are both local and federal agencies there. So I'm just going to walk through with you what exactly was said as we show you the scene here. You can look inside Terminal 1 and see a huge media presence right in front of you. But starting off with a recap of what D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said, she confirmed what we have verified. A commercial flight coming from Wichita, Kansas collided midair with a military helicopter around 9 p.m. However, she did not say whether or not there were any survivors. survivors. That's the big question right now. All she could confirm is that there are 60 passengers, 3 crew members on that American Airlines flight. And Jacqueline, as you just shared with our viewers, Fox 5 has confirmed with U.S. figure skating that some of their community was on the plane, including athletes and coaches. As far as the military helicopter, 3 people were on board, and we did not get an answer about what exactly that mission was. Now, she did confirm that both aircrafts are still in the water. She was also briefed by American Airlines and told that their leadership is on their way to D.C., and other officials are here already in the airport speaking with families. She's extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss and asking for residents in the D.C. area to make sure they allow emergency vehicles in our nation's capital to rush to get to scenes. Obviously, she does not want anyone to get hurt amid those efforts. And now moving on to what Chief John Donnelly with D.C. Fire and EMS mentioned, as Bob Barnard has said, 300 first responders are working as part of the National Capital Region Agreement. So multiple agencies are involved here. Maryland State Police and the U.S. Coast Guard helicopters are helping, as well as boats and divers from across the DMV. Now, the rescue challenges include the access, the 8 feet of water, the wind, as well as pieces of ice. The conditions are rough out there. And Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy was also here. And just for background, he just got confirmed yesterday, so he's only been on the job for 24 hours now. He is sending his thoughts and prayers to individuals impacted during this difficult situation. There is a family reunification center here at Terminal 1. He said he did speak with President Donald Trump, who was in the Situation Room with his team, with the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. The department plans to offer full support to those on ground, Mayor Muriel Bowser, and NTSB, who is leading this investigation. And as you can see right now, we are walking outside Reagan National. There are some flashing blue lights that you can see in front of us. But President Jack Potter with the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority was also here. He says they are working and doing their best to provide support for all the families involved. Also, during the mid-air collision, there were 19 flights that had to be diverted to Dulles, but everyone was accommodated. Luckily, there is no impact right now at Dulles or BWI. And lastly, we heard from 2 Kansas senators, including Jerry Moran. He said this is serious and sad. He's praying for our first responders that they are safe and folks are recovered. He knows this flight, and he says he himself has flown it multiple times, of course, as a member of Congress, and he is the one who actually lobbied for the nonstop flight service to DCA, and it has been in service for a year. He says that the Wichita, Kansas community is very close. Everyone knows everyone. So this is a personal circumstance as well as a public response. He says he's going to make sure Congress is engaged to support rescue efforts, and says this will be a months-long investigation. And lastly, Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas said, quote, "When one person dies, it's a tragedy, and when many people die, it's a sorrow." Again, those of you just waking up with us and tuning in to Fox 5, heartbreaking circumstances here. Reagan National Airport will not reopen until 11 a.m. today. So make sure if you have a flight or know someone who does, double check with them that they look out to see whether it may have been delayed or canceled. There are a lot of moving parts here. And we're hearing, you know, the opening and expected time of 11 a.m. could be pushed back even further. And most importantly, right now, I want to make sure I send you and tell you about the phone number American Airlines is putting out in case there are people out there who believe their loved ones was on that flight. That number is 800-679-8215. Again, 800-679-8215. Out here, there's just such an incredible response, as you can see with the flashing blue lights. As we were driving here to Reagan National Airport this morning, I was originally on a story in Silver Spring, Maryland. You could just see so many cop cars, a huge law enforcement presence, something like I have never seen before here in Washington, D.C. Obviously, their goal is to save as many lives as possible. And unfortunately, tonight, there are a lot of families in this area who are just scared and worrying about what's next. Back to you, Jacqueline and Stephen.
Yeah, no doubt, Sierra. Listen, I was hoping to get her before she left, but it was just eerie to see how that airport has absolutely emptied itself out over the last few hours. And of course, we know that this happened, like you said, close to 9 o'clock. But of course, that response, clearing out the airport, police now working inside of that airport and outside of the airport to make sure folks got home safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were told that there is a reunification center there where families can go and wait. There's therapists that are being held there as well for people who are coming and going, and have them on hand. Sierra also mentioned the American Airlines number. If you had a loved one that you believe may have been on board that flight, that number 800-679-8215. I've also tweeted it out over on social media. Twitter handle Jacqueline_Matter. But we did want to check back in with Sierra. We had a few more questions for her as well.
Sierra, if you'll just come back for just a moment, you and your photographer are doing a fantastic job. You and Jesse Burkett Hall, just giving us a great view of what's happening behind you. Can you help us understand what the conditions are inside of the airport? Are people frantic? I mean, we see no one behind you. How were they able to clear everybody out of that airport within a couple of hours?
Yes, Stephen and Jacqueline, great questions there. Well, we arrived here to Reagan National shortly after 10 p.m. When we came in, there was barely anyone. It was like a ghost town. Usually, Reagan National Airport is hustling and bustling. Tons of people at a baggage claim getting their luggage. Nothing like that in sight. What was prominent here was the media presence and the law enforcement presence. Now, I did actually speak with one passenger who said she happened to get here super early for a flight, and she actually had no idea what was going on. And when I told her, you could just see the shock in her face. She got on her phone right away to tune into the news and watch Fox 5, and she was just stunned with the circumstances. She said it seemed like something out of a movie. She had never heard of anything like this happening, and from there on out, her face was just glued to her phone. So there have been a few stragglers here, maybe sadly people who got here early for a flight or were waiting for people and ultimately just got stuck here. We don't know exactly from where we are about road closures here at Reagan National, but from what I'm hearing is that they're not letting people come in or leave. So if you were here when flights had to be landed or weren't able to take off, you were ultimately stuck. But luckily, it doesn't seem like there are too many stragglers. It seems like Reagan National Airport Authority, they did work efficiently and quickly to make sure the people who needed to leave and get out were able to do so quickly. And yeah, there's not even many personnel. Usually you see people behind the computers. There's really no one in here except for media and a few law enforcement agencies. So yeah, it's very ominous. I actually, when I first got here, had chills. I just, you don't expect a situation like this to happen, and then your heart just breaks. For the people on that flight and their families. We travel, we go on vacation, we go to visit loved ones, we think we're going to go from point A to B safe and sound, and just to hear about something so tragic happening unexpectedly, especially here in our nation's capital, it's just terrifying.
Yeah, Sierra, I know you had mentioned over on social media as well that several flights that were coming and going when this incident happened were diverted to Dulles or BWI. You mentioned that the airport, is closed until at least 11 a.m. this morning. Do we know if any of those flights that were expected to be leaving out of Reagan have been moved over to some of those neighboring airports or just canceled completely? Do we have any insight on that?
Jacqueline, do you mind just repeating your question? Because you did cut out for a moment and I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
Absolutely. I was just wondering if any of the flights that were expected to fly out of Reagan National Airport this morning, have those at all been moved to BWI or Dulles? Because we know overnight many of the flights that were coming and going from the neighboring airports were canceled or diverted over that direction. Do we know, as far as this morning is concerned, if any of those flights are being pushed to BWI or Dulles?
That's a great question. Right now, from what I know, from looking at the boards where everyone sees what time their flight is leaving, it seems like most flights coming or leaving Reagan National Airport have either been delayed or canceled. A majority of them canceled until tomorrow when the airport does reopen at 11 a.m. Now, as far as the flights that were diverted, those are already in the air and couldn't obviously land here at Reagan due to the serious conditions and incident that was ongoing. So that's why they were diverted to BWI and Dulles at this time. Not sure if any airport airports or planes will be leaving from those airports instead. But that's what we know right now, just that the airport will not open until 11 a.m. And it seems like any flight that was leaving here just happens to unfortunately be delayed or canceled. So people will just have to be patient and wait to hear from their airline about what the next steps are.
Yeah, very helpful, Sierra. Thanks so much for bringing us that update. And the next live news press conference will be happening at 7:30 this morning, I believe, from Reagan Airport.
That's right. All right, so we'll hear again from the mayor. We'll also hear again from some of the other personnel that are there on the ground and agency leaders giving us some context to how their search and rescue efforts are going. It is still a search and rescue effort at this moment. They have not announced any difference in the last couple of hours, but we will keep you posted on all of that. I know some of our viewers have been with us all morning long, even into the evening when this happened, but we do want to show you something else this morning.
Yeah, if you're just waking up with us, the CEO of American Airlines, Robert Isom, putting out a message on social media about the incident that happened with Flight 5342. Take a listen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Robert Isom, the CEO of American Airlines. I want to brief you on a serious accident that occurred involving an American Eagle aircraft. The aircraft was operated by PSA Airlines, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of American Airlines. First and most importantly, I'd like to express our deep sorrow about these events. This is a difficult day for all of us at American Airlines, and our efforts now are focused entirely on the needs of our passengers, crew members, partners, first responders, along with their families and loved ones. I know that there are many questions, and at this early stage, I'll not be able to answer all of them, but I do want to share the information I have at this time. American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA Airlines, a CRJ 700 aircraft traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Washington Reagan National Airport, has been involved in an accident near Washington, D.C. It appears to have collided with a military aircraft on approach. Flight 5342 was under the command of 4 crew members and carried 60 passengers for a total of 64 people on board. We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families. Members of our GO team will be on their way to Washington, D.C., and I'll be heading there shortly as well. We know that many people will be concerned for the welfare of their loved ones, and we've set up a special helpline friends and family can call at 1-800-679-8215. That's 1-800-679-8215. If you believe you've had friends or family on board American Eagle Flight 5342. We understand and appreciate that people are eager for information. Please know that we'll continue to share accurate and timely information as soon as we can, but anything we must report must be accurate. We owe that to everyone involved. Our team of highly trained professionals will be working around the clock to support our passengers, crew, and their families however we can, and we'll update you as soon as we can. Thank you.
All right, you just heard there from the CEO of American Airlines, Robert Isom, and he mentioned, you know, the reason they are only putting forth what they can right now is because they owe it to every single person that was on board, a victim, a family member, to be right and be accurate. That is something that we keep near and dear to our heart, too, something that we want to make sure that what information we're bringing to you on air is accurate and informative before sharing anything that we are preemptively finding out about in our newsroom first.
Yeah, it's an incredibly sensitive time for family members and everyone who is watching, of course. And now, you know, this is just a time period where everybody is trying to figure out answers. So there are speculations, of course, but what we want to do is stick to the truth here and make sure that you guys get the best information, as well as American Airlines, as they continue to give us information and NTSB gets involved. We will now know more information about what happened last night.
Absolutely. And we are getting a response from the White House this morning. President Trump and the White House officials there sending out this statement saying that the president has been fully briefed on the accident which took place at Reagan National Airport. He said, "May God bless their souls and thank you to the incredible work being done by first responders." He says that he is monitoring the situation and will provide more details as they arise. I would speculate that he will probably give some sort of statement as we get closer to the morning hours. Of course, here we are coming up on 4 a.m., but as the morning develops, I would assume he would probably come out with some bigger statement. But of course, still so much unknown at this hour. That search, that frantic search for survivors still underway. As you can see here, right there, our live shot out towards the Potomac River, a chilly Potomac River on this Thursday morning.
Yeah, the conditions there are not good for first responders as they're trying to make all of this happen in a matter of hours. We do want to tell you about the breaking news that we had for you at the top of the show, which is the U.S. figure skater team here in the United States are releasing this statement saying U.S. figure skating can confirm that several members of our skating community were sadly on board the American Airlines flight 5342, which collided with the helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship in Wichita, Kansas. So, of course, these are some of the first victims that we know so far that were on that flight 5342 American Airlines coming from Wichita, Kansas back to D.C. And it is just a sad day all around for not only this community of figure skaters, but their families who were on board that flight there. We don't know if there were mother, kids. We know that there were a lot of people on this flight, at least 60 folks confirmed now that were on that flight, 4 crew members, as well as those 3 airmen who were there, Army airmen who were a part of this flight, soldiers who were killed in all of this. And, of course, sunrise. We're checking on that at 7:15, which will give us a better view of what's happening there within the Potomac.
Right. That'll certainly help some of those first responders out there. As we mentioned to you, we've had live team coverage for you since this incident happened shortly after 8:30 yesterday evening on Wednesday evening. And we've got our Nana St. Ubontu, who's also out at DCA, Reagan National Airport this morning with another update. And she's been there for that press conference all evening. And she's going to give us the latest update. I know there were several key points that you mentioned the mayor spoke about and several of those other officials, Nana.
Yes, Jacqueline and Stephen, good morning. There are a couple updates that we received from that press conference. Just want to give you guys an idea of where we're standing now. We've been moving around all evening into the early morning. We're currently on the ticketing level of Terminal 2, and right behind me here is a different vantage point of this huge response. Again, we're told over 300 people, men and women, working hard for this mission that is now a rescue. Let's go to the points that were brought up. So again, we know that we have hundreds of people here diving and boats from all over the area. We're told this is a unified command with state and federal response taking place. I know Bob touched on this, Sierra touched on this, but you know, they kept emphasizing in this press conference that these conditions are extremely rough. 1, it's cold, and 2, it's windy. I mean, as you can see, it's still dark. So I can only imagine that these responders are truly waiting on the daylight. You know, we were told that this operation is going to last many hours. It's going to be going on for quite a while, and we've been here for quite a while, and it's just really hard to see, obviously, because it's late. But where we are, you have the runway, and then you have the flashing lights coming from the different emergency vehicles, and then right after that is the Potomac River, where, you know, the scene is taking place right here. We did get a chance to speak with a couple people in the terminal. One woman says she was actually on her flight, boarded around 8 o'clock, getting ready to take off. And all of a sudden, she got a message from the pilot on her plane, basically saying we're going to have to, everyone has to get off board. There's just been an accident. She says you could just hear the number of emergency response vehicles kind of racing towards this runway area. And for passengers like her, she says a lot of them didn't get information. As we've been reporting, this airport is closed. It's shut down. There's not a lot that you can do coming in or out. So we did see a number of passengers kind of just waiting to figure out what is next. We've been saying, airport officials say the airport won't open till 11 o'clock in the morning, but we've also been told that that's fluid and that could change, all depending on this rescue that's taking place right over here behind me. Don't want to repeat too much of what my colleagues have already shared with us, but I can say there's so many questions, and right now, coming out of that press conference, we weren't able to get answers in regard to how many people body or remains have been recovered. Mayor Bowser, the fire chief, airport authorities were not going into that. They said right now their only focus is a rescue, and that's what we see happening behind us over here. I mean, you just have, you see the lights, and right behind those lights, that's that Potomac River over there. Again, it's just important to note that these conditions, they are good. It's very cold out. It's dark. It's windy. And you have men and women, over 300 people, trying their hardest to help kind of just bring some kind of answers to families who were actually told who arrived here to pick up their loved ones, and now they're in that unification center that's at Terminal 1, not too far from Sierra. I know we've been sharing that number, but it's important. Anyone who may be waking up to this tragedy or terrible news, or someone who is expecting their loved ones to come home, the resources are here. The airport says American Airlines has already set up that center, so just call that number or come to the airport and they will help guide you. But again, very fluid, so much taking place right here. This is just a different vantage point of the hard work that's going on behind here. And, Jacqueline and Stephen, as the information comes in, we'll share it, but we're just at a place right now where we just don't know. We can only paint a picture of what we see, but when it comes to, the questions that people truly have, how many people, has anyone been recovered? We don't have those answers, but we're hoping that at 7:30, Mayor Bowser just announced that at 7:30, that will be the next press conference. So we're hoping that we can get some more answers, but till then, we'll wait for the sunlight to come out and see what else we can get from this, guys.
All right, Nana, thanks so much for that update. As she mentioned, we do not have any confirmed numbers on survivors or fatalities. That is something to keep in mind. That is a point we keep reiterating because you may be seeing out there other people confirming other information. But until we get that down from officials, we here at Fox 5 do not want to share that, because these are people's livelihoods, right? There are people standing by waiting to find out the status of their loved ones that were on that flight. And so this is really a life or death situation, quite literally, that people are having to watch unfold here on TV. And so we want to make sure we're being sensitive when we're sharing that information with people at home.
That's right. So once we get that information, we will certainly give it to you as quickly as possible. But for right now, what we do know is that we have reporters scattered all across that scene there. And as you're looking at live pictures right now of our images there on our Stax camera, just overlooking the Potomac where that scene is taking place, we do have a map there of exactly where folks are. You see that search point there, the map showing Arlington on one side and Washington on the other. It's just smack dab in the middle right there at Reagan National Airport. But we do want to bring in Bob Barnett right now, who has been on the scene all night long. And Bob, this is just a historic moment for the nation's capital, but not in a good way. And I know you've been covering many things in this region. And I tell you what, this is a scene that I don't think that image that we saw of that plane and the helicopter colliding, that'll never erase out of our minds. So can you give us some context to what you're seeing and where we are right now in this rescue effort?
Yeah, Stephen and Jacqueline, we're on the western side of the Potomac River, just south of Reagan National Airport on Dangerfield Island, and we're hearing boats on the water. You can see the helicopters behind me there. That is the the flashing lights you see there are at the southern end of the Reagan National Airport property, and they've been there all night. the Capitol off in the distance. There is a helicopter flying ahead, up above, just ahead of us here, like heading right at us, and it has been shining a light on the water surface here, on the surface of the Potomac River, between the southern end of Reagan National Airport and then down the river toward Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, where there are a bunch of spotlights and other lights there on the water surface. We're not 100% sure of the layout, but we believe the aircraft is over there, being illuminated for the first responders by those spotlights on the river, just south of the runways here at Reagan National Airport. And so there have been first responders there, and also at the airport. I came here to Dangerfield Island around 11:30 last night, and then did a big drive around, and you could see that the entrances to Reagan National Airport were closed. Went over to 295 South, all the way to the MGM hotel down at National Harbor, and the entrances to the base, the national, the laboratory, and also Blue Plains, the water treatment facility. All of those entrances were closed to any other traffic but first responders. Those are the areas closest to the water where this search and recovery operation is ongoing. So we're on this side of the river, basically as close to and with the best vantage point to see what's happening from not long after the two aircraft went into the Potomac River. So we're on the western shore looking east. The sun will be rising eventually, and helping these first responders who've been out all night on boats, with the helicopter in the air, on the ground, and as you mentioned, Stephen and Jacqueline, just trying to make sense of what happened here, something we haven't seen in this country in well more than a decade, and not here in D.C. in more than 40 years. The thought that there are as many as 67 souls lost in the river, and the efforts to recover them continue. I don't know if you can hear it. I'm going to be quiet for just a moment as you can hear the helicopter go overhead here. I'll let you see it. It's probably just a dot on your TV screen. But that's one of the helicopters that's been up tonight, and you can hear, yeah, and you can see that. And then there, and I'll show, Miles Pearson is my photographer. Miles, come down here, and you see there is a boat on the water going from left to right with a kind of a red flashing light behind it, heading into where the spotlights are illuminating the water. So you see efforts on the water still. That almost sounds like an airboat to me. I don't know what, it's impossible to tell from this distance, but it sounds like an airboat. So they've got, water teams, mutual aid from all over the place. And we've been hearing, you can hear the engine of that boat as they continue the work here, this haunting work in these chilly waters, darkened, no wind, very calm, but still chilly, darkened waters as they're retrieving souls lost here last night on the Potomac River.
Well, I mean, the airboat makes sense. I mean, there's ice in that water there. You cannot put propellers down below too deep because it could cause a lot of challenges. I'm just wondering, Bob, from your perspective, how many boats are you seeing? How many helicopters have you seen pass you in the last couple of hours? And just to give us a context of how big this operation is.
Yeah, I mean, it is big, but right now there is just one helicopter up. And it's not the same one we've seen. You can kind of tell as they go by. There have been different helicopters throughout the evening, throughout the early morning and overnight hours. There is one, just this one now, but at least two boats on the water, and we've seen others. In fact, at one point, one of the boats that was on the river came over here and exchanged crews. Some people got off and others got on and then headed back out. And at times, like this helicopter that you see here tonight at this hour, this early hour, it's not tonight any longer, it's this morning, and some boats have been in the water searching much closer to this shoreline, even though the wreckage is across the way, is on the eastern shore. They've been coming here, so there can't be much of a current, but their search area is fairly wide here. with, at this hour, 1 helicopter and at least 1 boat that we can see and hear, but there have been many others throughout the night.
Hey, Bob, I wanted to ask you, you are one of our reporters here that's been here the longest with us, among many others. But, 1982, I think it was the last time that a plane crashed there into the Potomac. You briefly referenced it a few moments ago, saying about 4 decades ago. I just want to know your perspective of what we've seen over the past several decades there at Reagan National Airport when it comes to planes, the response there, the growth that has happened there. You've really been here for all of that to where we are today. Can you put that into perspective for us?
Yeah, and I mean, just telling you about the crash, the Air Florida crash. It was a Reagan to Tampa flight that took off during a snowstorm, and it came out that the pilot was determined to take off, and even though they had de-iced the plane, and it was still snowing and frigid conditions, that plane took off from Reagan Airport heading north and fell from the sky and clipped the 14th Street Bridge. Some people survived, but many were killed. The whole area has grown so much since, including the airport, which in just the last year has had debates over whether to add more long-distance flights, driven mainly by members of Congress who are from the West Coast and don't want to have to go out to Dulles or up to BWI and want to fly out of Reagan National. It's a very busy airport with a limited footprint, primarily 1 major north-south runway, and not that something like this is bound to happen. I mean, there are mechanisms on aircraft to kind of warn of approaching other aircraft to try to avoid a midair collision. One hasn't happened, or a fatal crash of a commercial airliner in this country in more than 15 years. So the skies are safe. The technology has improved immensely. But this is a congested airport in a more and more congested region, and our local, first responders, our fire departments from around the region, Maryland, D.C., Virginia, work together. They train together. It's been a long time since they've had to actually put into practice what they train for in a real situation as devastating as this.
Yeah, Bob, very insightful. Thank you. Like he said, all hands on deck from those first responders. And he also mentioned that conversation, that debate that's been happening amongst Congress over the past year. This flight specifically from from Wichita, Kansas to D.C., it's only been serving American Airlines for about a year. Yeah. So I think maybe just under a year, perhaps. So that's something to keep in mind, but something that they do pretty frequently, of course. And American Airlines, they are keeping us updated on what is happening with their developments. We do have their hotline that they have open for folks out there that may be wondering if their loved one may be one of these victims involved in the crash. That number is 1-800-679-8215. Again, that's 800-679-8215.
All right, we do, for those of us who are just waking up and joining us right now, your time now is 4:09, and of course, we want to be able to get you some more news. Of course, we're staying on this story all morning long as we can. And I think one of the biggest stories for our first responders there, and Bob just mentioned it, those icy cold temperatures inside of that water and surrounding that water, causing a little bit of trouble for that rescue effort there. But we do want to bring in the full team this morning. Let's start with weather this morning with Taylor Grinda standing by. Annie Mae's also going to give us an update on the roads as you guys get out the door. So we'll start with you, Taylor. Taylor, this is something that a lot of people are waking up to thinking, wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that was really my reaction early this morning. So I do want to bring you some latest updates on what we can see on our end of the spectrum in terms of the search area, weather conditions, and everything like that. So air temperatures actually come in right from Reagan. We're at 42 degrees there. Again, the bigger concern, of course, is the water temperature ongoing throughout the search area. So we're at 35 degrees, which according to U.S. Search and Rescue Task Force, you're going to lose conscious in as little as 15 to 30 minutes. So again, not exactly the best ideal conditions, especially in terms of water temperature. In addition to that, they're dealing with some ice in the water. Fortunately, the only good thing is that we do have at least calm conditions in the water. So so that's at least some good news. That wind that has unfolded over, that developed yesterday, that has since come to an end. So that's at least some good news with that. But altogether, it will be bright enough to at least slightly before that sunrise, around 6:47, that they'll be able to get some better visibility. And fortunately, we are looking at clear visibility for today. So visibility should be upwards of 10 miles, which is very typical on a clear day. Sunrise around 7:15 a.m. And then things should be at least smooth sailing in terms of weather here across the search area. So I want to break down a better visibility of where we are looking at this. Kind of gives you a better visual of where it is in reference to the Lincoln Memorial, also where that flight track was heading into DCA right there. So here's that runway 33. Look how close it is to the water. Of course, Reagan is so close to the Potomac, and here's that search area. It's so close to the average depth of the Potomac is around 5 to 15 feet, but right there in that specific area, it's upwards of 30 to 36 feet. So we're going to stay on top of this. Of course, I'll try to nail down some more facts. Thanks to Mike Thomas for building this graphic, of course, and we'll have more on the weather updates on the side of this search area coming up. Annie Mae?
All right, thanks, Taylor. We'll go ahead and get a quicker look there, as well as your surrounding traffic throughout the area. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, yesterday we were looking at a lot more closures in and around, of course, Reagan, so around 395 GW. But it does look like this morning the main concern is really just the airport access road of both east and westbound directions in Arlington. Of course, that's obviously going to be closed for police activity between GW and US 1. So, of course, follow the posted detours in that area. But again, like I said, mainly those closures were around last night when initially everything had kind of occurred over there near DCA. Of course, if you are headed through that area as well, if you're headed into work this morning, wherever you're headed throughout the DC area, just keep in mind there's going to be that police presence, that increased police presence in several areas around there. Of course, with everything we get in terms of developments, there will just be a very increased amount of police presence in the area. But for now, it looks like the only closure you're looking at is kind of in that Arlington area. Again, the airport access road going to be closed for police activity between GW and US 1. Back to you guys.
All right, Taylor, Annie Mae, thanks so much. We appreciate you bringing us up to speed on all of that. In the meantime, let's get back out to our team coverage this morning. We have Melanie Olnwick joining us now. She is relieving our other reporters out there that have been at DCA all night long. Good to have you here with us, Melanie. From what we understand, Reagan National is going to be closed at least until 11 a.m. this morning. Some people may be waking up right now thinking they have a flight to get on, but that is not going to be the case whatsoever this morning.
That's correct. And, you know, honestly, I think that's kind of a, let's just say, a hopeful timeline, because just given the first responders and all the work that we've seen out here, it's kind of hard for me to think that we would all of a sudden be able to have so many people coming in and out of this airport and flight operations resuming at 11 this morning. But again, they said at least. And so we will stand by and see. There is going to be another press conference here at 7:30 this morning. But you can see all around the airport these what would be flight arrivals and departure boards, and basically the information about the baggage that's coming on which carousel. Now they all say the same thing, that all flights are being held, that customers need to check with their airline representatives. We can tell you that Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority CEO Jack Potter did say that at the time that crash happened, they were they did divert some flights to Dulles Airport, 19 aircraft and personnel. Also that Metro agreed to have some extra hours so that they could get people where they needed to go from here. Again, so much mutual aid coming from around the area, D.C., Maryland, Virginia. We've heard that there are fireboats from Charles County, divers from Baltimore City. And don't forget, all of this is happening while the city still is responding to fires and medical emergencies as well. You do have the NTSB here. You have the FAA. You have the U.S. Coast Guard. So many different groups working together, all in this operation. And we should mention all of them, dedicated federal employees who are here on the job working overtime. They're going to be working for countless days to try to get this situation fixed, under control, whatever they can do here. As we know, those operations are continuing. You heard Bob talking about what was going on the river. I can tell you, yes, it is icing up, and one of the things that they're doing is they're continuing to train some of those boats, like back and forth, just trying to keep that ice from forming and basically opening up a channel there in the Anacostia River so that those crews, when they make a recovery, they can get over to the South Capitol Street heliport, and that is where that part of the operation is happening. As far as here, again, there's going to be a lot of questions about what exactly happened, the communications between the planes, the helicopter, the air traffic control. We know Mayor Bowser was asked the question today about what was the Blackhawk's mission. What was it doing at the time that it was apparently rising up from the Joint Base Andrews Bowling, that area. We don't know exactly where it took off from, but it appeared to be rising up from that area as this flight from Wichita, Kansas, American Airlines flight, was coming down. And what was the communication there, the miscommunication? That is all for down the road. That will be the purview of the NTSB, and perhaps we will hear from them later this morning. Again, that updated briefing at 7:30. But we can tell you that there have been some recoveries made. We have not heard of any rescues at this point. And you did hear my colleague Sierra Fox speaking with one of the senators from Kansas this morning, saying just based on his training, obviously they're not seeing any ambulances leaving. They're not seeing those types of operations that would suggest that people are being taken to the hospital. It feels very much to me a little bit like when we went to George Washington Hospital right after 9/11, and we expected to see ambulances and ambulances full of survivors being taken to the hospital, and they just weren't coming. And that was sort of the first signal that we had, that we knew that this was something that was going to be probably a very, very tragic situation instead. One of the interesting things as well, obviously, airport in full operations. As this crash happened, we want you to hear now from a passenger who was on a plane on the tarmac getting ready to take off at the time of the crash.
So we got boarded on a plane, and maybe 20 minutes later, a crew member came in and said that there had been an issue, and we're going to have the airport is closed, and it probably will be closed for at least the next 2 hours, and they wanted everybody to deboard the plane. We waited to see what would change, and later they let us know that the airport was closed for the rest of the night, and maybe tomorrow as well. They also let us know what was going on, that there seemed to have been a military helicopter that crashed with a plane, but we didn't really hear too many details from that. And it's kind of different than what I've been hearing on the news, so we're not really sure.
When you were on the plane, you said you looked out the window. What did you see?
I saw about probably like along the river, a little further out from the airport. You can see 2, 3, maybe 4 blocks of just lights all the way down.
Does this worry you since you were on a plane and when this all goes down?
It worried me quite a bit. And my wife was really concerned, and she's like, you should just get out of that airport and go somewhere, stay at a hotel, and leave from another airport tomorrow.
And certainly that's what people will be doing. Obviously, we know from the press conference earlier that operations at Dulles and at BWI have not been impacted. So many people may be trying to rebook flights out of there today. We also know that American Airlines officials are on their way here now. And we can also tell you that families that were here waiting to pick up loved ones from that Wichita flight were taken to a special area over in Terminal 2, one of the lounges, and that is where they are being held. They're offering counselors to them, whatever resources that they need. And so they're keeping all of us here over in Terminal 1. This is where normally you would have the Southwest flights. And it is sort of an eerie thing when we were driving here into the airport this morning just to see really nothing but police lights and media crews. And that was about it. no taxis, no shuttles, no buses, no people coming to drop off their loved ones, the normal hustle and bustle that we see here at this hour of the morning at Reagan National Airport. So again, we'll be standing by and we will bring you that press conference at 7:30, but so much more, obviously, from all of my colleagues out in the field. So for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Hey, Melanie, before you go, you did mention that that there were some folks reporting that there were bodies that have ended up at a hospital. Do we know which hospital that they are sending those bodies to?
I do. I have no information about a hospital. I know that the central point where if there are any recoveries made, that is over near the South Capitol Street heliport. And so that is the best information that I have at this point. So we'll continue to work on that and let you know. But yes, based on what I've been hearing, there have been some recoveries made. I can tell you also that the tide is starting to go down, and that is going to make things a little easier. So as the tide goes down and the sun comes up, just let's all prepare ourselves for what is going to be just a very difficult sight. And I think we and our obviously our producers and all of our folks back there are going to be very careful and cautious when that situation reveals itself, so that we're very respectful of what the scene may or may not be. We know the divers are also, and the boats that are out there, if they come across any debris, they're being told to mark it by GPS so that investigators will know where to find it later. So as far as hospitals, I'll check on that, guys, but all I know at this point is the heliport.
All right, Mel, thanks so much for that update. As we do know, there were 64 people on board that American airline jet, 4 of them crew members, 60 of them passengers, and then on board that Blackhawk helicopter, the U.S. Army Blackhawk helicopter, there were 3 soldiers on board that, the Army confirming that they were flying from Fort Belvoir, taking part in a training exercise when this crash happened. We are still working to determine what exactly they were training for. That is something that hopefully we will learn in the coming hours, but this is still developing, and at this point we still do not have any confirmation from any official saying that anybody has been recovered. We've heard word from our reporters that, you know, they've seen certain images and they've seen certain things unfold, but nothing confirmed specifically, independently here with us in our assignment desk here at Fox 5. So that is something we are working on, but of course we don't want to preemptively share any information because, you know, you got to think a lot of people are at home watching this unfold. That could be your loved one that, you know, you are concerned about, and you wouldn't want that to be your family that you are. Somebody is saying a little too early may or may not have made it through this tragic and sad incident. A dark day here for us in D.C. And I don't know about you, but when Melanie put it into perspective there, when she responded to 9/11 at the Pentagon after that happened and heading to the hospitals there and expecting to see mass amounts of victims who were alive there, you know, and then seeing what was the reality, she said that that was really impactful for me. I mean, I almost got a frog in my throat just thinking of that. I was over here fanning myself because I was trying to hold back tears. So, you know, that is what the potential reality could be as this morning unfolds. Of course, that search and rescue efforts still underway. Those conditions, it is dark out there, it is cold out there. These first responders putting everything they can, and multiple agencies responding to this. So they are really, like I said earlier, all hands on deck doing what they can to help this morning.
All right, we are spanned out all across the region this morning. Of course, you heard from Bob, who was in Alexandria this morning, and you heard from Mel, who was at the airport, as well as Sierra Fox and Nana Sintu. But let's get over to Josh Rosenthal, who is in Southwest D.C. this morning. And Josh, you have a unique vantage point that I think that we're very lucky to have this morning, to get a eye perspective view on one of those preparation centers as they get prepared, some of those agency responders that Jacqueline just mentioned. Can you talk to us a little bit about what's happening right now, what you're seeing as we get closer to sunrise this morning?
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. In fact, why don't you come on up here, take a look behind me. Things have slowed down a little bit here, but this is what we've been watching first responders do for hours now, from last night into these early morning hours. We're on an apartment balcony overlooking one of several command centers set up throughout the area. This is very close to the intersection of S and Half Street Southwest. Nats Park is nearby. The Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge is there in the distance. Sadly, part of what we're choosing not to show you appears to be emergency responders bringing victims' bodies from the water to tents that they have set up just below where we are now. We've also seen people transporting what may be some debris from the crash, as well as what appears to be some luggage. It's hard to watch. It's what we feared may be the case. And guys, it does appear as though this is what's going to continue into these early morning hours and throughout the day. Very clearly, this is a sensitive operation that they're doing. And actually, if we could, just real quick, take a look straight down. We were asked not to show you some of what's going on out here because of the sensitive nature, but I believe this is okay to show. It appears as though that's luggage. At least looks like to me, or possibly some sort of debris from the crash. It's coming off the water, which is down there at the end of this block, and they're bringing it up to this area. It's very, very difficult to watch. It's tough to see. These first responders have been hard at work for hours, guys. We're going to stay out here, and as we see more, as we learn more, we're going to make sure we bring it to you.
Wow. Yeah, Josh, we're just watching this all unfold with you there as those people were bringing those, what looked to be luggage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a stroller or something of the sort there on moving that through. What they were doing there, I mean, it's just hard to see and to put into perspective, and really difficult to watch all of this unfold.
Yeah, I think a lot of us who woke up this morning, I know I got a call from my sister about 10 p.m. last night, and she just said, listen, do you know what's happening right now? And I was like, wait, what? Mm-hmm. So I checked my phone, like many of us do when we wake up in the morning to see exactly what happened, and here we are. So what you're seeing right now behind us in the image on your screen is a massive response of about 300 first responders from all around our region, federal, local, just stepping in to try to help out what was a passenger plane that collided with an Army helicopter this morning near DCA. It is one of those mornings where you just prepare for a really, really sad day. And we're going to keep you on top of all of that this morning. We do want to bring up a response from the White House this morning, if we can, just from the official response from the White House about what happened this morning. Can we do that, producer? I do want to show you that the update this morning from the White House. I want to pull that up so we can see it. Do you have it with you there?
Yeah, the president basically briefed, said that he had been briefed on the crash. I do have it in my email, but he, to sum it up, he said he was briefed on the crash, thanked the first responders, went on to say, may God bless their souls, referencing the people that were on board both that American Airlines flight in the Blackhawk helicopter. The response there from Donald Trump, and says that he's monitoring the situation and will provide more details as they arise. I'm assuming his son comes up. We will likely get another response from him as the morning moves on. We are now getting some information. We've been talking a little bit about the official numbers. We've been seeing other people talk about the number of bodies being recovered. We've heard some of our reporters talking about it, but we have not independently confirmed any of this information. Fox News, though, confirming, saying that they do fear dozens could be dead because of this plane crash. So that we are learning a little bit. That is, you know, them saying that they fear that dozens could be dead. Fox News reporting.
Yeah, and I mean, Taylor just put it so wonderfully. It was terrible to know that once your body is in that type of water and under those conditions, you only got 15 minutes of life left in you, and so of course, as we get more information about the remains of those passengers on both of those crafts, we will keep that to you and get that to you as soon as possible. But as we know right now, this all happened just before 9 o'clock right here over DCA. We have reporters, again, spanned out across the region taking a look at this. And to your point, I mean, this is one of those days, just we're getting information in hour by hour, and the more information that we get, the sadder this moment becomes for the rest of us.
And you know, a lot of those people, as that flight was coming down, flight 5342, I mean, it was fairly close to landing. Many of those times, I mean, just think of yourself when you're arriving at an airport, you text your family members, your loved ones saying, I'm about to land, I've arrived.
There's a sense of relief that overcomes you.
Yeah, so they were just truly minutes away from that happening. We've seen people who were out there at that reunification center who were waiting on those family members, and here we are at this moment. Let's check back in with Nana St. Jubone. So she's been out there at DCA this throughout the morning, throughout the evening last night. She's seen that reunification center. We're going to check in with her and see what she can tell us at this hour. Any new developments, Nana?
Hey, Jacqueline. No, we're just still here. We are on Terminal 2 near the ticketing area, just a different vantage point of the rescue that's currently going on. But you were talking about the reunification center, and yes, that does exist. That's closer to Terminal 1, where Sierra was reporting from. We're told this is set up by American Airlines, but obviously airport authorities have assisted with that. And this is basically a place for anyone who may believes their loved one was on that flight and hasn't heard from them. You're asked to go there, and that's where they will assist you with the process. We walked by it briefly, but of course it was very sensitive. They had it, you know, covered off. But that does exist. So for anyone who is heading to the airport, that is at Terminal 1, but you're actually asked to call American Airlines for any information. But, you know, right now we're just looking at this response that has over, 300 people. We have people diving. We have people on boats just trying to really just look for people, look for these passengers. We're told, again, this rescue, it's difficult because we've all been saying how cold it is. You can only imagine how cold it is at this time of the morning. It's also windy and it is dark. You know, in that press conference, we didn't really get all of the answers we're looking for, but we understand that it is still very, very early. Mayor Bowser, fire chief, airport authorities made it clear that right now their main focus is rescue. We've been here, not at the airport. We started off at Gravelly Point. You know, that's where we were kind of hanging out by the park, and we saw a huge presence of emergency response vehicles. And when we got to the park is when we saw some Fairfax County fire rescue boats actually going in to the Potomac River. They were there for about 30 to 45 minutes, and then we saw them pack up their stuff and get in their cars and head back to Reagan National, and we kind of just followed them, and we kind of found a place to be in the airport. We were able to speak to some passengers who were kind of almost, to a sense, stuck in the airport. Again, this airport is closed, but you have to remember that there were still people obviously here at the time this accident took place. So if they couldn't leave, hop on the metro or get an Uber or a ride out of here, you were kind of stuck inside. And we have seen a couple of people just inside the ticketing area, kind of just resting, relaxing on these benches. But these individuals also have a number of questions, and some of the questions and the answers that we're all looking for here. But again, I can tell you, as you can see, this response is huge. Right now, you're looking at the runway, and then you have the lights from the different emergency vehicles, and right after that is the Potomac River, where this active search is taking place. You can also hear that helicopter. I know Bob let you listen into that. I don't think we're further away. I just think the helicopter may be going a little down the river, but maybe turning back shortly. And again, 7:30 is when we're expected to get a little bit more information. So hopefully by then we can get some information on numbers, because I think that's what everyone wants to know, what is going on with the rescue. Bodies, remains, survivors, whatever the case may be. People just want to know, want a little bit more information, but it's important to note that it's very fluid. We've been out here since, 8:48, and we're just waiting. We're waiting to get as much information as possible. But yeah, the airport is closed again till 11 o'clock, but it's important to note again that time could be pushed back. The airport authorities said just depending on what happens here and what they're able to do here, I mean, the first flight may not even take off at 11 a.m. It could get pushed back, and they're working with the FAA for that kind of information, guys.
All right, Nana Sentubansi, we appreciate it. And as we get closer to sunrise this morning, where we will get a better vantage point. And as Nana just mentioned, there are helplines available. If you're watching right now and you might know someone on that flight, or maybe trying to figure out whether or not your flight's going to go out today, all of that is available to you. There is a helpline number for you. We have it scrolling across the bottom of your screen there. You see it in the Chiron. That is 1-800-679-8215. Again, that number is 1-800-679-8215. And of course, you can call that number for more information, to get more information about your flights, whether or not your family members are accessible to you, what information they may have to pass along to you from American Airlines. That is available to you at that number.
Yeah, a lot of people waiting, with bated breath for that news conference that we heard Nana mention. That's going to be happening tentatively at 7:30 this morning. We'll, of course, bring that to you live here on Fox 5. As she mentioned, we are hoping we've got some newer updates at that time, and that's really what people are holding on for. But look, here's the reality. If you're just waking up with us this morning, this is really devastating for not only us here in D.C., but those folks in Wichita, Kansas, a much smaller community, but nonetheless, people across the country reeling from this morning. If you've been to D.C., you live here, more likely than not, you fly into Reagan quite frequently. So you understand this airport, you know the area, you know just how busy it can be, and really some sad and tragic, devastating news that we are bringing to you this morning. And something we're also keeping a close eye on is the weather conditions, how that's playing a role in the response effort. We're going to bring in Taylor Grenda this morning because she's got a better understanding of the water temperatures there. And I know, like last week, I think we were in the negatives for some areas temperature-wise. We saw some ice on the Potomac last week. We've had some of those warmer temperatures that have helped melt some of the snow. But what about the ice that was in the river there, Taylor?
Right. So, I mean, it takes a long time for water to warm back up and to change temperatures. So, yes, after the freezing, bitterly cold temperatures last week, again, some areas of Potomac froze over, and now we're still seeing some of that ice break apart. So that's certainly going to cause an impact on search rescue efforts early this morning. They're going to have to dodge the ice, and the water is so brutally cold, too. So here's a look at the air temperatures. Again, that air thermometer actually coming in from Reagan. We're at 42 degrees there. The bigger concern is certainly the water temperatures. You can see up and down right there. They're in the 30s, but in the search area, here we go. Here's what we're looking at. 35 degrees right there, which you can lose consciousness if you're in the water within as quickly as 15 minutes. And then we're talking about, unfortunately, the loss of life as early as 30 minutes. So, again, hard to survive in this kind of conditions. Fortunately, the water's not that rough, and the wind has lightened up overnight. So that's at least some good news. But again, that cold water is certainly a concern. Again, sunrise happening around 7:15. They'll start to get a glimmer of light with getting a little bit brighter by around 6:47. So that will at least help with the search of rescue efforts once we get some daylight out there, too. Again, I want to break down a better view of where we are talking about this location. If you're watching us from out of town, whatever it may be, there's Reagan Airport right there with the blue arrow. The flight track was heading in that direction right over the river, and then Lincoln Memorial just north of there. And again, the runway 33, which we keep mentioning all morning long, that was the runway it was heading for, and you can see how close it is to the water right there. So let's talk water depth. In addition to the cold weather, or excuse me, the cold conditions, the cold water out there, you can see the average depth of the Potomac is between 5 to 15 plus feet, but in this Pacific Channel right there, it's much deeper. We're talking 30, upwards of 36 feet right there. That in combination with the very cold conditions, the cold water, again, search and rescues are going to be, again, fighting against time right now. So again, we're going to stay on top of this. Of course, as we dig up more facts about the search area, we'll bring them to you. But I think now we're going to head over to the roads to get an update on what's happening around Reagan. Anybody?
All right. Thanks, Taylor. Again, 4:39 is your time. A little bit earlier last night for the majority of the evening in terms of like 9-ish o'clock p.m. Last night, you were looking at some of those closures in and around the area of Reagan. So around 395, kind of towards GW as well. We'll go ahead and take a look at some of those street closures that we do actually have in effect this morning. Those street closures for police activity and recovery response efforts are going to be the following. The airport access road, of course, going to be affected between GW Parkway and US 1 in Arlington. That's US 1, the ramps to the airport access road, again in Arlington. Potomac Avenue affected between South Capitol Street and 2nd Street. 2nd Street there between Q and V streets in the southwest. 1st Street as well between Q and V. That's half street between G and V there. V Street between 2nd Street and half street southwest as well. So again, keep all of this in mind if you are in attempts to head out onto your roadways this morning into the DC area, as well as just keep in mind that there's going to be that increased police presence in several areas throughout the D.C. area, of course, near Reagan. That's going to be affecting areas around US 1, the airport access road, again, towards GW Parkway. You can see all of course, the increased police presence in the other kind of box you're seeing on the screen. So just keep in mind that things could be ever changing in several different areas. That just has to do with emergency vehicles, police presence. Take a look at all those street closures. But if you can avoid the area, if at all possible this morning, that probably is going to be your best bet for the time being. Back to you guys.
All right, Annie Mae, thank you very much. Well, listen, as Taylor just mentioned, the turbidity of the water there,
right.
Just it being incredibly cold. We heard the mayor say these are murky conditions. To be able to see the visibility down there to pull people out or even recover any items that are down below the Potomac is going to be a really challenging effort this morning.
And that's why it's going to be so important come daylight, civil twilight, I think 6:47. Sunrise 7:15.
Yeah.
That is going to be hopefully a really important moment for those first responders, giving them that first look at what they can see with the sun coming up, which will certainly help them as well.
Yeah, we're just a few hours away from that.
Yeah.
We do want to show you a statement from the White House this morning. President Trump and his White House team putting this up this morning, saying, "I have fully been briefed on the terrible accident which just took place at Reagan National Airport. May God bless their souls. Thank you for the incredible work being done by our first responders. I'm monitoring the situation and will provide more details as they arrive." That is a statement from President Trump sent out also last night. I'll also mention that Vice President J.D. Vance also has put out a post on X saying that he is sending prayers to everyone involved. So we will keep you posted on more information as that comes. And as you mentioned earlier today, I can't imagine him not making some sort of statement later on today about what's happening.
Yeah, you also have to keep in mind newly sworn in Department of Secretary of the, excuse me, I can't think right now, Sean Duffy.
Yes, Sean Duffy.
Secretary of Transportation. There we go. So he was just sworn in literally yesterday, I do believe. And so this is really...
It's been less than 24 hours that he's been on the job.
Yeah, and Pete Hegseth as well. Obviously, a military aircraft involved, so there will certainly be an investigation underway as to that involvement. So really showing their multitudes of ability here this morning as this all develops. We do have a statement from Pete Hegseth this morning. Let's see if we can pull that up. This is something that we are getting a look at here as well. He posted on social media that we can confirm the aircraft involved was an Army UH-60 helicopter that was from Bravo Company 12th Aviation Battalion out of Davison Army Airfield. That's at Fort Belvoir here in Virginia. This was reportedly a training flight. We're working, he says, with the local officials to provide additional information once it becomes available. Our reporters at the scene at DCA during that press conference at around 12:45 overnight this morning asked Mayor Bowser about that training flight. She did not have any information as to what exactly they were training for. Hopefully we'll get some more information on that, but that is the latest information from Pete Hegseth with the DOD, newly appointed DOD secretary there. Sean Duffy was also at that press conference as well at 12:45. We're also learning, this came in about 3:15 this morning, so if you're just waking up with us, we did get confirmation from the U.S. figure skating company that They unfortunately did have team members, coaches, athletes, and family members that were on board of the American Airline Flight 5342 when it collided. They say that they were with the National Development Camp, which was working with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. Some of them living here in D.C., and then we're going to Wichita for that camp that was being held there. So we do have confirmation from U.S. Figure Skating that they did have several of their loved ones and family members on board of that flight.
That's right. Our hearts and prayers just with their families and everyone who was involved with all of this. We will keep you posted on if we know that any more folks who have come out saying that they have been victims of this. And if you do have any information to share with us, please do call our newsroom. We were happy to hear from you and get any information about that. We do want to go out to Bob Varner this morning, who is in Alexandria. And Bob has been standing there on the other side of the Potomac, giving us another vantage point this morning. Bob, what are you seeing? You've been kind of walking us through some of those preparation and also just some of the massive effort that's happening from first responders this morning. Can you give us some more insight?
Yeah, and just kind of piggybacking off of what you were just talking about, imagine the people who are going to wake up this morning and realize there was this terrible midair collision and crash into the Potomac, that 67 people have likely been killed, and that they know someone, whether it's a friend or a neighbor from this D.C. region who was part of that skating trip to Wichita, Kansas, and were killed on their way home. So just the sorrow that's going to be impacting people in the coming hours is going to be rather significant. I will tell you here with the Potomac River behind me, there have been 2 helicopters up for the last little bit here, and what you're looking at straight across the way there is the southern end of the runway here at Reagan National Airport. Still first responders there, not as many as there have been late last night and overnight into this morning. We've seen some kind of driving off the property, but still, and I don't know if you could tell, but the perspective we have looking across, you can see the U.S. Capitol there as well. So there have been first responders there, kind of at the perimeter of the southeast corner perimeter of the runway and the Reagan National Airport property there. As helicopters fly overhead, there have been boats in the water, very calm. Cold waters here, and there's the helicopter that's just kind of going slowly overhead, kind of crisscrossing, shining its light on the surface of the water. The camera really can't pick that up, but there have been spotlights coming off this helicopter and others as Josh Rosenthal has shown us, are collecting debris and likely remains, sadly, from the Potomac River. And as we kind of look off to the right here, so that's the southern end of Reagan National Airport. Across the water is Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, and you see a lot of lights and still many flashing lights on the water there, and there's a yellow flashing light coming left to right into the picture here, one of the boats that's still on the water. So there's a concentrated effort here by dive teams and water units from around the region. You heard someone mention earlier that a team from Charles County, Maryland is here. So a mutual aid, first responding situation continues and will continue, illuminated by huge spotlights there on the shore on the eastern side of the Potomac River, as there are assets on the water, on land, and as part of this recovery effort, putting their training into practice. Certainly stunned by the developments and the work that they're having to do. Fortunately, without a strong wind and a calm surface here, the wreckage being very close to the surface, but a wide area that is being searched by helicopters, boats on the water, and teams from different fire departments around the region, some police departments as well, D.C. Police, U.S. Park Police, as they kind of maintain the perimeter, gather what they can, and wait for the daylight to do more of the work here, trying to piece together exactly what happened. Ideally collecting the black boxes that would be on that American Airline jet that is in the river, and recovering any of those who are lost. And you see again, there's one of the helicopters that's been just kind of hovering, crisscrossing for almost exactly 8 hours now, and we've been telling you that the first responders, they're up in the air, but those who are on the water were able to make contact with the wreckage and start recovering, sadly, the victims almost immediately. As we show you one of the aerial assets working this. What will no doubt be a recovery and investigative mission here on the Potomac River.
Thank you. We like it when you can, when your photographer there zooms in. It gives us a better understanding as to what we're seeing out there. I know we saw those airboats, what we thought looked like to be airboats out there, trying to navigate through the water. The helicopter there shining a spotlight for them as they moved forward. Bob, I wanted to ask you if you're still there. We were talking with Taylor Grenda earlier about the water temperatures, and we know last week we had those frigid, well below freezing temperatures. The Potomac River had iced up in several parts. Are you seeing any ice throughout the river there? Has it mostly melted off? What are you able to see there?
Yeah, it is certainly melted off. Where you would see the ice, and I saw it myself late last week, was along the shoreline. But with a couple of days in the mid-50s, approaching 60 degrees, there's no more ice in the water, but the temperature is around freezing. So there's no ice hampering the efforts, but the water is extremely cold. The air temperature has been cold overnight, even though it was a sunny, warm day on Wednesday, yesterday. But these conditions are not ideal, although it's not raining, it's not snowing, there's no ice to contend with, but the water is dark and the mission is just grim.
Yeah, certainly could be worse conditions. That is certain, but like you said, it is quite cold out there for these first responders as they make their way through.
That's right. All right, Bob Barnett, thank you very much for that reporting there. We do want to get out to Josh Rosenthal, who is joining us on the other side of the Potomac in Southwest D.C. And Josh, probably the best perspective that we have all morning right now, just kind of to really give us an idea of what those efforts that are happening on the ground. What are you seeing this morning, Josh?
Well, guys, we want to be really careful with what we do and do not show you because we want to be very respectful of the victims and their families. However, I do want to describe something that we just saw, which was law enforcement personnel gathering, standing at attention. They then took what appeared to be a victim's body out of a van. They had an American flag over it. They then put that body into an ambulance, and the ambulance, I believe, is in the process of driving off. This was tough to see. We're pretty far away. We don't have the best or the closest vantage point, but it did appear as though some of these first responders who were there, who were standing at attention, were emotional, as you would imagine. This was a difficult thing to see, and it all happens as, take a look behind me here, the rest of this operation continues. So you're dealing with this extremely heavy emotional stuff, what is clearly a loss of life, but at the same time they're still cleaning up this crash. We have seen people just recently, I'd say in the past hour or so, at least we noticed them in jackets that say NTSB. So I do believe that different personnel is now coming in for many hours. We've mostly been seeing emergency personnel, including firefighters, police officers, medics. Now, however, it appears as though things are starting to change a little bit. You see people walking around down there. This is a little less movement than we had noticed earlier. However, I think this is safe to show. If you look straight down from where we are now, photographer Eric Mills, we just described to you seeing someone put into an ambulance, and you're watching that ambulance drive away now. That's approaching the intersection of S and Half Streets here in Southwest, making a right, heading up towards Nats Park, away from the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. And again, guys, while that ambulance goes in that direction after the ceremony that we just witnessed, here behind me, the investigation, the mission continues. I suspect that this is going to be the scene for many hours to come as the sun rises here and these responders are able to get a better look at the tragedy that's left behind. Guys.
Josh, hard to look at, hard to watch, hard to hear you report on this. I can only imagine the conditions for you now. Thank you for that. Really do thank you for that and giving our viewers a perspective into what is happening right now. This is just one of the many moments of sadness that will drape over our nation for the next couple of hours. Yeah. We do want to show you something that Josh just mentioned, that ceremony that played out in front of him. Let's just show that for a moment.
I'm completely speechless. I think as opposed to talking over this,
I just want to give it a moment of silence.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, what you're witnessing right now, guys, is what Josh Rosenthal just reported on. This is a moment where first responders standing at attention this morning as they drape an American flag over what is a body that was recovered from the Potomac River this morning. They are now taking that body into what is a fire and EMS ambulance right now and loading it in. Those first responders at attention there. And as that body that you just saw leave in that ambulance, in that motorcade that Josh just showed us and his photographer Miles, this was moments ago, just before that. It is just a sad, sombering moment, and this is the first of what we may see as three American soldiers who will be loaded into the back of ambulance this morning, in whatever condition that they may come out in. And as those first responders just stood at ease, it is just hard to watch this morning. So we did want to show you that because it is just the tone of what we just witnessed. It's hard to talk about.
I know, it is.
Jacqueline.
You know, I'm over here tearing up just watching all of this.
Yeah.
It is difficult to watch. There's a lot of military members around here. Yeah. You have to imagine the people that served this nation and the nation's capital that were likely on that flight. Yeah. We know the U.S. figure skating team saying that there were a development team on board that flight as well. So it's possible there were young children a part of that team. It's possible that there were family members, entire families possibly on that flight that were at that camp. And, you know, it's just hard. This is the first real view that we're seeing of this recovery effort. Still a rescue effort from the mayor's words, but as we can see in that, you know, it's just nice to see that they, given the situation, took the time to properly care for that person, whomever it may have been. But boy, that was difficult, wasn't it?
That was tough to watch, and we showed that to you right here on Fox 5. Guys, we're just coming up on 5 a.m. this morning. It is 4:58, and this search and rescue effort, I just want to give you a little bit of a timeline of what has happened over the last few hours. It is about 6 hours away from when this plane crash happened.
I think we're almost going on 7 or 8 now.
Yeah, 7 or 8 now.
About 8:38, 9 o'clock last night that this happened.
That's right.
We've been out here with you since 3 o'clock this morning and coming up on 5, like you mentioned.
Yeah, but those rescue efforts have been going on since this all happened. 6 hours into all of that, where 300 folks have gathered from around our region to help out recover some of those bodies and clean up
the response effort. Like you said, 300 different first responders out here from all across the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia, trying to help these first responders, these search and rescue efforts. We do know that there were 64 people on board the American Airlines flight. That included 4 crew members and 60 passengers. And then 3 soldiers were on board that Blackhawk helicopter when it crashed. The Army confirming they were flying out of Fort Belvoir on a training mission there.
Well, we still have more for you this morning. We want to get out to Melanie Almwick, who is back at Reagan National Airport this morning. And Melanie, quite a different sight that we've ever seen at DCA. And a lot of us are familiar with this airport, especially if you live in this region or have flown into this region. This is just not the sight to see, but there's a lot of efforts going on right now at Reagan National Airport to help out with those families who may be getting bad news this morning.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, here we are right in the middle of Terminal 1. This is the Southwest Airlines primary terminal. It's completely quiet. There's nobody coming in through the doors behind me except for media setting up for the next press conference scheduled for 7:30 this morning. All of the screens in the airport have the emergency alert on it, telling anyone who perhaps I don't even think they can get into the airport this morning, but if they happen to, that all the flights are being held, and to check with their airline representatives. We did hear perhaps that some flights would be taking off at 11 this morning. Personally, I think that's a little ambitious. I can't imagine that they would be able to start bringing all of the passengers and the taxis and the services and the crews and the planes here in just a few short hours. So, you know, maybe it was a bit of semantics, because when Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, was talking about that, it was 1 a.m. on Thursday, which is now Thursday morning. So when he said tomorrow, he perhaps may have meant Friday, but we'll need to get some clarification on that, because when you look around here, I just honestly don't see how in 6 hours you're going to be able to have commercial flights coming in and out of DCA. But we do know that this is the central hub now for where we're going to get official information. We know Mayor Bowser has been here all night. We know that, again, the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority CEO is here. The Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, is here. Members of the NTSB. You have the MWA, the Fire Department, as well as DC Fire Chief John Donnelly, who had been describing for everybody just the very difficult conditions that their first responders are working in. Our Bob Bonnard has also been describing that to you as well. In addition, we had the two senators from Kansas, and they were talking about how they advocated for this flight, this direct flight from DCA to Wichita, and it had been basically about a year in operation, and that they knew that this is going to be very impactful for Wichita folks back home. And as you guys have been reporting, there are going to be impacts for people here in our DC area as well, people returning home from those figure skating championships and camps. And we are expecting later, again, 7:30 this morning is going to be the next update, although, you know, perhaps what we'll hear is more of how many bodies have been recovered, because that really does sound like now, as everybody's been saying, this is a recovery operation. We do know, we heard from Senator Roger Marshall. He was talking about how in his experience, when you don't see a lot of ambulances and paths and sirens of people being transported to hospitals, you have that sinking feeling in your stomach, knowing deeply what that means. As far as operations, we know that 19 flights were diverted from here to Dulles Airport last night. We know that Metro stayed open, extended its hours so that all of the passengers and personnel and staff that were here who needed to leave were able to do that. It was very, very quiet coming here into the airport this morning, just really not the kind of traffic that you see. And again, we also know that as my colleagues have been reporting, and our national friends have been reporting as well, and we've reported on several times, there has been controversy about expanding the flights from DCA to parts west, because of whether it was too much for the traffic to control. This is a very small airport. The runways are narrow. And we know that adding additional flights was something that not everybody agreed with. And we have no idea exactly what the communication issues were in terms of what led to this crash. And that is something that everyone who spoke overnight here said, let's just hold off on those questions. We're going to deal with that when we're going to deal with that. That is for the National Transportation Safety Board to deal with, and they will be beginning their investigation along with the Federal Aviation Administration. So that is the best that we can tell you here from DCA. We'll continue to keep an eye on operations and let you know if we hear anything in terms of whether that ground stop is going to be lifted for 11 o'clock this morning, or whether indeed that perhaps was a little ambitious.
All right, Melanie, thank you very much. Yeah, it's going to be one of those days where you're going to have to, if you have a flight this morning, as Melanie just mentioned, you have to stay on top of it, because we don't know when this is going to let up. We know that those recovery and rescue efforts are still underway, and it could take hours more from now, and 11 days, right? And that 11 o'clock time that they've mentioned for American Airlines, or at least DCA, I should say, opening up their airports, that could be shifted and changed throughout the day.
Yeah, if you're somebody who maybe has the option to fly out of BWI or Dulles, maybe you live a little closer to one direction or the other, might be a good idea to call your airline, see if you can make those changes ahead of time, because who really knows when DCA might actually be able to reopen and let passengers come and go. So that might be some good advice there. But we did want to pull up the number if we can. The American Airlines helpline number. That is the number that they are urging you to call if you do believe you may have known somebody on that flight. Maybe you know somebody who knew somebody. You have a loved one. You want to know more information. That number there, that is the number they are urging you to call, 1-800-679-8215. We also have that over on our website for you. And that's where they are providing the latest updates on there and on their website too.
Yeah. All right. We do want to get back out to Josh Rosenthal this morning, who just gave us an incredible image of what is happening there on the ground there. Josh, what are you seeing?
Oh, guys, let's take a minute, and I want to reset. And yes, we just saw that incredibly emotional moment. It was a victim's body pulled out of a van, an American flag draped over, and then that body was loaded into an ambulance, which we then saw drive away. We saw some emotional first responders saying goodbye, and it was hard to see. Also, there's a whole operation happening right below us. Take a look back here. One more time. I know people have been tuning in with us all morning, all last night, but in case you haven't, we are on an apartment balcony overlooking what is one of several command centers, we've been told, throughout this area. This is right near the intersection of S and Half Streets Southwest. So that's the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. You can see there in the distance. Also to our left is Nats Park, to give you an idea of where we are. This road that you're looking down now, it's essentially a dead end. This is where the DC police helicopter flies in and out of. In fact, we saw a chopper land here in the last hour. There is also, as you can see, access to the water down there. For much of this evening, early in the evening, we saw a lot of emergency personnel driving in here. Many of these vehicles that you're looking at now, much of this equipment that you may or may not be able to see now. And from then, once everything got set up, and since we've been up here at this vantage point, we have seen a lot of people making trips down to the water, back up towards where we are now, down to the water, back up towards where we are now. We have seen, and some of which we showed you on live TV, what appeared to be luggage being pulled out of the water and brought up here. Also, what may or may not be debris from the crash itself. And again, I'll take it back to the most important thing that we've seen tonight, and that appears to be being pulled out of the water, being brought up here, and it really just drives home how tragic this is, and the sense of loss that everyone is feeling, not the least of which certainly is the families who lost people here in this area tonight. It's been very difficult to see, guys, but this is the operation that's going on right now and all the feelings that come with it. For now, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Josh, for just a moment, we just took a moment of silence to honor who was being pulled out and into that van and into the ambulance. Can you just set the scene of how first responders are dealing with this? I know they see this a lot, but they don't see this every single day. What are you sensing on the ground there from your perspective?
Yeah, you're right about that, Stephen, and it's tough to tell. I mean, we're not we're above everyone, so it is a little difficult to see some of their reactions. I can tell you during that ceremony, it appeared to me that people were emotional. They were saying goodbye to someone who had just passed in tragic fashion. Also, though, they have a job to do. So we're seeing these first responders dealing with this loss, still working hard, still walking up and down. I mean, we can take one more look down here if you want. You can see this right here by the driveway. This is what I was describing earlier. We've seen a lot of this, and it's emergency personnel, oftentimes with these yellow carts, and they walk down towards the water. They're down there for a little while, and typically we have seen them come back up and that is the cart and other carts like it that we've seen the luggage on, what may be the debris. So it's a mix. You see the emotion on the face. You can feel the sense of loss, but at the same time, these are first responders. They have a job that they have to do, and as you can see, they're doing it.
You know, obviously there's different layers of grief that we're all going through as we're processing this, different layers of response that is going to continue to happen from last night into today and the days to come. I'm curious, I see you're there on a viewer's balcony there. What is that like for them, those people that are just, you know, seemingly living their lives there, and then to see all of this transpire? Have you been able to talk to anybody there that can give us a perspective of what they're going through as well? Because like I mentioned, different layers of grief for different people here.
Yeah, we have talked to the gentleman who's nice enough to let us up here. He actually reached out to us and invited us up. And one of the things that he's told me several times tonight is he felt as though people at home needed to see what he could see from up here. And that was the reason that he invited us to this balcony. Also, and we mentioned this during a much earlier live shot, guys, that this was probably late last night, very similar to the scene that you saw down here, the ceremony and the send-off. This gentleman said he saw something like that earlier in the evening, too. We had reported that previously. We didn't personally see it, but I believe, I'm assuming, that was part of the reason why he reached out to us, brought us up here, because he felt as though what we are witnessing was important for people at home to see as well.
Josh, please pass along our thanks to him for letting you come up there along with your photographer, because really it's giving us a different vantage point that so many other news crews don't have this morning, which is really impactful to be able to see what is happening there from that angle and really giving us a better sense of what this is looking like as the morning unfolds.
Yeah, and of course, for those people who are living in that building and are watching this play out in front of them, like you said, that trauma, that grief is just there for them to witness, and I'm sure they haven't gotten any sleep like those first responders as well.
Absolutely.
All right, we do want to bring it to another part of our coverage this morning, where we want to show you exactly what's happening. Mayor Bowser put out a statement earlier today. We do want to put that up on the board for you to see. And it is really just a moment of her acknowledging what the particular moment that we're living under. She says this: tonight, as our first responders continue their efforts, we're sending our love and prayers to the families, loved ones, and communities who are experiencing loss during this terrible tragedy. We will provide our next briefing at 7:30 a.m. at DCA, and it'll be live on this account. So for those of you who are staying up with us and who have been up with us since 10, since this all has happened, we are covering this from ear to ear. And of course, we have all that coverage coming for you at 7:30 once that briefing goes live.
Yeah, we'll bring that to you right here with all the latest information with that. We have confirmed, though, this was about 2 hours ago, we got information from U.S. Figure Skating confirming that they did have athletes, coaches, and family members of those athletes on board of that American Flight 5342 when it crashed. They posted this on, sent us this statement actually, saying that they confirmed several of their members of their skating community were aboard the flight. They said that they, like I mentioned, athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home. So they were from right here in the D.C. area. They were in Wichita, Kansas for the National Development Camp that was being held with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship there in Wichita. So, you know, really devastating to hear that potentially entire families may have been on board this. Athletes, coaches, we are still working to confirm anybody that may have been on that team. But that is really the only confirmation we have so far as to who may have been on board that flight overnight.
Yeah, and we were talking to Annie Mae about this earlier, who her father is a professional figure skater, and she was just mentioning that the national development teams are typically made up of younger people who are developing their skills. So we don't know exactly who was on that flight, but you can imagine that there were families, that there were young kids, possibly moms, dads, children, who their families were looking for them to come home to DCA this morning or this afternoon or late last night, and they will be you know, just kind of just shocked by the news that they're getting this morning as they're dealing with the grieving at DCA.
Shock is really the word for everybody.
Shocked.
Across the board, whether you had somebody that you knew a part of this that may have been involved, whether a victim, a family member, a friend of a family member, anything of that sort. Just the whole nation waking up to this information this morning and really just heartbroken, breath taken away, speechless. I mean, I know when I woke up at 10 o'clock last night, I couldn't go back to bed. I came in here and I was like, I got to get here. What can I do to help? Because it is so hard seeing this unfold and watching this and feeling almost helpless to see all of these people trying to recover and help people who are there in the water and on the ground. So, you know, it's really difficult to watch it all unfold for all of us.
Yeah.
So.
Well, if you're just waking up with us this morning, it is 5:15, and we do want to get you a check on your weather this morning, which is one of the bigger stories that is going to either help or interpede in this process of recovery efforts that first responders are doing right now. We do know that 300 people are on the ground helping out with crews there. Let's get to Taylor Grinda, who can give us a little bit of context to the conditions that first responders might be dealing with on the ground this morning. Hey, Taylor.
Right, exactly. I mean, we're in January, so we've had a lot of cold weather leading up to, unfortunately, this event. So, fortunately, we had some warmer temperatures this week, which has helped break some of the ice apart in the Potomac, but we're still dealing with some icy conditions on the Potomac. So, something that search and rescue crews are certainly going to be working against throughout. They were over the duration of the night and into this morning as well. Air temperatures, which our temperature for Reagan comes from Reagan, we're at 42 degrees right there. That's not really the biggest concern. The bigger concern, of course, is the water temperature at just over 35 degrees Fahrenheit. Again, you're going to lose, if you're stuck in that water, unfortunately, you're going to lose consciousness as early as 15 minutes. And then, unfortunately, you could be dealing with the loss of life anytime over 30 minutes. So not exactly the best ideal conditions. And crews have been working through the night in dark conditions. At least we're starting to get a glimmer of daylight here shortly. I think we'll start to see that a little bit around 6:47 a.m. And then, of course, that sunrise is at 7:15. So that will help search and rescue crews for sure. Here's a better view of that search area. We'll kind of break it down for you. You can see how close it is to the runway at DCA and kind of a wide zoomed out view of everything happening across the area. There's a runway right there, runway 33, which you'll probably hear mentioned many, many times throughout the duration as we cover this event. You can see how close it is to the water. Of course, Reagan being extremely close to the Potomac. Average depth of the Potomac is around 5 to 15 plus feet, but this specific channel where this crash likely happened, it's a little bit deeper than that, upwards of 30 to 36 feet. So that's another thing that they're going to be working against this morning as well. So again, our thoughts and prayers are there with the victims and the families affected by this. We're continuing to stay on top of it. And of course, we'll kind of dig up some more facts for the search area and see what we can get to you. We're going to send things over to Annie Mae now to get a check on the roads around Reagan. Annie Mae?
All right. Thanks, Taylor. So right now, of course, as of 5:17 here, the closest updates we have in terms of those street closures in the area, the street closures for police activity, and of course, that recovery response effort going on this morning. The following streets are going to be closed. That's the airport access road, which we've known for the longest, of course, nearest DCA. That's going to be closed between GW Parkway and US 1 in the Arlington kind of area. US 1, just note the ramps to Airport Access Road are going to be affected by this as well in Arlington. That's Potomac Avenue between South Capitol Street and 2nd Street in Southwest. 2nd Street there between Q and V Streets. Just definitely wanted to make sure that one was across the board, because the last time I said G Streets, actually because of my bad vision, but Q Streets and V Streets are going to in between is going to be affected. 1st Street there between Q and V, Half Street as well between Q and V Southwest, V Street between 2nd and Half Street. So keep all of that in mind. If you are planning on heading out, of course, our recommendation is just going to be to avoid that if at all possible this morning, just because of the increased police presence. Of course, I'll point your attention as well to the kind of upper portion of your screen where you see that increased police presence. So just keep that in mind as you're headed anywhere throughout the DC area this morning, that you could be coming in contact with those ambulance, the EMS, as well as police activity through the area. There were closures on 395 as well beforehand. Yesterday, 295 as well, but those are since cleared. Back to you guys.
All right, Annie Mae, thank you. Like she said, probably your best advice is to avoid any areas around Arlington and that region towards DCA this morning. A lot of it's going to be closed down as this investigation continues and the rescue efforts continue to move forward there. Right. We do want to get to a tweet that Pete Hegseth sent out, a newly confirmed Secretary of Defense that he posted overnight in regards to this incident. Of course, the Blackhawk helicopter we did confirm was part of a military training exercise involving 3 soldiers there coming out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia. He tweeted out saying that they could confirm that the aircraft was an Army UH-60 helicopter from Bravo Company, 12th Aviation Battalion out of Davis Army Airfield out at Fort Belvoir. He's saying that they are working with local officials. We also know newly confirmed Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy was actually at that press conference that happened between 12 o'clock and 1 a.m. this morning. He spoke, and again, newly confirmed just 24 hours ago.
Less than 24 hours, yeah.
Exactly, and this being his first major response. So let's take a look at what he had to say overnight.
Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation.
Yeah, that was Sean Duffy there, Secretary of Transportation. We also had Mayor Bowser speaking. Some of the chiefs of the first responders, the law enforcement agencies responding, some 300 first responders on the ground taking part in these recovery efforts there right on the Potomac River.
Yeah, we also heard from American Airlines CEO Robert Isom, who really had a lot to say. He sent us really sent out a 2-minute speech about what he was preparing for, sending his heart and his thoughts out to all of the victims of this moment and telling you about how American Airlines is preparing for what is to come. Take a listen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Robert Isom, the CEO of American Airlines. I want to brief you on a serious accident that occurred involving an American Eagle aircraft. The aircraft was operated by PSA Airlines, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of American Airlines. First and most importantly, I'd like to express our deep sorrow about these events. This is a difficult day for all of us at American Airlines, and our efforts now are focused entirely on the needs of our passengers, crew members, partners, first responders, along with their families and loved ones. I know that there are many questions, and at this early stage, I'll not be able to answer all of them, but I do want to share the information I have at this time. American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA Airlines, a CRJ-700 aircraft traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Washington Reagan National Airport, has been involved in an accident near Washington, D.C. It appears to have collided with a military aircraft on approach. Flight 5342 was under the command of 4 crew members and carried 60 passengers for a total of 64 people on board. We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families. Members of our GO team will be on their way to Washington, D.C., and I'll be heading there shortly as well. We know that many people will be concerned for the welfare of their loved ones, and we've set up a special helpline friends and family can call at 1-800-679-8215. That's 1-800-679-8215. If you believe you've had friends or family on board American Eagle Flight 5342. We understand and appreciate that people are eager for information. Please know that we'll continue to share accurate and timely information as soon as we can. But anything we must report must be accurate. We owe that to everyone involved. Our team of highly trained professionals will be working around the clock to support our passengers, crew, and their families however we can, and we'll update you as soon as we can. Thank you.
Big for it.
All right, what you just heard there was the American CEO, Robert Isom, who was just explaining to us that he has a GO team on the way to Washington, D.C. right now. He's actually coming to Washington, D.C. And probably on his way as he prepares to possibly make remarks in that press briefing. But of course, we are definitely, I don't know for sure that he'll be making remarks in that press briefing, but he could. We do know that his team is on the grounds and they are working with folks there at DCA to make sure that the families who were hoping to intercept their family members now have help and resources there at DCA to comfort them in these moments.
Yeah, we know that a reunification center had been set up there out at Terminal 1, I do believe is what Melanie Olnwick had said.
Terminal 2.
Terminal 2, okay, yeah. And then the reporters, everybody is at Terminal 1, obviously wanting to separate the two. That reunification center is open. They have therapists and counselors. They're providing some support for those folks. We are told Reagan will be closed at least until 11 a.m. Yeah. That is likely to change, tentative. We're going to check in with them in a little bit, but let's head back out to Bob Barnard, who is at Dangerfield Island in Alexandria. He's been out there as well, and he's given us a good look at what the response effort is from these first responders. We've seen you reference some of the helicopters, some of the boats out there. What's the latest you can tell us at this hour, Bob?
Yeah, you can hear them and see them now, Jacqueline and Stephen. I'm going to pop out of the way here. There's a boat over there. Do you see that, Miles? It's kind of going over there, left to right there. You'll see it kind of on the surface. It's a loud boat, but there's a helicopter overhead we can show you in a moment. But that's a boat, one of the boats that's still on the water here, kind of going between the airport property to the north, which is, as you're looking at it, from the left to the right over toward Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, where there's another large police presence and spotlights that have been illuminating the water for the last several hours. So there is activity there, and then there is activity up by the airport, and there's the helicopter that is flying overhead has got a spotlight. You want to see if we can see that, Miles? Let's take a look. And from this vantage point, you might be able to see the spotlight coming, shining down from this helicopter as it kind of scours the surface of the Potomac River, looking for debris, perhaps victims, so that you can't hear it as much now because it is flying away from us, but it's kind of all around. And then here's this airboat sounding, one of the watercraft that's very loud, and it's just kind of hovering on the water. And again, it's hard to see exactly the kind of boat it is, but it sounds like one of those airboats you'd see in the Everglades here along the water, and it's just kind of it's on the surface of the water right off the shore of Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. And then we'll swing the camera all the way to the left here. And again, what you'll see in a moment here are the flashing lights of first responders at the southern end of the Reagan Airport property here. And there are fewer and fewer of them, but they're still here, and you still see, some of the flashing lights of the first responding vehicles, going from the scene off and driving to the left, kind of west and north off the property, but still here doing their work, waiting for sunrise when that work will continue. And again, Miles, I hate to keep swinging the camera left to right, but here comes this helicopter again, which has been one of many out here, and using their spotlight, just kind of looking at the surface, seeing if anything from the crash site has floated away. And they've been doing this for, coming up on almost 9 hours now, since around 9 o'clock last night. And that work continues. We don't know officially how many people have been recovered from Josh and Eric's position over by Nats Park. We saw at least one, we believe, one of the soldiers from the helicopter, the Blackhawk helicopter that crashed into this American Airlines bombardier jet, twin-engine jet. The debris field, the wreckage found almost immediately, remains recovered almost immediately, but not all. We don't believe all of the 67 who were aboard these two aircraft have been recovered. That work is continuing, and searching for other remnants of the wreckage, which could be over a wide area here of the Potomac River, just south of the heart of Washington, continues as we approach dawn here in the coming couple of hours, guys.
Hey, Bob, quick question for you. I wanted to ask if you could explain to our viewers where you are in perspective to where the crash happened along the river, where it went down in the river at. Could you give us an estimate for our viewers at home who maybe are just waking up and watching with us, where you are compared to where we saw this video unfold and where we saw that plane crash into the water?
Sure, Jacqueline, and Miles, can you show kind of the Capitol over there? Like as we're seeing here, there's the U.S. Capitol, and so we're on Dangerfield Island, the western shore of the Potomac River in Northern Virginia, just south of Reagan National Airport. We're in the city of Alexandria, and you see the Capitol, and on the right there, those are some of the flashing lights at the end of the runway. Quite frankly, we don't know exactly where the wreckage is. There is clearly a scene here that you see there at the southern end of Reagan Airport, and then there's the scene with flashing lights and airboats over along the shore of Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. So I wish, Jacqueline, I could tell you, yeah, this is where that is, and over here is where something else is. But nobody has told us specifically. You can look at the photos, the photograph of the wreckage where you see the wing tip of the plane just under the surface of the water, and you see another aircraft, another commercial jet on the runway at Reagan National in the background. So you would think where the helicopter, the Blackhawk helicopter, and the passenger jet went down is right next to the runway, right next to the airport. And so that's why we believe that for sure is a scene. But then you have this one over here at the base, and probably a mile south. And there's been a lot of activity and spotlights on the water over there for hours. So I wish I could tell you what these two scenes mean. We just don't know yet. And perhaps we'll find out when the sun rises. I've made some calls. We're not getting specifics as to what we're seeing exactly happening in these two different specific locations.
Thanks so much for that. I was just trying to give our viewers a better understanding of where you are, because it is so dark out there still
Absolutely.
at this hour.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You know, I've walked around the island there before, and, you know, if you've been out there and you see it in daylight, it looks much different than it does at night. So just to try to help our viewers better understand. But again, civil twilight, 6:47, so a little more than an hour, and we'll check in with Taylor Grunda in a little bit to see how much light that will provide, because it'll be about 20-30 minutes before they actually have full sunrise once that civil twilight comes. So
yeah. They'll at least be able to at least see what it is. And I know that Taylor mentioned, or at least Melanie mentioned, that the tide will then decrease, and that may actually help with visibility and help crews get in and out. Let's get to Taylor this morning. Let's talk about high tide, low tide. Let's talk about turbidity. Let's talk about all things weather this morning as we try to help out first responders who are figuring it out on the go.
Right, so fortunately, the weather's going to be cooperating with us in terms of air temperatures. I know it's going to be cold out there, but we'll have clear visibility once that sun is up and shining. So that's at least some help. Again, our air temperature comes in from Reagan Airport. We're at 42 degrees there. More or less, the bigger concern, like we've been mentioning all morning long, is the water temperature. Sitting at 35.8 degrees Fahrenheit. We're talking about unconsciousness, possible anytime hitting 15 minutes or over that. If you're in that water, over 30 minutes, we're talking about the unfortunate loss of life if you're in there for that long. So again, the extremely cold water certainly not going to help with search and rescue efforts. Neither is the ice chunks that we're dealing with in the Potomac either. I know we've been through some very, very cold air, some cold conditions last week. We've warmed up a little bit this week, so some of that ice has been able to break apart a little bit, but certainly not going to help with search crews in the water right there. So again, like Jacqueline was just mentioning, we do have sunrise around 7:15 this morning, and we're looking at clear visibility once we get that sun up and shining. Again, we'll get a glimmer of sunlight, though, starting around 6:47, and then things will get better and better as we get closer to 7:15. Want to break down, again, a better view, as we've been mentioning all morning long, of where Reagan Airport is. Maybe you're watching from out of town. That flight track goes right over the Potomac, and you can see how the close proximity it is to the Lincoln Memorial and other areas around D.C. too. So we'll take you zoomed in here. We've been talking about runway 33. That's where that plane was going to be landing as it moves right over the Potomac and then lands shortly after that. So close, very close proximity to the water. Here's a better view of the search area as we zoom it in here even more. Talking about the depth of the Potomac, around 5 to 15 plus feet. But again, it does get a little bit deeper in the Anacostia Channel right there. The depth upwards of 30 to 36 feet. So there's some facts right there. Of course, we're going to stay on top of this, hopefully dig out some more and bring you some more updates. But for now, we're going to send things over to Annie Mae to get a check on the roads around the airport.
All right, thanks, Taylor. We're continuing to talk about some of those street closures in the area that have, of course, changed since around that 9 p.m. Time last night. That was affecting around 395 as well as some portions of 295. Those have since cleared on those roadways. Here, though, are the street closures that are still in place for that police activity and, of course, the recovery response efforts. So the following streets closed there. Airport Access Road. This is the one we've been talking about the longest, of course, between GW Parkway and US 1 in Arlington. That's US 1, the ramps to the Airport Access Road as well in Arlington. Potomac Avenue between South Capitol Street and 2nd Street Southwest. That's 2nd Street between Q and V Street Southwest. Just wanted to emphasize as well, Q to V. That's 1st Street between Q and V Street Southwest as well. Half Street between Q and V Street Southwest, as well as V Streets between 2nd and Half Street Southwest. So those are all of the street closures we do have in place. Of course, that's a look as to what it looks like going around around the area. Just keep in mind, all of this is going to be ever shifting with everything that we do learn, everything that they learn on the police, on the ambulance side of things, the EMS as well. So just keep in mind that wherever you are headed throughout the area, if you absolutely have to just use caution, remain calm in those areas, in those situations, just because of course, it's their responsibility, of course, to get everything done this morning in terms of police, ambulance, EMS. So just keep all of that in mind, those street closures, as well as just the ability for all of that to kind of shift throughout the day. These are the ones that we have down packed in terms of street closures, but just keep that in mind all around DCA this morning. It's best that you really just do kind of avoid the area. Back to you guys.
All right, Annie Mae, thank you very much for those updates on the road, and we thank Taylor Grinda for those updates on our weather department, just kind of tracking what's happening there on the ground.
Yeah, it'll be huge once that daylight comes, and that'll be a huge relief for the first responders out there.
That's right.
But we are getting some new information right now. We told you at around 3:30 this morning that U.S. Figure Skating did confirm several of their members, athletes, coaches, and families were on board that American Airlines flight. We did just confirm that Ilya Melanin, the American figure skater, 20-year-old figure skater, world champion as well, posted this, it looks like on social media, saying that he hopes and prays for everyone who was on that flight and that they are okay. Going on to say, God bless. We are still trying to work and figure out who may have been on that flight from the U.S. figure skating company and some of those teams. We know, we were speaking with Annie Mae, you know, her family comes from a figure skating background, and
That's
she
right.
told us that the development team, the figure skating company, tweeting out saying, giving us a statement saying that the development team was there it is, excuse me, was taking part in the figure skating championship in Wichita, Kansas for a camp. And she was telling us that those types of development camps, the national development teams, usually 18 and younger sometimes it can be. So
and they're accompanied by their coaches, their families, so it's not just the kids or the development team that's there on those flights, typically going down a train in Wichita, but it is a full flight of people who might have been on that particular flight, who were there, not a part of just the U.S. skating team, but it could have been part of other world championship teams as well. We don't know just yet, but we're still confirming details. But it is a tragedy all around for those who were affected by this.
And Ilya Melanin, a local right here in the DMV. We've had him here on Fox 5 before. So clearly sending his condolences to those survivors, their family members, victims out there. And that's what we're getting from him this morning.
Yeah, we're also getting some information from Mayor Bowser this this morning. She actually spoke at a press conference just after the crash. We showed you a couple of comments from the new Transportation Secretary who was there alongside with her. Mayor Bowser just kind of really reiterating some of the facts that, hey, listen, if you are in the area, stay out of the way of first responders, let them do their job. But she also said that our focus right now is to get first responders there to help get those folks out of that water and to their rightful places. Yeah. Take a listen to this.
DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation.
All right, you heard it there. That was Mayor Muriel Bowser just speaking several hours ago about what has happened here in the nation's capital. She did say that 2 aircrafts are in the water. They are not spread out across the region, but they are both in the Potomac River. We have more of that interview or more of that press conference coming for you in a few moments.
Yeah, and we're expecting a full next update from the mayor, first responder officials. That is tentatively scheduled for 7:30 this morning. We know how these types of things can sometimes be. The original one that we heard from Mayor Bowser at last night was scheduled for 12:30. I don't think it was till like almost 1 a.m. that they actually came out. Of course, they all want to be on the same page with whatever they are sharing with the public. So 7:30 is the tentative schedule for when that next update is expected. We'll, of course, bring that to you on air and online at fox5dc.com. But in the meantime, let's head out to Melanie Olnwick. She is out at DCA at the airport there and giving us a better understanding of what we're seeing this morning as this continues to unfold.
That's right. So all the roads, as you've heard, heading toward DCA are blocked off by police. We were able to get in with our media credentials. Behind me, a completely empty terminal here at Terminal 1, same way over at Terminal 2. Less than 2 hours now is when we expect the next press briefing. What you don't see is in front of me, an entire wall, a crush of cameras from every outlet you can think of, national, local, everywhere throughout the region coming because this is such a major tragic event for the United States. Again, we still don't know if the airport is going to be able to open at 11 this morning. I think that is ambitious at best, given everything that is still going on. And it's possible that when the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority said 11 a.m. tomorrow, he was actually speaking at 1 a.m. Thursday, so it is quite possible that he meant 11 a.m. Friday. I've reached out to my contacts at the Airport Authority to see if we can get some clarification on that. So anyone who has flights today, obviously, you need to call your airline and figure that out. We're not seeing anything on the boards now except for just some ads as well. We know that American Airlines leadership, they should probably be here by now, I think, given the time that has passed. They're on their way here. We know, as you mentioned, that there is the Family Reunification Center, counselors there as well. 19 flights were diverted right after that crash from Reagan National over to Dulles. Operations at Dulles and BWI are not impacted this morning. Now, in addition to the FAA, the Department of Transportation, the NTSB, the Coast Guard, those national organizations, everybody working here, and I should mention, they are dedicated federal employees. They have been working here. They will be here around the clock. Again, you've got DC Fire and EMS, mutual aid from all over the area focused on this. And we still have our first responders in the meantime in our area responding to fires and medical calls as well. So everybody putting their lives on hold to serve the public and to serve this tragic incident. Also here at the press conference, we had the senators from Kansas, Jerry Wicker and Roger Marshall. And they mentioned that this flight from DCA to Wichita, this direct flight, is something that they had advocated for, and that it had begun only a year ago. So they're expecting, obviously, a lot of impacts in Wichita as well. They say very small community. Senator Wicker said that Marshall had said that they'd taken these flights many, many times in the past. They're very familiar with this route. They did speak to Fox 5 right after that press conference. Here's some of what Senator Roger Marshall had to say.
You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. I want the folks back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, are doing, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable.
Hey guys, and back out live here. Just want to let you know that there's going to be a lot down the road when it comes to what happened here and what do we do next, especially when it comes to the amount of congestion and flights here at DCA. And you're looking in that double box there, that video of around 8:48 p.m. last night, where you can see this collision, that explosion in the sky. And a lot of people, passengers who were on the ground here, also said that they saw that as well. And then that just sobering response right there in the middle is right when that airplane and the Blackhawk collided, and it looked like the Blackhawk was rising as the plane was descending, and the plane taking the route that goes to the DC side of the Potomac River, and then supposed to be circling back in to runway number 3, and you can look and see that it never made it. So that crash was more on the DC side, and that's why you're seeing our Josh Rosenthal and the recovery efforts that are happening over there. But yes, there will be conversations down the road when it comes to what do we do next in terms of the helicopter flights, the possible coordination or lack of coordination. We don't know yet what exactly went wrong. The NTSB will be taking that over, its investigation with the FAA as well. But as we've mentioned, we're dealing with the immediate aftermath right here. And again, we'll get more from you, or for you, from here at about 7:30 this morning.
Hey, Melanie, we really do appreciate that. I know that this flight is about a 3-hour-and-a-half flight coming from the middle of the country all the way to D.C. And we heard from Robert Isom, the CEO of American Airlines. He said that there's a GO team from his team on the way to DCA and to D.C. What might that GO team be doing this morning as they're coming in to kind of solve or maybe figure out what's happening?
Well, I would imagine their first stop would probably be to meet with the family members here in that area where they have been taken and gently separated from the rest of this, so that they can be together, so that they can talk with counselors. I'm sure that would be their first stop. Then, of course, they'll want to coordinate and get information from the air traffic controllers with their American Airlines folks who are here. So that would probably be the first stop, and we would hope that we will hear from them during this next press conference.
Yeah, that's the hope, Mel. Thanks so much. We'll check back in with you throughout the morning, but thanks for that latest report. In the meantime, we do want to get back and check in with Stephanie Ramirez. She's joining us now at this hour, and she is out in the Navy Yard area, and she's going to give us the latest update on what she's seeing from where she's located. We've been checking in all morning long with our reporters spanned out across the area near the Potomac River in DCA, but she's towards the Navy Yard part of this. Steph?
And Jacqueline, good morning. Yes, so we are at half of Potomac southwest. I have Nats Park over my right shoulder. You can see the line of police cars behind us. A lot of this area, as we've been mentioning all morning, now blocked off to most traffic. The Frederick Douglass Bridge heading over is also blocked off. Now, I want to point your direction to the right here because there's a gentleman talking with an officer. What we've been seeing is a lot of rideshare drivers trying to get to those living in the apartment building behind, and they are right now unable to do so. Residents are being allowed to go back and forth, but we are told as media that we are not allowed to go any further. Serious and very delicate operations are happening just a block down from us over by S and Half Street toward that apartment building complex is where Josh was reporting from earlier. Again, they've pushed us back now, saying we cannot be there due to the delicate operations. But that's where Josh was reporting from when he was showing a lot of, what was being pulled from the water. Definitely speaking with different officers around, upset with what's been going on. Very tragic scene here, still unfolding. But again, you're going to run into a lot of closures if you are trying to get around at this location. Half of Potomac is where we are at. I know Melanie's been reporting all morning. And I can tell you guys, I have not experienced this. Maybe Melanie has a different experience, but I've never heard on radio DC Health broadcasting at 9:23 last night that they were requesting all hospitals in the DC region to provide their bed and blood count due to a mass casualty incident as a result of this plane crash in the district. 9:23 last night again. And this morning, we're checking in because we're still waiting for that news conference to happen to provide more updates. It's expected to happen at 7:30 this morning. But we are listening into first responder radio communication, and I can tell you even as of 5 o'clock this morning, they were still looking through a very large debris field in the water, instructing investigators and first responders to also search for victims as well. So even in this 5 o'clock, now almost 6 o'clock hour, there's still a very fluid operation going on behind us. We're in the area of where the Anacostia meets the Potomac. But you can see, again, many closures in this area by Half and Potomac Southwest. And down, you're looking toward S and Half is where these serious operations are going on. A lot is being pulled in from the water. Josh is showing you luggage it looked like being pulled in. We're also aware that bodies are being pulled in. Officials still not giving us the official count, but just a very serious scene here. Again, police pushing us back from the location because of how serious it's getting in the area behind us. So we're going to continue to bring you what we can see from here in Southwest, but just expect a lot of roadblocks if you're coming down here as well. If you live in the area, you may want to check in with the officer downstairs to see where's the best way to go from there. I'll send it back into you all.
Hey, Steph, I wanted to ask you a question about the hospital and the dispatch call you heard on that. At last check from our desk, we reached out to MedStar, Georgetown, GW, their trauma centers, and had not heard of any victims being taken specifically to those hospitals. Maybe they're just remaining tight-lipped about it. But can you tell us a little bit more about that dispatch call that you heard?
Yeah, I mean, they were preparing for the unknown, but we were listening to radio communications all night and all morning, and it was very clear that this is a mass casualty event that authorities are responding to, even though they have not confirmed exactly yet how many have survived and how many have been killed in this very tragic incident. But they were preparing their hospitals. There was a directive for all victims, regardless of their priority status, to be taken at some point to the airport. Let me just look through my notes here. I'm sorry, guys. I want to make sure I'm giving you the most updated information here. But yeah, there was a directive at some point to make sure that that was happening, but they are working from all different locations. We know that there's operations here. Hold on, there's a vehicle leaving here. Fairfax County, sir. That's the community emergency response team. So I'm sorry, let me step out of your way here, but that's assistance coming in from another jurisdiction because of so much is needed here. But yes, they were preparing their hospitals. Clearly, ambulances were called in the beginning stages. We know there were at least 2 transports getting ready. But again, they're not confirming what exactly this is believed to be a mass casualty incident. And I think that speaks to, when we're speaking to some of the officers in the area, how upset they are because this is such a serious response that's happened and unfolded here last night. And it's still, this recovery effort is still going on into the early hours in this almost 6 o'clock hour now. Jacqueline?
Yeah, a lot for a lot of people to process in different ways. We mentioned the grief and the recovery layers that we're dealing with as this day unfolds, but keep that in mind. I mean, these first responders, these law enforcement agencies, they too are dealing with their own internal thoughts and reflections as this unfolds this morning.
That's right. And as folks are waking up this morning and trying to get out the door to get to work, because still business has to go on in the city, as she just mentioned there in Navy Yard, it's going to be a very busy day, and it's going to be hard to navigate some of those roads. That's why we want to bring in Taylor and Annie Mae in just a moment. But let's start with Taylor. Taylor, frigid conditions in those waters for first responders this morning. Can you help us understand what type of day we're about to experience?
Right. So fortunately, the weather it's looking good in terms of search and rescue crews trying to continue their search and efforts early this morning. Once we get that glimmer of sunlight and the sun is up and shining, we're looking at clear visibility and also at least dry weather across the area as well. So do you want to talk about at least a search area that is happening right now, right near Reagan Airport over the Potomac? So water temperature, again, a big concern this morning at 35.8 degrees Fahrenheit was a concern overnight as well. We have been through, I mean, it's January, so it has been very cold leading up to this week. We had the Potomac actually ice over in some spots last week too, so some of that ice is broken apart. Specifically in this area, we're talking about some ice chunks, so that's going to certainly be at least a nuisance for search and rescue crews right there. And of course, the water temperature at 35.8 degrees, that's very cold. We're talking about at least the loss of life within 30 minutes of being in that water. Again, I do want to bring you an update on that sunrise around 7:15 this morning, and we'll get a glimmer of that sunlight with it being bright enough to get better visibility around 6:47. So again, most of this, this crash happened when it was already dark last night. It's been dark through the duration of the search and rescue efforts. So finally, when we get a glimmer of daylight, that will certainly help a little bit. Talking about airport temperatures, again, this comes right from Reagan. We're at 40 degrees right at the airport right there. I do want to break down that search zone once again. You can see where that flight track was and where DCA, if you're watching us from out of town, you don't know where it is. It's right next to the Potomac. So you have to kind of go over the Potomac to make that landing, especially for where this runway is runway 33. We've been mentioning all morning long. You can see a better visibility of where it is. The average depth of the Potomac in this area is around 5 to 15 plus feet. But we do have this channel, the Anacostia channel, which is a little bit deeper than that. Depth running upwards of 30 to 36 feet. Now let's get a check on the roads, which of course will be more of an issue as we get closer to that morning commute with Annie Mae.
Of course. Thank you, Taylor. Right now, 5:55 your time. We have some updates for you in terms of your street closures. While last night we were looking at the potential for some of those closures, 395 as well as 295. Those are since cleared today. We'll get to those, but we'll go ahead and take a look at your street closures that actually are in effect this morning for that police activity as well as the recovery response efforts going on. Following streets are going to be closed. Airport Access Road, this is the one we've been following for the longest, between GW Parkway and US 1 in Arlington. US 1, also the ramps are affected to the Airport Access Road in Arlington. So if you're headed really anywhere in and around the airport, your best bet is to kind of steer clear of that this morning. And of course, check your updates on your specific airlines in and out of Reagan. That's going to be as of 11 o'clock. The plan is to open. We, of course, will keep you updated if we know anything more about that. But in terms, again, of your streets, Potomac Avenue, that's between South Capitol Street and 2nd Street Southwest. 2nd Street between Q and V Street Southwest. 1st Street between Q and V. That's Half Street as well between Q and V Street Southwest. V Street between 2nd and Half. So this is all what we're looking at in terms of your street closures in and around the area of Reagan National. We'll go ahead and look at those that were in effect yesterday. That's 395 northbound. There were those earlier closures yesterday on the 14th Street Bridge, but they have since been cleared, as well as 295 northbound. Your drive times are looking normal because of those clearances there near Blue Plains. Just keep that in mind. Back to you guys.
All right, Annie Mae, thank you very much. Well, we are about 10 hours out from when it all happened, the collision of that Blackhawk helicopter carrying 3 Army service members, when it collided with an American Airlines plane that carried about 60 passengers and 4 crew members. So we are just coming on now 10 hours of this coverage.
Right. We've been bringing you the latest updates ever since this incident happened. We've had field crews out there. Our entire team team dedicating their evening into this morning here. We do know that Reagan National is closed right now to ongoing and incoming flights until at least 11 a.m. A lot of those flights from late last night were diverted to Dulles BWI. So if you are heading out this morning for a flight, highly advise calling the airline, checking your flight. Yeah. More likely than not, it has been delayed, possibly canceled, maybe moved to one of those nearby airports. As Annie Mae mentioned, several roads closed across the DMV as well. So if you can stay home, also would highly advise that as well. If you work from home, that might be your better option. A lot of federal workers that work in and around Reagan, the Pentagon, if you can work from home and avoid that area and give these first responders the time they need to continue with this recovery effort.
That's right. Well, we did want to give you a sound from a passenger who's getting ready to head off of a flight. This is what they had to say.
So we got boarded onto the plane, and maybe 20 minutes later, a crew member came in and said that there had been an issue, and we're going to have the airport is closed, and it probably will be closed for at least the next 2 hours, and they wanted everybody to deboard the plane. We waited to see what would change, and later they let us know that the airport was closed for the rest of the night, and maybe tomorrow as well. They also let us know what was going on, that there seemed to have been a military helicopter that crashed with a plane, but we didn't really hear too many details from that. And it's kind of different than what I've been hearing on the news, so we're not really sure.
When you were on the plane, you said you looked out the window. What did you see?
I saw about probably like along the river, a little further out from the airport. You can see 2, 3, maybe 4 blocks of just lights all the way down.
Does this worry you since you were on a plane when this all goes down?
It worried me quite a bit. And my wife was really concerned, and she's like, you should just get out of that airport and go somewhere, stay at a hotel, and leave from another airport tomorrow.
I live literally.
Folks, want to switch things up right now and say welcome to the 6 o'clock hour of Fox 5 Morning. I'm Steve Shenevy along with Marissa Mitchell as we continue the coverage that we brought you all night long of this crash of a passenger jet and a Blackhawk helicopter at Reagan National Airport.
Yeah, we know that about 60 passengers, 4 crew members were aboard that flight, crashing and colliding into a military helicopter with 3 military members on board. And that search and rescue mission continues. Started around 9 o'clock last night when this incident first occurred.
All right, a lot to get to this morning, and we're going to have some new faces pop up, and we'll check back in with some of the folks that you've been seeing reporting and bringing you updates throughout the evening as well, so that we can get you the most information as possible, as there are obviously a lot of family members still at Reagan National Airport that are waiting for answers, and we're going to try to get you as many as we can this morning with our coverage. We're going to kick things off with Makia Turner. Makia is down off Dangerfield Island, not too far from the airport. You can see the rescue lights still behind her this morning. What have you learned, Makia?
Oh, hi, Steve. Good morning, Marissa. So as Stephen just mentioned moments ago, we are now coming up on the 10th hour of this rescue and search operation. I'll step out the way and just give you a look at our vantage point this morning. To my left, you can see the southern end of Reagan National Airport. This is where the runway actually ends. And this is also where a heavy police presence or just emergency response went underway last night around 9 o'clock. Now, you can still see those flashing lights, emergency vehicles in the distance. To our far right, you can also see where much of that emergency response remains this morning. You're looking at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, and this is pretty much just the ground area, the surface area where that response has remained. Now, you can still also see there's a helicopter that's been circling around the area for the last few hours as part of this search and rescue recovery mission, and you can still see that helicopter in the air, a spotlight used to spot any possible debris, possibly victims after last night's occurrence. Now, as you can see right now, things are kind of quiet compared to how they were just a few hours ago. But when the sun comes up, hopefully we can get a better idea of what they may recover in the coming hours. So for now, that's the very latest at Dangerfield Island. I'm going to send it back to you.
I know it's hard to really see too much as to what is going on, Makia. Thanks very much. We're going to get a sunrise in just a little more than an hour from now, a little less than an hour. We'll start to get a little bit of daylight. We'll have a better idea as to what is happening, because right now all you're seeing are are the emergency lights. Not as many as last night. I mean, I live right in the flight path, and I went out as soon as I could to see what I could see, and it was just the lights, all the responders that were rushing to the scene, and then obviously on both sides of the river there, more so on the eastern side.
And we hear local and federal authorities bringing everything to bear in this reaction to this really tragedy that occurred last night. Some 300 rescuers involved.
Yeah, it's what you need, right? In a situation like this, you want to get there as quickly as you can, and you know, hopefully the goal is to try to save lives. We do want to let you know a lot of information has been coming in overnight. Some confirmed, some not confirmed. We're going to get an official update around 7:30 this morning. That's what we expect to hear from more federal officials. We've heard from some of them overnight, representatives, obviously from Kansas, federal representatives here, D.C. representatives. We're going to have another update at about 7:30 this morning.
We want to get back out live to our reporters, though. Live team coverage throughout the course of the morning. I headed back to Melanie Alwick. She is live at the airport with the latest of what she knows at this hour. Melanie.
Searching around the clock, and it's rough conditions.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, here at DCA, it's really just an eerie scene as there's nobody coming in and out of the airport this morning. Normally, this would be a very busy terminal. Southwest Airlines flies out of here along with some of the others. The baggage claims are silent. There's no taxis. There's no passengers. There's no people coming to greet loved ones. All of that, everything came to a standstill here at 8:48 last night when that crash happened. We do know that, American Airlines officials had made their way here. We assume that they are here right now, though we have not received confirmation on that. We do know that the families who were here waiting for those on that flight, on American Eagle Flight 5342, we believe that they are still here. They were taken to a separate area, a lounge area, where they would be able to gather, to comfort each other, to get information directly from officials, and to meet with counselors as they are needed. But again, you guys, we've been reporting, we've been hearing a lot of information about who is on these flights, but they will not give us any official names or confirmation yet. Perhaps we might get some numbers later today in terms of those who have been recovered during that press conference at 7:30 this morning. But I'm pretty sure they're not going to attach any names to those yet. It is possible. However, I would not expect that. Airport operations completely shut down. Dulles is fine. BWI is fine. They're asking if you have air flights this morning, tomorrow even perhaps, you do want to contact your airline and just be very, very patient. This is a deeply tragic situation for all involved. We've got more than 300 first responders, mutual aid, everybody on the river now. That is where the focus, not so much as far as like who can get in and out of Reagan National Airport. We also spoke with some of the senators here from Kansas. They were the ones who advocated for that direct flight here from DCA to Wichita. It has been in operation for only about a year. The senators say that they are familiar with that flight. They've flown it many, many times. We also know there was a lot of controversy about whether DCA, whether Reagan National could handle the capacity of some of these extra flights that members of Congress were advocating for so that they could get to and from their districts very quickly without having to go to Dulles or BWI for a direct flight. Some of those flights were added. That will certainly be a conversation for the future. There will be other conversations about communication and coordination. We're used to seeing helicopters always coming up and down the Potomac River, and there will be some questions about communication there and coordination with those sorts of things and multiple uses of this area. So that is all, of course, for the future. The NTSB is here, the FAA is here, the Coast Guard is here, Department of Transportation is here. Every asset imaginable that you would think that the United States would need to come into a major disaster. Folks, this is a major disaster here right in the Washington, D.C. area. The last time we had something like this, of course, was that Air Florida flight that crashed in 1982. I remember I was watching that on TV, and it happened during the daytime, and you could see those rescue helicopters coming in and being able to drop their baskets and wrap their arms around people who were still in the river in a very short period of time and lift some of them to safety. That is not the case here. That is not the situation. We learned from Fire Chief John Donnelly just about the difficult situation that the first responders are dealing with in terms of it's completely dark. There's not a lot of lights on the river. It's very, very cold. You've heard our weather folks telling you that the water temperature is somewhere around 35 degrees. That is not survivable to be plunged in for very, very long. It's believed that the aircraft has broken into a couple of pieces. You saw that flash, that explosion. Listening to air traffic control, I was doing that just a few minutes ago, and there was a long period of silence. And then there was a pilot that came over the air saying to air traffic control, did you see that? And they said, yes, we saw that. They ordered everyone to stay in place, stop, full ground stop, no one go anywhere, so that the fire command could get in and start doing their mission. We know that 19 flights were eventually diverted to Dulles. The rest, no go. So that is the situation here in terms of everything coming to a standstill, except for a lot of activity when it comes to media interest, TV crews setting up. It's getting very crowded in here with that as everyone waits to hear what the latest updates are from officials that we'll get now in less than 2 hours.
Well, we heard a couple hours ago from airport officials that there was a chance, and at this point, just a chance they could resume operations as early as 11 a.m. Is there any update there from Reagan National?
You know, I've been trying to reach our contacts with Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority and have not heard back from them so far, trying to get some clarification. I could be wrong, but just my own observation is that I don't see any way that they're going to get a full operation going here at DCA this morning, given that the situation is still very, very active, very, very new. There's just, I mean, I just don't see any way that you're going to be able to get airlines here, flight crews here, passengers here, taxis here. This is a mini city, guys, and it is completely cleared out. So we're waiting for some clarification on that. There might have been some confusion in terms of the term tomorrow, because when the CEO of the MWA was speaking, it was technically 1 a.m. on Thursday morning, even though people had been there all night overnight. And so for some people, that was still Wednesday night. And so when they said 11 a.m. tomorrow, they're thinking, oh, tomorrow, Thursday. But it was actually Thursday morning when he was speaking. And so it is possible that he was actually, when he said tomorrow, he was referring to tomorrow being Thursday into Friday. So I could be wrong, but I'm just, based on my opinion, looking around, seeing everything that's going on here, I don't think this airport is going to be able to open at 11 this morning. Sure. But we'll wait and see. And again, for all of our folks at home that are watching, just, you know, call your airline.
Yeah,
best thing to do.
It's the best thing to do, no doubt about it. No, thanks very much. Yeah, I mean, the airport did put on social media that they posted potentially 11 a.m. today, Thursday. Now, they might have had internal miscommunication as well based on that, as far as the people that do their social media. Nonetheless, that's one of the questions that we should have answered at 7:30 when we hear from some officials.
The latest news conference.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, I'm kind of with Mel here. I think you err on the side of caution and time at this point, because you're still going to have a recovery operation going on right outside of the airport as well. But that's up to the airport officials to try to decide. Now, as far as that communication that she mentioned between the tower and some of the pilots and the planes, we have that sound. We'll turn that around and we'll get that out for you in a few minutes. You can hear exactly what Mel was describing there.
Yeah, that investigation area, that scene is massive and definitely delicate. So we certainly want to make sure they can do everything that they need to do before we go back to any takeoffs and landings. And I want to pass along the helpline for American Airlines. If you want to call that number to get as much information as you can at this hour, that number is 1-800-679-8215. Again, it's 1-800-679-8215. And Melanie mentioned in her live reporting there, the last time we saw something like this was in 1982. But we know that in 2009, that was the last time the U.S. had a fatal commercial airline crash in New York. 49 people on board, 1 on the ground, passed away in that disaster. So this is certainly rare. It's so many questions as to how that happened. Yeah. And hopefully, as the investigation continues, we can learn more. All
right, Stephanie Ramirez is she's not too far from the airport, actually. She's down by Navy Yard now with a little different viewpoint for us as far as what she can see and learn from her perspective. Hi, Steph.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, so we're at Potomac and Half Street here in the Navy Yard neighborhood, right? So I have Nats Park on this side of me, Audi Field to this side of me, and the area behind us is closed off to us. Police pushing media back from about a block in towards S and Half, and that's where earlier this morning our Josh Rosenthal was showing you a lot of the operations going on there. You can see a lot of big area lights down there highlighting all the work that's going on. And this morning we've been seeing more vehicles go in. There's a significant amount of MPD vehicles now, but we also saw a Fairfax vehicle come through. Patuxent, Maryland, a chief vehicle went through just minutes ago, just to show you, give you an example of just how large this recovery effort is. These are the road closures in place. A little bit of an update, though. It does look like they're now letting vehicles over toward Anacostia on the Frederick Douglass Bridge. When we first got here, they were not allowing traffic through there. But if you live in the area here or you work in the area, expect to go through several roadblocks and expect some complication. Because of everything going on. We're finding rideshare drivers, for example, that are not able to get to their customers because their apartment building is right by where the emergency efforts are going on here. And our Josh Rosenthal was showing you guys this morning a lot of sensitive activity happening toward S and Half Street. Back down there about a block away where, you know, at one point he showed what looked like luggage being pulled down, and then just a very sad scene of what looked like bodies being pulled down as well. We're about maybe a little over an hour away from the next news conference where authorities are supposed to give us another update as to what's going on here. But meanwhile, we're just chatting with folks. Sir, do you live in the area? Can we talk to you? We're live right now. You don't? No? Okay. But we did talk with another gentleman who was on a run, and he said, I mean, they've been up since last night watching from the rooftops of their buildings, and one of the things he mentioned was seeing helicopters go through, but also crews working very hard to break the ice in the water so that the recovery efforts can continue. So hopefully we'll be able to turn that sound around for you and play for you some of that resident there. But just talking with law enforcement members and people on scene here, a lot of nervousness and sadness about this tragedy and what's going on. We know that the recovery efforts are still not finished. While we're still waiting for that official press conference, we are talking with sources and also listening to first responder communication, and they were telling their members that first light hazmat crews will be ready to go in as well. But even in the 5 or just before the 5 o'clock hour, I should say, you know, we did hear officials directing people into the water and a directive to continue to look for victims. We know that they are launching from many points. We were talking earlier with Makia, right? She's over by Bowling Air Force Base. We're in Southwest. We know that there is a location over at the airport as well where they're working right off the water there. So trying to attack this tragic scene from all different sides here, but just a lot of movement still going on. Expect a lot of road closures if you are coming down to this area. They are allowing residents to go back and forth, but members of the media, we've been pushed back, and they're not allowing other vehicles to move forward past our point right here at Half and Potomac, guys. That's the very latest here. I can send it back to you for now.
Stephanie, you mentioned Josh Rosenthal's reporting earlier this morning. I did see that on air, and it appeared to have been a stroller that was removed as well from the wreckage. And we should also mention that the global skating community is hurting. This morning, we've learned that U.S. figure skaters and those close to them, their family members, their coaches, were on board that flight. They had just finished a camp that was being held out in Wichita, headed back to DCA, so we're working to get more information on them, too.
All right, we'll have all that coming up. We'll check back in with Stephanie and Melanie, of course, and Makia in just a few minutes. We want to welcome in Tucker, obviously, and Annie Mae this morning, part of our team, as we get a check on what a lot of folks have been tuning in for, in addition to the latest news on what happened at Reagan National, and that's what's going on outside. Hey, Tucker, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. And unfortunately here, the conditions out there, not ideal, as we've been talking about all night. The water temperature, there's a buoy that's just to the north of where the accident occurred, and water temperatures in the mid-30s there. And of course, Potomac, just in the last couple of weeks, has had some ice on it. So, you know, real difficult conditions there for the folks that are out on the water working on recovery efforts early this morning across the area. There's some more information for you, and again, generally pretty shallow there, and not much visibility in that Potomac this time of year as the water is moving along underneath there. You can see the channel's a little deeper, but generally just right just to the south of the airport, we're at about 5 to 10 feet of depth, so not a terribly deep part of the river. And I just want to show you a big picture here, the current temperatures across the region. 40 degrees, get your morning going. As you're headed out the door, temperatures are close to freezing here, north and west of town. We are featuring a day, sunrise will be at about 7:15 this morning. I think we'll get our first real hints of light here at about a half hour, at about 6:45. So the conditions should be improving, and we should get a decent amount of sunshine first half of the day with some clouds the second half of the day. So weather won't be a factor in some of the efforts to do a recovery later today. 50 degrees this afternoon. It will rain tomorrow, so let's hope they can get a lot of the work in today, as it will be a very wet and kind of difficult day tomorrow. I'll have more on that coming up. Handoff, and of course, very busy morning for roadways. Anyway's got the latest.
All right, thank you, Tucker. Right now, 6:18 your time. We'll get you an update on those street closures. So just of note, if you are headed anywhere around Reagan, anywhere around D.C., to just keep in mind that these could be ever-changing. You're going to see that of increased police presence in several areas. These are the ones that we know are those streets are closed right now for that police activity and the recovery response efforts. That's going to be the airport access road between GW Parkway and US 1 Arlington side of things. That's US 1 ramps, the airport access road as well. Potomac Avenue between South Capitol Street and 2nd Street Southwest. We're looking at 2nd Street between Q and V. 1st Street between Q and V, and then Half Street as well between Q and V. And then as of V Street, that's between 2nd Street and Half Street. That's all southwest this morning. So just keep that in mind as you are headed out the door. Of course, our recommendations are going to be to just kind of steer clear of that area altogether because of that increased police presence, ambulances, EMS, anything that is headed through the area around Reagan National or in and around the kind of Navy Yard area. Keep all of that in mind. So again, that's what it looks like in terms of your kind of overview of everything. We were last night looking at 395 northbound, some of those lanes being blocked. Those earlier closures as of yesterday have since been cleared. So you're looking at that normal kind of traffic in the area. 295 as well. The only thing, again, I would keep in mind is that if you're headed on those roads in and around kind of that area, to just keep in mind that there's going to be that increased police presence, to just be cautious, be patient with everything that's happening. It could be ever changing. Back to you guys.
All right, Annie Mae, thanks very much. And yeah, that's the rule of thumb throughout the day today. About 30 minutes from now, we'll get our first peek of daylight, and we'll get a little better idea as to how the recovery operation continues. And you can see a lot of the lights on the side or just off the river, and then obviously the boats that are still marking off the area that they are continuing to search on the river. You mentioned the U.S. skating team. They had just had World Championships in Wichita, and a lot of the national team members were there. From what we were hearing from team members is that a lot of the senior members of the team had left as soon as the World Championships were over the weekend. But some of the younger skaters, the developmental camp skaters, had stayed there, and that is the fear that some of those folks were on board the plane that crashed into the river last night. And this is the statement from U.S. Figure Skating, saying that they can confirm several members of the skating community were on board Flight 5342. The athletes, coaches, and family members returning home from the development camp held in conjunction with the figure skating championships in Wichita, Kansas. Now, to add another wrinkle to that, we have actually heard from Russian officials this morning as well, and the Kremlin confirming that they had some members of their skating community on board that plane as well. And they say, the Kremlin is saying that a couple of their skaters perished in this flight last night, including some champions from 40 years ago. We don't know if they're coaches at this point, mentors, family members, but, you know, elements of all of that involved in the skating community, some portion of that apparently on that plane.
Absolutely. It could have impacted us internationally. We had a statement come in this morning from the International Skating Union saying our thoughts are with everyone affected by this tragedy. Figure skating is more than a sport. It's a close-knit family, and we stand together. And so we talk about this, also their coaches, their families, everyone who knew and loved them. on board.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And my first thought, obviously, when I heard of skating is our Fairfax County champion, Eli Mullinen, he just won the championships in Wichita as the U.S. champion. However, and we don't have the confirmation on this, but it appears that he was not on board that flight because he has been posting on social media all night. And this is just one of the posts that he put up there, and then he reposted a couple of other people on his own personal social media. So that coming from him. But again, we do not have the full passenger list for this plane. When we get more information, we'll pass it along. And of course, still, even though this happened at 8, just before 9 o'clock last night, and it's now 6:22 in the morning, as you can imagine, it's still a very fluid situation. And a lot of folks, a lot of people behind the scenes trying to make sure that the correct information gets out.
Absolutely. It's an unspeakable tragedy, and we're waiting also for daylight to see the full scope of it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We also heard overnight, and if you're just joining us this morning, thank you for being part of our coverage today. We're going to stay on throughout the morning. Just to let you know, a little housekeeping here internally. We're going to get daylight in about 30 to 40 minutes. We'll get our first daylight look at if there is any wreckage still floating in the river at this point. We do know that the passenger plane apparently broke into several pieces, and if you saw the video of the impact, then you could see that would appear to be a fireball and several pieces falling. There it is right there. Unfortunately, as you watch this in the background there, you saw toward the bottom of the screen the fireball of that collision, and that view from the Kennedy Center. So we're going to get daylight about 30 minutes or so. And then in just about an hour, a little over an hour from now, is scheduled to be an update, which we are likely to hear from the Secretary of Transportation. We're likely to hear from the mayor of D.C. We've heard overnight already from a couple of lawmakers from Kansas, some who, as Melanie Aldwick mentioned earlier, Mel's been at the airport all night, they were some of the ones who lobbied for this flight to occur. It's a relatively new flight here in D.C., and from what some folks have been telling us, it's the only nonstop right now from Wichita, at least to DCA.
We also want to let you know that all flights, takeoffs and landings have been halted at least until 11 a.m. today. So if you had a flight or, plan to make moves today on that, certainly everything's on hold.
Yeah, and keep it here for the update at 7:30, because I have a sneaky suspicion that 11 a.m. might be pushed back even further. So nonetheless, if you do have a flight schedule, some were diverted to Dulles last night, but not all. A lot of them were just simply put on pause for now, obviously, while they work through this tragedy. Let's get back to Makia Turner. Makia is not far from Reagan National Airport right now. She's a little south of the runway with the perspective from there. Makia?
Yeah, Steve, we're actually on the western side of the western shore of the Potomac River this morning. And to my right here, this is the southern end of Reagan National Airport. As Marissa mentioned, no flights coming in or out. And as both of you suspect, this could be the case for several more hours, despite that 11 o'clock fact that we may have heard that it may resume. But right now, no movement other than a couple of buses, and not clear exactly who may be being transported on them. But this is just a brief look at what's happening at Reagan National, again, on the southern end of that runway here. So if we pan the camera over to the right, you're looking at Bolling Air Force Base, Joint Base, Anacostia Bolling. This is a military base here. We've noticed that some of the concentration over the last few hours with that emergency response has been just outside of it. So we've been keeping our eyes on between the end of the Reagan National Airport runway and Bolling Air Force Base. And as you can see, you can still see some emergency lights in the distance. After speaking with Bob, who was out here for several hours overnight as well, this emergency response is a lot more calm. You see fewer first responders out here now compared to what he saw hours ago when there was just a heavy concentration on this side of the river. We have seen that helicopter that you may also see in the distance there. You can see the lights flashing on that helicopter. We've seen one just sort of circling for the last couple of hours, using a spotlight to also see what can be recovered as the search and rescue mission continues this morning. But Steve, as you mentioned, 30 minutes until sunrise. We can see a little bit of the glow right now over the river, but hopefully at that time we can get a better idea of what they are able to see once the sun comes up. But for now, as you can see, it's pretty calm, it's quiet, it's cold, and definitely just a very solemn morning following last night's tragedy. As we pan the camera back over, just want to give you also just a better idea of our vantage point here on Dangerfield Island. You can see some of those blue lights flashing in the distance. Again, part of this vantage point capturing the Navy Yard over there, which is where we've been hearing from Josh overnight and Stephanie. And again, just right now, just a very few emergency response vehicles out on the water and on the shore as we continue to just kind of figure out exactly where the site is that they hope to discover some debris or possibly victims on. But again, we're going to keep our eyes right here on the scene, our ears open to see what else we may learn while we're out here. But for now, that is the very latest here on Dangerfield Island in Alexandria, Virginia. Back to you.
Those crews searching for any signs of life. This all happening just before 9 o'clock last night. 300 crew members, rescuers involved in this massive effort. And Makia just mentioned freezing temperatures, right above freezing, actually around 35, 36 degrees. And you know, you can't be in water like that too long before hypothermia sets in.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
We're going to, again, hear more from those who are part of the rescue operation, those who are involved with this throughout the morning. We did get to catch up with a few folks overnight, including the head of American Airlines, who had this to say. This obviously was an American Airlines plane. It's being operated by a different carrier, but in partnership with American Airlines, flying under their label and their under their letters. So here's what he had to say overnight.
Hello, everyone. I'm Robert Isom, the CEO of American Airlines. I want to brief you on a serious accident that occurred involving an American Eagle aircraft. The aircraft was operated by PSA Airlines, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of American Airlines. First and most importantly, I'd like to express our deep sorrow about these events. This is a difficult day for all of us at American Airlines, and our efforts now are focused entirely on the needs of our passengers, crew members, partners, first responders, along with their families and loved ones. I know that there are many questions, and at this early stage, I'll not be able to answer all of them, but I do want to share the information I have at this time. American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA Airlines, a CRJ 700 aircraft traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Washington Reagan National Airport, has been involved in an accident near Washington, D.C. It appears to have collided with a military aircraft on approach. Flight 5342 was under the command of 4 crew members and carried 60 passengers for a total of 64 people on board. We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families. Members of our GO team will be on their way to Washington, D.C., and I'll be heading there shortly as well. We know that many people will be concerned for the welfare of their loved ones, and we've set up a special helpline friends and family can call at 1-800-679-8215. That's 1-800-679-8215. If you believe you've had friends or family on board American Eagle Flight 5342. We understand and appreciate that people are eager for information. Please know that we'll continue to share accurate and timely information as soon as we can. But anything we must report must be accurate. We owe that to everyone involved. Our team of highly trained professionals will be working around the clock to support our passengers, crew, and their families however we can, and we'll update you as soon as we can. Thank you.
That is the CEO of American Airlines, Robert Isom. He's been CEO since 2022, commenting overnight and just giving some of the details, really the nuts and bolts as to what happened last night just before 9 o'clock. He is on his way here to D.C. Don't know if he'll be one of the people that we hear from at 7:30 this morning or not, but more likely than not. If not, then at some point later in the morning.
You can definitely hear the somber nature of his tone, which we have seen from several officials since all of this occurred around 9 o'clock last night. I want to go back out live to Melanie Alwick. She's been at Reagan for several hours now and joins us now with the latest of what she's hearing. Melanie.
Hey, good morning, guys. So, yes, we are working now to get some confirmation from officials in terms of when exactly the airport is going to open. And from what I'm hearing, it does appear that what we have been talking about in terms of the confusion between which tomorrow were they talking about? Were they talking about Thursday or Friday? From what I'm hearing, that it sounds like they are leaning toward it was probably Friday. But we'll get confirmation on that, and we'll get more information coming up in just about an hour from now. So some officials are starting to arrive. We've seen representatives from the press office, from the mayor's office here. So they are, once again, starting to coordinate their information, starting to gather, because we are in countdown mode now to try to get any kind of an update in terms of the status of the operations and the status of the airport. We do know that flights were diverted from here over to Dulles right after the crash happened. Immediately when it happened, they put a ground stop on everything. There were passengers on planes that saw that. And you know that when you're flying into D.C. or when you're flying out of D.C., especially if it's not commonplace to you, a lot of people like to look out the window and see the sights across the river here from Reagan National, and people were looking out of the windows and saw this. And then of course to hear the pilot coming over the intercom saying in a very frank and somber mode that there's been an accident and that people would be returning to their gates as best they could. So imagine the kind of scramble that you had here from air traffic control. And this is all apart from the accident itself in terms of trying to coordinate where are those planes going, how are the passengers going to deplane. We know that even WMATA, Metro, did extend its hours from here at Reagan National so that people who were here at the airport could leave and get to where they needed to go. Some people said they were just going to stay in a hotel overnight and then try to figure out what they would do to try to get to their destinations. But all of that, people's travel disruptions, life disruptions, work disruptions, people who are now probably going to be working some 24-hour shifts around the clock. All of that is secondary to the loss of life, and we know that there are going to be some very difficult days ahead for families in our area who were part of that figure skating community. But there's a lot to have to process. There's a lot to have to deal with later. We know that everybody was here on scene overnight and into the morning. The press conference was about 1:15, 1:20 a.m. And we had everybody here. We had Mayor Bowser. We had D.C. Fire Chief John Donnelly, who was talking about just the difficult conditions that their first responders were dealing with. Fortunately, we can tell you that the tide is going down and the sun is coming up, so that should make it easier for folks to see. We know that they've had to go back and continue to refill air tanks because these divers are using so much of the supplies. And so there's even just a whole ecosystem going on, not just with the folks who are in the water, but the supply chains of people who are bringing those first responders, those divers, the equipment and the supplies that they need to be able to continue this operation nonstop in terms of switching out crews and then getting fresh guys and gals, men and women in the water to help with those operations, and then the very difficult task of recovery and respectfully bringing those folks back to land, marking debris, collecting other things. We don't expect there to be any river traffic. That was one of the questions as to whether other watercraft will be able to traverse the Potomac, and obviously they're not going to be able to, but they also said, the Harbor Patrol said that it's not really a large commercial river, but they are asking anyone, commercial boaters or recreational boaters, to please stay out of the area for now. Early on, they had asked folks who did have watercraft if they could come and help to look. They've been doing a grid-by-grid search all along the Potomac River in case there was anything that could be found. And we also know that they had asked for ice boats to come, people who could cut through some of that ice and form just a back and forth channel so that those watercraft would be able to have a quicker way through from where the wreckage is over to the South Capitol Street helipad, where that is where they have the tents where they're receiving the remains of some of the victims. So that's the search and rescue operation that is going on. Obviously, there's going to be much to do when it comes to the investigation, the communication, what exactly happened here, why did the helicopter not know or see the plane? Or, you know, again, we don't want to get into who did or didn't do what. That we'll leave that for the investigators. But obviously, it's something that should never happen. And it is a very somber mood here. It's a very difficult day here. It is going to continue here for many days. And everyone here just doing their jobs, staying very focused, and their thoughts are with the families that are here at Reagan National Airport in a separate family room, meeting with counselors, meeting with leadership, and trying to figure out their next steps forward.
And Melanie, you've been here for decades, a senior anchor reporter, and I heard you earlier in the morning saying that the mood of this day and even some of the things you've noticed on site harken back to some things you saw and didn't see on in 2001. And I'm curious to know if you can elaborate on that and what, if anything, that shows you in this situation.
Right. So you're referring to September 11th. And I remember being out there on the scene, and I had been sent to George Washington University Hospital, where we thought that any survivors would be taken because of their burn unit there, their trauma center there. And it was telling. When you waited, you expected to see trains of ambulances and helicopters arriving, given that there were so many people in the building in the Pentagon that day. And when they didn't arrive, that's when you knew. That's when you had that sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach that there weren't going to be many survivors. And that really starts to set in. And we heard that from Senator Marshall from Kansas when he spoke to our Sierra Fox this morning. Because, you know, early on, you try to be delicate with it. You try to say, okay, this is still a rescue effort. You try to stay hopeful, stay positive. But when you look at the conditions, when you look at the wreckage of the plane, and what Senator Marshall said in his experience, which he has seen time and time again, when you don't see any ambulances moving, when you don't see those EMTs working, when all you're seeing are recovery boats on the river and no life-saving measures or life-saving apparatus going from here to area hospitals, that's when you get that sinking feeling, when you know in the pit of your stomach that the news is not going to be what anyone had hoped.
You know, one of the interesting things going back to what some of the officials had said overnight, Mel, is that when the Fire Chief John Donnelly was talking, you know, this is an area of the Potomac, and again, this certainly doesn't help with the overriding factor of the loss of life here. But when it comes to perhaps wreckage recovery, I know there were challenges. It was a very windy day yesterday. There's still ice out on the river. But the Potomac not nearly as deep in that area as I had thought that it was. It's a relatively shallow part of the river. So again, it doesn't help with the, you know, what's the most important part of this equation. But perhaps when it comes to trying to figure out what it was that went wrong with the recovery of perhaps wreckage, perhaps that helps.
Right, and so, you know, if you look at the flight path, and I'll try to get that for you guys, you can see ordinarily this flight would come in and it would kind of bank over where Joint Base Bowling is. and then it would bank onto runway number 3. So it would come across, go kind of along the edge, the DC edge of the Potomac River, and then turn into runway number 3. But what you can see the end of the path over there on the DC side of the river. So what we know is that there is one shipping channel in the Potomac River that's some 30 feet deep. It did not go down in that area. Yes, it went down in a relatively shallow area, like you said, about 8 feet deep. And, you know, I was hearing as the tide is going down, it is getting more shallow, and that's going to be helpful. There is apparently a small shelf on one side of it that's a little bit deeper, but it is, again, very fortunate, we should say, for the rescue crews that they're not having to dive some 30 feet down to try to find the wreckage and to try to find those victims.
Mel mentioned runway 3, and if you're familiar with Reagan National Airport, the configuration of it, or if you're not, you know, Mel, this is what they refer to as the diagonal entry into the airport. This is not necessarily the main runway that the bigger jets come in on. And if you've ever flown on one of the smaller carriers, which a lot of us have and a lot of our viewers have, a lot of times just based on where they end up, this is where, you know, you would have to get off and you know, deplane down the stairs and take the bus back to the terminal. Where that parking area is for those jets is at the end, closer to the end of this runway, which is a different approach, Mel, than what we typically see if you're used to being down at Gravely Point watching the planes take off or land.
That's right, but a different approach, but still an approach that is used all the time. It's not unusual. Obviously, it's standard for planes to be coming that way. And so, again, there will be a question as to, and when you look at that video that we do have on Fox 5, we have on our website, you can stop it, you can look at it, you can analyze it, just like we all have. You can see it's just like lights in the distance, but you can see the light, the smaller light of that Blackhawk helicopter that had taken off from Fort Belvoir, Davidson Army Airfield, which is on the side of just next to Fort Belvoir. You can see it rising as that smaller light, as the plane is descending. You need to look in the middle of the screen, because when you look at the larger one, you'll see a large light. That's a different plane. But look in the middle of the screen. When you want to do that, you'll see that it's right there in the middle, and you can see the two. So the helicopter is rising while the plane is descending. And it'll be at some point later when we try to get more communications. It's interesting listening to the air traffic control transmission. There is a very long dead spot in there where we don't know what was being said, we don't know what was happening, and then you hear another pilot saying to the DCA tower, hey, did you see that and the air traffic control saying, yes, we saw that. And what they're referring to is what you're seeing there in that double box on our screen, where you see that flash and that implosion. And then the air traffic control, I should say, very measured, very calm, very smooth, telling all the other planes they need to stop where they are. Nobody's taking off. Nobody's landing. We're going to clear these runways, and we're going to make room for fire command. And that has been the status and the situation here ever since then. A lot of activity going on in the rooms around me as people are getting ready to hold this press conference in just a little bit. And, of course, we will be bringing that to you live in its entirety, and then we'll be able to talk about it a little bit more after.
And, Mel, we've been showing the video you were describing over and over again, and I know so many people are, you know, trying to do their amateur evaluation as to what may or may not have happened. You clearly, the plane that you see there on the right side of the screen, that one is taking off. So there was one plane taking off and one plane landing at the same time. I mean, it'll all come out in the wash eventually after all the investigation is out. But it does appear that the helicopter didn't have eyes on the one that was landing. Maybe they had eyes on the one that was taking off. I will say this, Mel, and I've been on military helicopters that have flown this route before, and you do have to, while helicopters obviously are typically flying line of sight, right? And it's not uncommon. I mean, they use the river as navigation, and it's a it's a highway for helicopters, essentially, whether they be rescue helicopters, military helicopters, medical helicopters, and it's very common for them to be flying up and down the river. It's the easiest way for them to navigate. I will say this, while they do typically fly line of sight when they are near the airport, and the ones that I have been on, and I've flown that route, they do have to be in contact with the airport, and they have to let them know at least that they are in the area, and the airport typically will say, okay, here's what we have. Keep an eye out for X, Y, and or Z as to what is in the area. somehow communication was lost, was muddied somewhere along the way. And a lot of people I know, Mel, also have pointed out on social media, which we're going to try to get you the confirmed information. I know social media is full of as many theories as you could possibly dream up. But a lot of people have pointed out that, oh, you know, the Blackhawk didn't have his lights on, or it looked dark. It does appear that there were lights on the helicopter. It was clearly dark out at 9 o'clock last night. But it is also not uncommon and not unheard of when they're doing training flights, because keep in mind, they're training for all different possible scenarios. So there are times that they do more stealth missions than others. We don't know at this point what that particular mission was, as that chopper came up from Fort Belvoir. But, I mean, that's just my take, Mel. I don't think anything that we've seen is out of the ordinary, except for the fact that visually, based on that 15-second clip, you know, any eyes that look at it, it does appear that the chopper flew directly into the plane or into the path of the plane.
And you bring up a good point, because we see these military training exercises all the time, which is why so many people are wondering what happened. And I've just learned that we actually have that audio ready to play for you right now from air traffic control. So let's listen to it and chat on the other side.
All right, apparently we don't have that quite ready to go.
We thought we had it from our producer. But yeah, it's just a lot of questions as to how, and we talk about the investigation. It's going to take days, weeks, months until we know exactly what occurred.
All right, we're going to get our first update coming up about 45 minutes from now, scheduled for 7:30. As we know, 7:30 doesn't always mean 7:30 when there's so many different levels of bureaucracy and officials that are involved. And as is the case, this is Washington, so you have another layer of folks who are already here from the federal standpoint. But as is the case, whenever there's a mass casualty incident, you're going to have the federal officials involved in addition to the local officials. And we expect to hear from all of them. We'll hear from the mayor, we'll hear from the fire chief. On the D.C. side of things, we're going to hear from members of Congress who represent Kansas, which of course is where this flight originated from last night. By the way, we did hear from some people who have taken this flight before. It's a relatively new flight to D.C., been in operation for about a year or so. And apparently it's the only nonstop that you have from Wichita to DCA. So it leaves Wichita about 5:30 in the evening to get here, and 5:30 their time, of course, to get here. But because it's the only one, that's why typically, from what we hear, it's typically a full flight. Yeah. This was a 60-seat aircraft, and there were 60 passengers on board.
And it was just 300 feet from landing,
yeah,
so it was very close. We've heard reports of relatives of people who were on the plane getting text messages say, I'm landing in 15, I'm landing in 20 minutes. And so they were already there at the airport or making their way to the airport to pick them up. And so it was right there when it happened. You saw the collision video of it on your screen just a couple of minutes ago.
All right, do we have the sound from air traffic control?
We're still working on getting that sound for you.
All right, we're going to keep checking in with our crews across the area. As we have Makia is out this morning, Melanie is out this morning, Stephanie Ramirez is out this morning. We're going to hear from some more folks as the morning goes on. Mel was referencing the conversation with air traffic control, and what she said was just an awful, uncomfortable pause when they realized that something was wrong. Let's listen in.
American 16, turn to 1 star 32, turn 14, Duck 25, traffic 2 mile low base from 833, no delay, runway 13 for immediate takeoff.
Number 1, clear for takeoff, American 1630.
Pass 25, get the in flight. Good service.
American 4782 by Bath, not for individual.
American 472, Washington, 1 star 32, turn 17.
Did you see that?
American 472, American 3130, go around, turn left in 250, climb maintain 3000.
Okay, left heading 350, 3000, American 3130. Tower, Blue Streak, 5347 is on final request, runway 33, circle to 33. Taken heading from American 3130.
American 3130, go around, turn left in 270, climb maintain 3000.
270 on the heading, 3000, American 3130.
American 472, cancel landing clearance runway 1 continue.
It's a high-stress job, no doubt about it, and trying to Redirect, as you heard, there was another plane on final approach. As listen, I live in the flight path. You see it all the time. I mean, it's like less than a minute from one to take off to the next one to come down. And you can see in the video that we've been showing there, the plane that's just about to go out of frame there in the top, that one was taking off just as the fireball goes off, as of the plane that was landing. So you can see just how quickly these flights are back to back. And you heard in the air traffic control conversation there, another plane was already on approach. And, you know, they had to make sure that even with the tragedy that occurred just before 9 o'clock, that it didn't get worse by anybody else getting involved in that. So they were able to safely get as many down on the ground as they could. And then they did divert a number of the planes that were still in the air that were supposed to land at DCA last night to Dulles, so that those passengers would be able to land safely. The airport itself is closed. It's still closed. Likely will be closed throughout the day today. Airport officials saying that there was a slight chance that they could resume operations at some point today. We expect that's going to be pushed back. But nonetheless, if you have a flight today, flight aware right now, I think officially they're saying 270-ish flights are canceled today. But my gut tells me that that's every flight that was on the books.
It's just chilling to hear that other pilot say that he saw.
Did you see that?
Yeah, he saw it play out there. We want to get back out live to Makia Turner. She is at Dangerfield Island, right there near the airport. Makia, it's more daylight. We can see it rising behind you. Can you see a little bit more from your vantage point?
Well, Marissa, I can tell you that helicopter that we've been watching just sort of make a few rounds throughout the sky is still doing so. And I noticed that it was even lower now that the sunrise is slowly happening. Many of us, of course, is bracing ourselves for what could potentially be seen from this vantage point. But again, from Dangerfield Island, massive response overnight. I was speaking with Bob, who was out here since 11 o'clock, and he told me, I mean, it was just a slew of boats and emergency response vehicles right here on the Potomac. Just to give you a better sense of where we are this morning, we are right between the end of the runway at Reagan National Airport, the southern side, the southern end of the airport, and Bolling Air Force Base, the Joint Base, Anacostia Bolling Military Base here. And this is where emergency vehicles were solely concentrated for a number of hours. Now, as we approach coming up on about 11 hours since this happened last night. But as you can see, the waters are still, it's very, very cold out here. Neil Taylor was talking about water temperatures. I mean, we're hovering just above the freezing mark, so you can only imagine just how difficult and challenging this search and rescue and recovery mission has been for our first responders. But right now, as you can see, just the sun continuing to rise over the Potomac River, just again hoping to continue to find out what crews may be able to see. In the distance here, it's not exactly clear where they are focusing much of their attention, but we have seen those emergency vehicles and airboats some time ago right outside of Bolling Air Force Base. So this is what you're looking at straight ahead. You can still see some of those lights flashing in the distance. And then also, as we just kind of pan the camera around, you can see in the distance the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. Behind it, you have Nats Park Navy Yard. That's where you can still see emergency crews still remaining as part of this mission. And then to our left, again, is just what the airport is looking like from the southern side, again, where the runway ends this morning. No movement. As you all know, complete ground stop, no flights going in or out. So it's been very still, very quiet on this side of the airport. But as far as any activity on the water, it seems like that has died down for now. Most of the activity that we've seen is, again, just the helicopter just circling, trying to see what they can from that vantage point. And then, of course, the emergency vehicles in the distance. So as we continue to try and find out more to bring to you this morning, we'll be planted right here to bring you the very latest. Back to you guys.
I know, Makia, it's hard to see from your vantage point just because it's just one of the wider points of the river there. From the air, is it just one helicopter right now that you're seeing that's doing the circling, or are more kind of coming in and out of that region?
Yeah, so since I've been here, which was around around 5 o'clock, I've seen just one. But from my understanding, I believe there were two out here earlier, especially during the overnight hours.
All right, speaking of, we're getting a little better view there on the large photo on the screen. Makia, thanks very much. We'll check back in with Makia in a little bit. Getting a better view as we're getting a little bit of daylight now, finally. I mean, the first peaks of light this morning, so we're not going to have full sunrise until about 7:15, so about 20 minutes away from that. It's still a little bit hard to see exactly what it is that we're looking at, but we are getting a little better view now that the sun is starting to come up.
Yeah, to see the huge scope of the aftermath of that crash. We talked a lot about the air traffic and the changes. Makia just mentioned the ground stop. We want to talk about traffic on the ground now. So let's bring in Annie Mae. Annie Mae?
Yeah, exactly,
Any updates
guys.
for the commuters out there this morning?
Yeah, 6:55 your time right now. Of course, we were having some different updates there on 395 and 295 as of yesterday. But today we do have a couple of street closures in place that we'll eventually take up for you. There you go. Those street closures for police activity and the recovery response efforts. The following street's going to be closed for you. So that's the airport access road. It makes a lot of sense, of course, through that area. We've been following that for a while in terms of that closure between GW Parkway and US 1 Arlington. US 1 ramps as well to the airport access road are going to be closed. Potomac Avenue between South Capitol Street and 2nd Street Southwest, 2nd Street between Q and V Streets, 1st Street between Q and V Streets as well. That's Half Street between Q and V Streets, as well as V Street between 2nd and Half Street. So, you know, we've been talking about the closures in and around that area, but they are kind of going to be changing throughout this and several other areas around D.C., around Reagan, around Navy Yard, just because you are seeing the police presence in several areas. They're going to be moving. They're still in those they're still in those kind of zones of figuring out what's going on, of course. So they're going to be moving to several areas as well. So this is actually what I was talking about in terms of 395. Those closures yesterday on the 14th Street Bridge have since been cleared, and then we'll go ahead and look as well there one more time. 295 northbound. So that was yesterday, that earlier closure on 295 near Blue Plains, as well as the other 395. So that was all yesterday. So we are seeing that back open, but just keep in mind throughout the area, this is going to be an ever-changing situation. So your best bet is really to just steer clear of everything that's going on there. That's in terms of your roads, if you can do so this morning. Use caution. Just be patient around those areas as well. Back to you guys.
All right, anyway, thank you very much. A lot of the closures too. If you're trying to get around Navy Yard this morning or those neighborhoods, that's a tough one. I know some of those areas have just been closed off for a number of reasons, including they are taking some of the victims of this crash to that area. It's one of the helipads that is available for use. So because of that, a huge portion of that area is restricted right now. They really just want it to be for emergency personnel only. So in addition to what Annie Mae is talking about, you might see a few closures out there or delays. So just please have some patience this morning as they're trying to get as much help to the victims of this crash as possible.
Yeah, or your best bet just to take an alternate route. I know that Annie Mae has been sharing those too throughout the course of the morning.
All right, it is, in the meantime, it is 7 o'clock on this Thursday morning, and we're so glad that you're with us this morning, unfortunately, under difficult circumstances as we are following the crash of the flight from Wichita to D.C. that happened last night. We have stayed on the air all night long to try to bring you the most conclusive information as we can, as obviously things change quickly in a situation like this. But as you're seeing right now, these are some of the boats that have been out on the river throughout the evening, as there were hundreds of rescue personnel that responded shortly, within seconds of the crash that occurred just before 9 o'clock last night.
300 rescuers, in fact, and we know that when all this first happened, it was pitch black. It was at night, very cold, very windy, just above freezing in terms of our water temperatures. And we heard from Fire Chief Donnelly saying it was rough conditions for his crews, but they did everything that they can, and they're still working very hard around the clock looking for any signs of life. We don't have any direct figures at this point, at this hour, but we do expect to hear from from officials for the latest on that, as well as the investigation coming up in just about 30 minutes. And we will certainly carry that live when it happens.
All right, if you're just tuning in, just the update from last night. The crash involved two aircraft. One was a commercial flight coming from Wichita, Kansas. It was flight 5342. That was an American Airlines flight, nonstop flight from Wichita to DCA. The second aircraft involved was a military helicopter. This was a UH-60 Blackhawk, which was flying up the river, apparently from Fort Belvoir. It was at least based at Fort Belvoir, but in the midst of a training exercise when those two aircraft collided while the commercial flight was on final approach, literally just a few hundred feet from landing at Reagan National Airport. Taking a look right now at some of the daylight views that we have out there as we are on TV showing you some of the police boats out there, and then another camera that we have, our camera at the wharf, is showing some of the helicopters that are in the air and more of the police activity that is on the ground. That's one of the areas as well that they're using as a staging area now to try to take care of the necessary business, the unfortunate but necessary business.
Yeah, the area where that crash happened, we learned earlier this morning in the last news conference that the water is just about 8 feet deep there, but very murky, further complicating rescue efforts.
All right, let's get to Stephanie Ramirez, and just to get the lineup for you this morning as far as what we have for you in our coverage. Melanie Alwick is at the airport. She's going to stay down there because in about 30 minutes we're going to get a briefing from officials, both local, state, and federal officials. Bob Barnard is checking in on the U.S. skating team's connection to this. Unfortunately, there were some skaters who were on board that flight, apparently. So Bob's going to have an update there for us. Makia is not far from the airport. She's along the river where some of the searching is expected to continue. And Stephanie this morning can let us know a little bit more about what's happening down in the Navy Yard area. Steph?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, so we're by Potomac and Half Streets. I'm going to step out of your way to show you in the direction back down the street and toward the left where you see those area spotlights. That is where the casualty collection point is. Our colleague Josh Rosenthal was at one of the apartment buildings giving you a vantage point from above, just showing all of the delicate work that's been going on since last night. Now, you mentioned we're about 30 minutes out from a news conference. I am talking with sources who tell me they do believe that authorities are going to be giving us more clear numbers, because a lot of people have been asking how many casualties are there. What I can tell you is that there was information earlier in the night, shortly after when this happened, that any victims, regardless of their priority, would need to go to the North Boathouse at National Airport. But I later learned this morning nobody was taken there. Again, the area here in Southwest where they have been pulling the victims' bodies from the water, as well as other materials as well. And the communication, you know, we're talking with sources, listening to radio traffic as well. You can hear behind me still a lot of activity this morning, but the communication this morning was that at first light there would be hazmat crews going out. We know within the past couple of hours they were still directing their crews to be searching certain areas and still looking for victims. So we are hoping for that clarity to come up. And in the meantime, guys, standing in this location here, we are slowly getting to talk with some of the neighbors who are now trying to get to work or trying to get to their locations. I want to play for you one gentleman, Michael, who did stop and talk with us and share some of his experience with us.
Throughout the night, the helicopter's been coming and going from the park police to the normal spot over here. And we've also noticed boats on the water trying to break up the ice. And then they're going up and down the Anacostia. Hopefully, yeah, so boats can get in and out.
What do you make of what happened?
It's just a miscommunication somewhere, so it's extremely unfortunate. Yeah, I fly out of DCA all the time for work, and it's just not one of those things that you just take for granted. So my thoughts are with everybody that's lost a loved one there.
And I think all of us, excuse me, I think all of us share that sentiment. A lot of people go to that airport. Representative Eric Swalwell had posted to social media saying he had just landed at DCA moments before this fatal crash occurred. So we're showing you this morning now a look toward the Frederick Douglass Bridge. Authorities are letting traffic go now toward Anacostia, but if you live in the Navy Yard area here, just expect a lot of delays or checkpoints trying to get through. There's a certain point past behind us that they are not letting people in, but police are trying to help people to get get to and from their apartment building, but we were running up on rideshare drivers, for example, who weren't able to get to their customers because of the heavy, serious work that's still going on here. Guys, just to give you an example of, how big this effort is, we're seeing crews. There's obviously a shift change happening this morning, but we're seeing crews from Potomac River, Maryland assist, Fairfax, Charles, all over. Just a very intensive effort still going on this morning. So we're going to bring it back into you. I know that news conference is coming up, but we're going to be talking with neighbors as more come out from this area. I'll send it back into you for now.
Stephanie, thanks very much. Yeah, we expect to hear from D.C. officials, from Virginia officials, from members of Congress from Virginia, likely members of Congress from Kansas, as well as federal officials. We're waiting for the full rundown as to who will be speaking. But again, planned for 7:30. But we also know that some of the officials who will be speaking have also said that they need to get the information from those who are already investigating this and from the federal authorities as well before they speak. So it might be delayed a little bit. Nonetheless, just keep it here because we're going to stay on top of the story throughout the morning. We're not going to take any breaks.
Absolutely. And speaking of the story, Steve, weather has been a huge part of this recovery mission. So I want to bring in our chief meteorologist, Tucker Barnes, to talk about what it is now and what it could have been and impacted it when this crash first happened.
Weather, from what I can tell, was not a factor last evening. The winds were lightening up, and we had clear conditions. Let's give you the latest this morning, and most importantly, we're finally getting some sunrise here at 7:15, and it's bright enough you can see in the live shot there. We are able to, for the first time this morning, start to see the river. So unfortunately here, the water temperatures are very cold. We've, of course, talked about the ice out on the Potomac the last couple of weeks, and some of that ice continues to be out there. The closest buoy to the recovery site here is at about 35 degrees. So the water very, very cold out there. Of course, that search area just to the south and east of the runway there in the Potomac, and generally pretty shallow waters there, about 5 to 10 feet deep. Just to the east of that runway, there is a deeper channel that's closer to the Anacostia there, where it's a little deeper. Okay, let me give you current conditions, and as you are headed out the door, and of course for recovery efforts, today will be a quiet day. We are currently on the chilly side with temperatures in the mid-30s at 7 a.m., and you can see lots of 20s off to the north and west. So it's a cold start to the day. It'll be a cooler day than yesterday. Can you believe yesterday we had 65 degrees? Today, a cooler day for sure, but it will be a dry day, most importantly. So as recovery crews are out and doing their work here, they will not be having to deal with any sort of difficult weather conditions. We are looking at some rain showers in the forecast for the day tomorrow, however. Quiet conditions, again, most importantly, that sun is up at 7:15, so we'll have clearer conditions, and we should have plenty of sunshine the first half of the day, although cold out there. And we'll look at tomorrow, some rain back in the forecast, so conditions will go downhill as we get into tomorrow with some pretty good rains around the area. 50 this afternoon.
All right, Tuck, thanks very much. All right, so the recovery efforts continue now, and we have a little bit of daylight now, which is what you're looking at. That is the camera from the wharf, and that is the search area of the Potomac, where a little bit of wreckage had been seen last night and spotted, and obviously the recovery mission will continue throughout the day today. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But we're going to pivot for just a second here, because word came down that some of those on board the plane had a relationship with U.S. figure skating, and while we don't yet know exactly who was on board and who was impacted, there was just the big national championships in Wichita over the weekend, and apparently some of the folks, and from what we're hearing, some of the folks from the developmental team stayed in Wichita a couple extra days, and some of those folks, members of their family and coaches, may have been on board that plane. We heard from Russian officials that 2 former world champions, husband and wife team, were on board on that plane. Russian officials now claiming that they perished in the crash, and they were there apparently in Wichita because they now serve as coaches to their son, who was competing. No word if the son was on the plane or not.
Far-reaching impact for sure. We actually want to go to Bob Barnard, who's live in Western Virginia this morning. And Bob, you're at Iceplex, which is where these skaters train.
That's right, Marissa and Steve. This is Skate Quest in Reston, and we believe that there were 4 members of this community on that flight, and Ross Lancel is one of the coaches here, kind enough to speak with us this morning. Ross, first of all, just the impact and how people here are doing and feeling about what has happened.
I mean, for most of us, we're in complete shock. This is a small community, and This is one of our, like, a member of the family. Like, it's crazy to think that this has happened to us. Washington Figure Skating Club, the whole club, there's all these rinks around it. There's one club, and she's a huge part of this. And just the fact that this happened is just, it's heart-wrenching for the kids involved. All the coaches are such impactful people for kids, and these kids, it's just crushing to them. And I feel my heart goes out to them, and it's just devastating. We're just all devastated by this.
There were just we could just show the lobby here. There were just a handful of kids skating this morning from 5:30 to 7. So you just got off the ice, Ross. Tell me, do we understand, were there 4 victims from this community on the plane?
My knowledge, I don't have all the information, but I know personally one of the victims very well, and she was close to me a long time ago, and my heart goes out to her family and to all of her kids. I mean, there's so many students she's had over the years. She's been a part of this community for 20 some odd years. Like, it's horrible.
Yeah, how do you wrap your head around it? We understand there were coaches, families, like perhaps girls and moms from the community on this plane who stayed a couple extra days in Wichita, where the U.S. Figure Skating Championships were held. U.S. Figure Skating put out a statement overnight saying that they were devastated as well.
Yes, because they're coming from our best competition, nationals. One of the girls that competed, she was, at juniors. That's the second highest level. We had 2 of our students here, actually 4 of them, compete from SkateQuest, and 2 of them were national champion and everything. So this is a small community, and Ashburn's only a few minutes away, and those are where all the families came from, I think. I'm pretty sure, and that's just, it's devastating for us.
Are you sharing information amongst yourselves? How are you finding it?
Honestly, I just woke up to the news. I came into the rink, and one of the coaches told me about one of the coaches, and it was like, because I was so close to them at one time in my life, and it was like, I stopped talking. I was like, started to cry. I was like, what is happening? And it's still, to me, such a shock, because you just saw them on TV. I just saw them, I can't believe it's real, honestly.
Sorry, Ross. And as we talked, you want to just show some of the adult hockey players are showing up, taking the ice now. The Zamboni just cleaned the ice. But again, it was a bunch of young boys and girls who, future figure skaters. Yeah. We understand that some of and we don't know names, and we don't want to put out anything until it's all confirmed, but that these were some really rising stars who were on this plane, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And if it is what we think it is, I mean, these are kids that have put their whole life to this sport, and they were doing well. I mean, they were at the top of their level, and it takes so much time, so much effort, and to see this happen, and why it happened, we don't know. We have no questions, and it just is so tragic. And to think that these people have to go through that, and it's so scary. Like, I've heard a little bit about how it crashed in the water, and just, I can't imagine.
And then for their survivors, for the families, for the loved ones, their lives will never be the same.
No, absolutely. I mean, even for ourselves, like, we're already like, how do we get through today? Like, I taught 2 lessons, and I'm like, I'm sorry if I start crying or I'm upset. I mean, it's just, and they're like, it's okay. But one thing, like, as skaters, we're performers, so it's like I can perform and get through it, but then I go back and I don't know. We'll see. I just want to give my kids a hug and my wife a hug, and just be thankful I'm around.
We're thankful for you for joining us, Ross. Thank you very much. So what we're hearing is that there may be as many as 4 girls who are in the age range of 12 to 16, and their moms, a coach. We're not sure of the full list, guys, but Steve, as you mentioned, this husband and wife Russian figure skating championship, the Olympians and world champions were on this flight as well. So the figure skating world has taken a big hit, including here at SkateQuest in Reston, Virginia.
He really brings it home, Bob, you know, especially, and you can obviously hear the emotion in his voice. And we're just going to let people know, Bob, hang with us. What you're looking at is what appears to be some of the wreckage in the water now that we have daylight at 7:15. We're getting some different views there. So we'll get some other images as they come in, but this is what we're looking at, and we'll keep these cameras up while we chat with Bob and some other folks out there. Bob, in addition to the emotion in his voice, you know, you can tell, I mean, it really hits home when he talks about, you know, these youngsters and like you mentioned, I mean, teenagers, right? But, you know, these are people who are the ones that are up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go skating as teenagers and spend hours and hours and hours of the day on the ice and travel all around the world and the country trying to get better and prove themselves. And that's exactly what they were doing. And unfortunately, in the case of who appears to have been on this plane, Bob, these are ones who actually stayed longer to get in some extra work before coming back to D.C.
Yeah, total dedication. Thanks for sticking here, Ross. We were chatting and asking a question. Yeah, the dedication. I mean, it's like swimmers and divers and hockey players and figure skaters, the ice time, the pool time. These are families that dedicate hours early in the day, late in the day, weekends, trips. I mean, going to Wichita, Kansas for a championship and staying extra. And these, again, are 12 to 14-year-olds or 12 to 16-year-olds. And we understand these were girls and their moms and a coach. And that whole thing. And Ross, while we still have you, the notion of the time, the effort, the dedication, you know, living their dreams, and then probably, ideally, not knowing what hit them, but then it's, right?
For us, it's just devastating that we've had these where there's tragic times, and you just can see how much all these kids have put effort and done so much for the sport and going for it, and it's taken away so quickly. It's heartbreaking for all of us. Like, we just would love to see that person again, you know, love to see that person skate again, and we'll never get to see that again.
And I'll tell you, there was a mom here picking up her young son, and she thought we were here because of some of the rising juvenile stars. She hadn't heard about the collision and the crash, and I didn't tell her. I wasn't going to bring it up. But I'm curious, Ross, did other families that were here today know about it, and how did you guys commiserate for those who knew the impact, especially on this place?
I came in and I had no idea. I just knew there was a crash, and I was just like, oh, that was devastating. I'm upset and everything. And I walked in, and the coaches started telling me, and then there weren't that many people, so we didn't really tell the kids, because we want to keep it to ourselves, because again, we don't want to burden kids with more stress, more stuff, but we knew, and it was tough. I mean, all of us are closely connected with every coach around here. We've seen each other it's like, even though it's not family, it's super close.
And tell us about, there is one star, is it Ilya or someone who, yes. Tell me about her, and she posted on social media that, you know, not that she was not on the plane and she was okay, but that her heart breaks for those, which then confirms she was not on the plane and she was okay. I mean,
so we have two. We have Ilya. Ilya, he's world champion, 3-time national champion. He skates here. And we have Sarah Everhart, was 3rd at nationals. And I'm not sure which one said that, but they definitely know, you know, they've seen her. It's like, it's devastating. They know all the kids there. We know everyone. So it's not like this is, oh, some far-off person. It's very close to our hearts.
It's a close family.
Yeah.
Ross, thank you again very much. I appreciate your time, and good luck to you, all right? Appreciate that. So again, we're here at SkateQuest in Reston. Throughout the day, we'll learn more. Sadly, who has passed. But as we leave you guys, I just want to show you, I mean, there are adults playing hockey. Earlier, there were young kids figure skating here early, before most of us are up and at them, and their hearts are very heavy today.
I was actually going to ask you, Bob, I don't know if Ross is still there, to ask him in terms of moving forward. We're waiting on a news conference at 7:30, a lot of developments throughout the course of the day. Does he plan on being there at SkateQuest for the rest of the day? Do they plan to gather there as a spot to be together?
Yeah, let Let me ask, Marissa Mitchell, our anchor, is asking, will you be here throughout the day? I mean, are you committed? Are you a coach throughout the day? And will people be coming? Is this the kind of place, as people hear about this, instead of going home or to coffee shops, will they kind of come here to be together, do you think?
Definitely. Like, it's a community, and we all can commiserate and talk to each other. And so I'm going to be here most of the day because I normally teach most of the day. And all these kids, you know, they're going to need someone to talk to and to figure this out themselves. And I'm going to lean on them, and we're going to lean on each other, and we'll get through this because that's what we do and we just deal with. But this one is a little bit different than the rest. Like, I've never felt this before. This is tough. This is a tough one.
You say you have kids. How will you tell them? How old are they?
My son's 10 and 6. You know, I probably will mention it to them, but I'll just look casually. For them, they're a little distant to it, so I don't think they will understand the gravity of it. So I kind of will just tell them, but I don't think it'll impact them as much as they'll go, why is Daddy so upset? More than anything. It's like, because they're not quite in the skating community yet, so they're just little kids having fun and stuff. Whereas where the kids here that are here all day long, they know and they see that, and that's the ones that I definitely are going to have to help out, and they're going to help me too, I'm sure, because this is a tough time.
And they'll be here this afternoon. Will they come after school as well?
After school, some of us, some of the students I have are older, so they come during the day, and then we'll basically all throughout the day we'll have lessons and stuff. So it'll be one of those days where you won't forget, and you'll just try and get through.
Help each other get through it.
Yeah, definitely.
Ross, thanks again. We appreciate that. Guys, we'll send it in to you. It's going to be a day of heavy hearts for so many people, so many families, so many neighbors, friends, loved ones, as we learn who were on the plane, the names of the soldiers on the helicopter, and you know, it's going to touch many different areas, including this figure skating community here in Northern Virginia.
It's just immeasurable grief and shock, even now that something like this has happened. It's incredibly rare that we see this type of collision involving commercial planes. We want to get to the figure skating community and broaden it out, because we have been receiving statements since this collision at 9 o'clock last night, and their hearts are consumed with sorrow as well, and they are admitting and confirming that some of their members were indeed on board. And
you just heard Coach, and we do appreciate the Coach staying with us and explaining what the feelings are out there at the SkateQuest in Reston and what they're dealing with. Ilya Malinin, of course, is he's the best of the best right now in the United States. He had just won the Open Championship for men in Wichita over the weekend, and he, of course, is a Fairfax County native, and so a lot of people had questioned, well, you know, was he on board or not? He has been posting overnight on social media, and he's been posting his thoughts and his prayers for those who were on board that plane. So it does appear Ilya was not on board. He is posting his support as well. And as far as the Skating Association, obviously, there's not much they can say right now, except that some members of their community, which is a very tight-knit community, were on board. Here's their official statement that they put out there, just saying several members of our community aboard the flight that collided with the helicopter, athletes, coaches, and family members returning home from the development camp, which was in conjunction with the figure skating championships that were held. So the development camp is for some of the younger skaters. And like Bob was saying, and the coach was saying out in Reston, unfortunately, what they believe locally here, the members who may have been on board may have been teenage girls. I mean, he threw out the ages of between the ages of 12 and 16 is typically what you see when it comes to these development camps.
Yeah, 4 girls and their families, their parents. So we're working to confirm all of that, but that's what they believe has happened at this hour.
All right, in the meantime, what you can see in the big picture now that we have some daylight, the sun officially came up about 8 minutes ago, and you can see some what appears to be wreckage there in the Potomac River. And as we switch those cameras around too, you can get a better idea as to what part of the river we're talking about. So this is not right off of the end of the runway, like what you might think when you think about a plane on final approach, but more so on the bowling, Joint Base bowling side of the river. In the one other camera, when we switch it up, and we'll be going back and forth between the two, you can see the tip of Haynes Point really is not that far from where it is. So this view that you're looking at here is actually more from looking over the tip of Haynes Point from the wharf, looking across the river, and then we'll have the other view kind of looking up the river from south to north, and that's where you can see the location of what appears to be that wreckage to Bowling, and so you can see why the rescuers, the responders were more on the east side of the river, whereas the airport itself is on the west side of the river.
Yeah, and the level of depth of the river in that particular area, anywhere from 5 to 15 feet. We know that Chief Donnelly with Washington Fire said 8 feet in the exact spot of the collision. So very shallow, but very murky as well.
So we want to recap what's happening. What happened last night is the crash happened just before 9 o'clock last night. Now it's 7:24 in the morning. We want to get back out to Melanie Alnwick, who is